at the center of Hamelby's mountain. This man was walking his way through this intense heat from the boiling lava. Even if all of his equipment has heat resistance, he still struggles, and one wrong step, he'll die. He is ranked as the 31st in the Korean server. Fire Dragon Knight, Agni. This man came to this mountain to hunt for a legendary item that can only be obtained by slaying this dragon. After a while, Agni saw the entrance for the secret dungeon, but then he saw someone. This man is sleeping right outside the dragon's den. Agni got confused, then he decided to check out the person's equipment first. All of the sleeping person's equipment were all legendary ranked, even his accessories. He thought that if he could get even one item from this man, it would be worth it. Agni calmed himself down. He knew that for this person to be lying around like this in this area, he should be really strong. But he can't just let this opportunity go to waste. He then started wielding his flame sword. Even if the person he's attacking was sleeping, he didn't let his guard down. Agni swung his sword and attacked. Notifications for him attacking the sleeping player popped out, but this man just rolled over and dodged the attack. Then an unknown skill started to be activated, and it made the sleeping man stand up. Sleepwalking skill has been activated, and this one started his counterattack. Agni struggled to defend because of his opponent's speed. Then he saw chains heading towards him. Agni summoned his Fire Dragon's Scale Shield. This is his strongest defense skill. But then, the chains broke through his shield. This attack ignores defense. Agni was hit by the chains, and it dealt significant damage. It also made him stunned for 1 second. Then in a swift moment, his opponent dealt a fatal blow against him. Agni was also inflicted with a nightmare status, and he saw something too horrible to imagine. He saw death itself. After a few seconds, Agni died and he was forced to log out. This top ranker was just beaten by someone who's sleepwalking. Agni dropped some items, but this man continued his sleep like nothing happened. Few hours later, this man woke up. He was happy when he saw some items lying around. He knew that his skill was activated when he was asleep. He obtained the Sword of Flame and 897 gold. Then, he proceeds on entering the secret dungeon. This player is Hyunsung. He's a descendant of the strongest god in Idea, Thananos. His class was God rank, and he is our ever-sleeping main character. Quick note: the author intentionally misspelled the name of the god, so don't be bothered too much. Some backstory about our MC. He was once a corporate slave taking and sulking up orders from this good-for-nothing boss. All of his workmates admire him because of his patience in taking his boss orders. This boss kept on talking and blaming Hyunsung for the delay of their task, and our MC just kept on apologizing. Hyunsung can't afford to lose his job because he pays for his sister's medical expenses. But deep inside, he wants to punch this man's ugly face. He will just let this one go. Hyunsung will continue to work in this hellish corporate job, but this man really wants to quit his job. Back at his home, he greets this old lady and thanked her for working today. This is Hyunsung's little sister, Hyuna. These two lost their parents at a very young age, and this forced Hyunsung to adapt and mature faster. Every night, Hyunsung pretends that he's fine and doing well at work. Hyuna does the same. She doesn't want her brother to be worried about her. 6 years ago, Hyuna was with her parents, and they were involved in a car accident. Hyuna survived, but she has been blaming herself since. Hyunsung was not able to do anything for her, so he carried the guilt as well. But these kinds of moments made Hyunsung stronger. He's happy then Hyuna was gradually becoming better. Her sister has been playing a game called Idea. This is a virtual reality game that utilizes a world bigger than the Earth. All the features of the game were based on Earth's, but in this world, fantasy and magic exist. It was also branded as the greatest game of all times. Hyunsung bought his sister a capsule, and at the same time, he bought himself as well. Hyunsung only uses the capsule to rest. 1 hour in real life equates to 5 in-game hours. This man uses Idea to catch up with his sleep. A very clever move indeed. If he used the game, he would be able to rest for 20 to 25 hours instead of just 4 to 5 hours. Idea was also not just a simple game. Top-ranked players were able to make a huge fortune just by playing the game. Some of them even quit their job because playing Idea pays better. Hyun-sung also thought about doing this because he was scouted to be a pro player when he was a kid. But he can't afford to make sudden decisions because of his sister. Then our MC started logging into the game. He was transported to this village where newbies arrived. But this time, he's the only one left. As usual, Hyun-sung proceeds to enter an inn. He quickly felt joy as he lay down the bed. Hyun-sung started his sleep. Then this notification popped out. Our MC has slept more than 10,000 hours in game. He received all of these notifications after. But this man has zero idea about what's happening. Hyun-sung woke up after sleeping for 6 hours in the real world. That's 30 hours of sleep. He started to see all the windows that were waiting for him. Hyun-sung got startled. He saw that his class had been changed. Our MC got a God rank class descendant of Thananos. After sleeping for 10,000 hours, he got a lot of stats from the titles he gained. But Hyun-sung decided to look at this later because he should log out now. After spending his time researching what was going on, he was amazed at what he found out. He figured that if he can master the skill he got, he could earn a year's worth of salary just by playing this game. Hyun-sung started thinking about it. He will use his savings and bust his way to become strong within 2 months. Because of this, Hyun-sung's mood was great. He started his day by cooking their breakfast. Then he helped his sister go to her wheelchair so she could go to the bathroom. Hyun-sung was really thankful to this game because it helps his sister in overcoming the trauma she had. On top of this, her sister was also doing her best to be healed. She secretly tries to stand up. Inside the game, she can freely walk. And right now, all she has to do is develop her muscles in her legs. This little sister kept this development because she wants to surprise her brother when the time comes. Back at his office, Hyun-sung handed his boss his resignation letter. His boss was now regretting his past actions. Without Hyun-sung, this man will have to do all the work that our MC has been doing for him. Even though they will have more workloads now, Hyun-sung's workmates were happy for him. They were even amazed that Hyun-sung lasted that long. The shameless boss tried stopping Hyun-sung from resigning by mentioning his sister. But this switched the mood inside the room. Hyun-sung punched the table. He told his boss that he's thankful and he hopes that they will never meet ever again. After that, Hyun-sung left the office. He then went to this PC zone. Our MC was so happy because he was given a chance to earn lots of money just by playing a game. First, he rented a PC to start researching and studying more about the game. He thought that he should start by leveling up. The items that were in demand were in levels 100 to 200. So this is where he needs to be. But then he saw this tip in the forum. It says that the higher the rank of the player's class, the higher the difficulty it gets to level up. With his God rank, Hyun-sung needs 5 times the amount of experience a normal player needs to level up. Hyun-sung started to think that he quit his job way too soon. But on the other hand, this just proves that higher ranked classes were also more powerful than the ordinary ones. After his research, our MC then decided to switch on using a capsule. He still has 8.5 hours left before his former work hours end, so he rented the capsule for 9 hours. Hyun-sung entered the capsule and started the game. Back to this inn, he checked the skills and stats he got last time. This is where he was interested the most. His God rank class. It says here that Thananos is the god of death and sleep. This god also loves partaking in mischiefs as well. Upon reading the description, he thought that this god was somewhat like a punk. The next thing Hyun-sung checked was the skills he got. First skill was narcolepsy. It's a passive skill that makes the user suddenly fall asleep. This skill will be activated once every 24 hours or random time. The user will not be able to wake up once this skill was activated. Next is Thananos Dreams. This one lets the user earn DP according to the amount of sleep he had. This gives the user the ability to gain DP upon hunting monsters, NPC, or even players 30 levels above. It also gives access to the DP store where the user can buy items and skills in different ranks in exchange to DP. Third skill is called Thanosomnambulism. This lets the user's character be controlled by an artificial intelligence, same with his skills when he falls asleep. It will only be activated if the user was attacked while he's asleep. Fourth skill is Thananos Nightmares. This is a passive skill that lets the user wield any weapon. It increases the chance of giving a fatal blow to 200% and gives an abnormal status called Nightmare. Lastly, the skill is called Rest of Death. This one lets the user spend DP to make someone sleep for 1 minute. While asleep, the opponent also receives double the damage. After reading all of these lengthy skills, Hyun-sung was too happy. He even thought that with these abilities, people would call him a hacker. Then the narcolepsy skill has been activated, and he felt drowsy. Our MC fell asleep. Hyun-sung's character will remain like this, so the game advises him to log out. Since he logged out sooner than expected, Hyun-sung tried to ask for a refund, but he failed. He's kind of frustrated because the skill was immediately activated right after he just logged in. Hyun-sung thought that the skill really has lived up to its name. Meanwhile, at the rehabilitation hospital, Hyuna was having her treatment to walk. Her doctor has now concluded that her inability to walk was not caused by psychological reasons. With this, psychology professor Lee Mina advised that Hyuna should focus more on developing her muscles. This girl was also able to progress faster because of her determination to surprise her brother. Then Lee Mina asked her when will Hyuna tell his brother about her secret. Turns out, Hyuna has been paying for her medical treatments on her own now. She was able to earn from playing idea. Her brother has zero clue about this because he didn't listen well when his sister was talking about earning inside the game. Hyuna received a call from his brother. She then made an alibi that she was just out for a walk with her caretaker and said that she'll be back soon. Hyun-sung offered to fetch her up, but she was too embarrassed, so she denied the offer. With this, Hyuna said her goodbyes to Professor Lee Mina. She thought that these siblings were really a handful. Hyun also informed her caretaker about the alibi she made, so they will be in sync. After a while, Hyuna and this Ajama were back to their apartment. Hyun-sung told this Ajama that she can go now because he will take over taking care of Hyuna. Ajama was grateful and took this day as a day off. Hyun-sung then carries Hyuna to her room. Hyuna quickly noticed her brother's serious expression, so she asked him if something bad had happened. Hyun-sung told her that he has quit his job. She didn't say a thing and thought that his brother had really been working lots of overtime. He then told her that he plans to earn money via idea. Hearing this, Hyuna's expression brightened up. She told him that she has been waiting for a chance to suggest this idea to her brother. She also added that lots of people have been earning money with this game. Hyuna asked her brother what class he is in and maybe he got something high-ranked that made him quit his job. Because of her excitement, Hyuna revealed that she's ranked 331. She's within the top 1,000 players in the game and has been earning a lot that she's been paying her medical fees. Hyun-sung stopped her and now wants to talk about what she said in detail. This poor little girl tried working her way out of this trouble but to no avail. But in the end, Hyun-sung appreciates his sister's efforts and concern. He thought that she really has matured. These two continued to talk about idea. They even made a bet. Hyun-sung should make it to the top 1,000 within 3 months. That night, he logged in again. Hyun-sung's character has been asleep for 58 hours. With this, it increased his stats. After that, Hyun-sung proceeds to go to the center of the village where the gate for tutorials is. He thought about his father's advice that the first step is always important. So our MC decided to clear this one first. Inside this tutorial, Hyun-sung was asked to choose a weapon. He chose a beginner's sword as he's a second dan in Kumdo. This is also the weapon he always chooses in his past games, so he's more confident in using this one. Then this scarecrow appeared in front of him. It looks pretty weak and with one slash, it was cut in half. Hyun-sung cleared the tutorial and gained a lot of titles. He got the like a professional title which gives him plus 10 on all stats. Monstrous newbie title gives him a 10% increase in all of his experience points. Hyun-sung has slowly become an overpowered player with all these titles he got. After this, he decided to move to the next village. All newbies will be able to choose where they will start their journey. Usually they choose those with more developed towns for easier runs, but our MC chose the Dha town, the most troublesome and infamous town among beginners. This town has an orc village nearby, so beginners try to avoid this place as much as possible. But for Hyun-sung, It means that he can solo all the monsters in this place and level up like crazy. At the DHA town, these two guards were talking about why foreigners have not visited their town for a long time. The other guard told him that this was because of this acid slime. Instead of being weak and easily killed, these slimes fire an acid blast that newbies can't dodge. It also melts their equipment. In addition, there's an orc village nearby. They noticed that someone was teleporting in the village and made them so happy. Hyun-sung arrived at the village and he was greeted by all the NPC in it. But seeing that he's just a low-level noob, they started to get back to their work. The guards also felt bad for this newcomer. Hyun-sung then asked them about the location of the slimes so he could hunt them. The guards tried warning him about the danger, but Hyun-sung just thanked them for their concern. They really pity Hyun-sung. After running for some time, Hyun-sung found one slime. He proceeds on attacking it, but as he approaches, the slime really blasted acid. But with his high stats, Hyun-sung landed a fatal blow and killed the slime in one hit. He figured that he can't level fast enough with this, so he returned to the town to ask the location of the orc village. Upon asking this, the guards' reactions were weird. They thought that Hyun-sung had given up on his life and tried to comfort him. Then they gave him something. Our MC was given some money. They advised him to go to the merchant and buy some scrolls to escape this town. Hyun-sung was still confused about what's going on, but he received a new title, Begging King. This gives him 10% more favor from the NPCs. After being treated as a beggar, Hyun-sung decided to just find the orc village by himself. Then he found some big footprints. This means he's in the right place. Suddenly, two orcs came rushing his way. He was able to dodge the attacks of the orcs, and with just one slash, the first one was eliminated. The other one also had no time to react and it was slashed behind its back. With this, Hyun-sung gained a lot of levels. He also gained DP in the process. Hyun-sung enjoyed this feeling, so he decided that he'll try to level up and kill all the orcs around the town. Our MC has started to feast with these poor monsters. These two guards were just chilling as usual, but then they heard the screams of the red orcs and raised their guards. But they were puzzled when they saw Hyun-sung coming from the direction of the screams. These two thought that Hyun-sung got scared when he heard the screams, so he ran back towards the town. Little did they know, those screams were from the red orcs Hyun-sung slaughtered. He then showed them all the loot he got from his killing spree and asked them where Hyun-sung could sell these. These guards realized they were wrong in underestimating the newbie. They also thought about their money and planned to ask if they could get those gold back. Hyun-sung found the merchant and unloaded all the loot he got. These parts were all in great shape because of his precise slashes. The merchant told him that he'll pay 150 gold for all of this. This equates to 15,000 won. Hyun-sung was amazed that he earned this much for just hunting weak monsters. At this rate, he'll earn more than his previous job. While focusing on leveling up and getting stronger within 1 to 2 months, he will also earn lots of money. With his excitement, Hyun-sung rapidly ran towards the exit of the town. These guards saw him and thought that Hyun-sung was much stronger than the two of them. Hyun-sung was also trying to avoid them so he wouldn't be obliged to return their money. He also continued to hunt for more orcs. After 10 in-game hours of hunting, Hyun-sung started to feel that he's leveling up slower. He was also able to drop the numbers of the orcs around the town. Our MC wants to hunt more elite monsters and boss ones, but he's still not ready for those. He needs an attack skill at least to back him up. Hyun-sung was able to save 140 ability points, so he decided to allot them now. He spent 70 points in wisdom, 40 in reaction speed, 14 in strength and 16 in stamina. He also tried the DP store. He started to pull items. Normal rank ones require 1 DP. Hyun-sung got a steel dagger. Rare items require 10 DP and he got this bloodstone ring. For the unique item, he got this Ayla's stick. This is for magicians, so he treated this as trash. The heroic item pull gave him this. It's called Iris Failed Product. This item can be equipped to his existing weapon and it will double its attack power. Hyun-sung is not impressed by its effect, but it is still a heroic rank, so yeah. And lastly, the legendary item. Hyun-sung got this egg, but it still has no description in it. It is an unknown egg. He was really frustrated by the items he got, especially the legendary one. This orc appeared after his summons, and got a powerful punch of disappointment from Hyunsung. Then he was back on pulling skills. For the normal skill, he got sprinting. It boosts his sprint by 10%, magic bullet barrage for the rare one. This lets him create small bullets from his mana. It has a cooldown of 3 seconds. For his unique skill, he got the Berserker's Song. It will allow Hyunsung to ignore damage for 10 seconds and his attack power will be boosted. The heroic skill he got is the Siren's Seduction. It is an aggro skill that seduces all males within a 100-meter radius. And for the legendary skill, Hyunsung got the Reaper Chains. This skill will attack all the enemies within a 30-meter radius and put them on chains. This will also ignore defense and do damage equivalent to 500% attack power of the user. Our MC was really satisfied with this legendary skill. Meanwhile, he was being observed by this mysterious guy, and it looks like he's not happy about it. This is Inferno, the company that created the game idea. At the Korea HQ, the user management team was monitoring the progress of Hyunsung, and this man who shows disappointment from the developers of the game is their team leader. His name is Jo Minwoo. He has a headache now because Hyunsung has chosen the DHA town as his starter town. He was also alerted by his team when Hyunsung opened the DP store. At first, unlocking the God class didn't bother him so much. But as Hyunsung showed his natural talents, he started to fear this man. The level of control and the mechanics of Hyunsung were out of the charts. When Hyunsung was about to buy some items and skills from the DP store, the only thing he could do was to pray. When Hyunsung got this branch, his expressions were like this. This guy is laughing. But then it immediately changed. Hyunsung got the Iris failed product, and among these, he got the most important one. The team leader also has no idea about the egg that Hyunsung got, so he's not gonna stress too much. As for the first 3 skills that Hyunsung got, he's okay with it as long as there's no attack skill. It made him laugh when Hyunsung got the Siren's Song. But then it was followed by the legendary area of effect skill called Reaper's Chain. This guy was dumbfounded that even the juice he hadn't swallowed was already coming out. He knew that the combo of the Siren's Song and Reaper's Chain would break the game. He gave up and decided to report this progress to the higher-ups. Back to our MC. He was satisfied with what he got. He's now loving his God class, and his decision to quit working was right. In less than 3 hours, he was able to earn 100,000 won or $76. He remembered his little sister who was already level 331. As a big brother, he needs to start earning more than her so he can still be the provider of the family. With this thought in his mind, Hyunsung was now more determined to hit higher levels. He will now hunt the boss. This is the Red Orc village, and Hyunsung was quietly observing the place before attacking. There is also a Red Orc shaman in this place. And this is an elite monster. If the boss comes out while he is busy with these monsters, he'll be in trouble. So he decided to take care of these pests first. Hyunsung used his Siren's Seduction skill. Then the orcs got hypnotized and started to run towards him. Unfortunately, this also lured the orc boss. This is Kurek, the hero of the Red Orcs. This army of Red Orcs were now frenzied and were about to attack Hyunsung. Then he used his legendary skill, the Reaper's Chain. Hundreds of chains started to come out from Hyunsung, and these chains pierced through the bodies of the Red Orcs. This is one of the times that you'll feel sorry for these monsters. As the chains do their work, Hyunsung got a lot of notifications saying he leveled up. At the end of it all, even the boss Kurek was defeated. With this, Hyunsung got another 2 titles, 50 DP, and a secret pathway to the hidden dungeon. This skill was just too overpowered. Lots of items and loot were also dropped. Hyunsung wished he had an item collecting skill for these. The next day, Hyunsung came back to the farm for more orcs, but they didn't spawn. And then he remembered about the secret map he got. Hyunsung saw Kurek's dugout. He figured that maybe he needs to clear this one first. Our MC has arrived at the place. And this is just too obvious. It's a secret dungeon. Instead of being scared, Hyunsung felt excited because he'll meet stronger monsters and he can use them to level up. Hyunsung entered the entrance of the dungeon and he's the first discoverer. He then met his first test subject, an orc warrior's vengeful spirit. Hyunsung was not able to kill this one with just 1 slash. This is because his physical attacks were cut in half. He then used his magic bullet to buy more time. He noticed that with magic bullets, he can still deal a critical strike. He purposely didn't kill this one fast because he checked the attack patterns of the monster. And with another magic bullet skill, this one was defeated. Hyun-sung just continued to wander around the dungeon to hunt for more. Meanwhile, Hyuna was on her way to the rehab center and was being accompanied by this Ajima. They were talking about his brother quitting his job and focusing on playing idea. She thought that her brother was just around level 10 to 15 right now. Hyun also saw these girls living their normal life. She thought she'd be just like that if the accident didn't happen, but she was not jealous at all because of the people she met on idea. Hyun also shared this information with Professor Mina. She told her about her brother playing idea. This little girl also told her about their bet. She was too happy because it's impossible for her brother to win this one. Back to Hyun-sung. He has cleared all the weak mobs. All that's left now was the mini-boss and the named boss. He has also sorted out his skills and tactics against his enemies. So he then decided to open the next door. This is the room of the Orc Shaman's vengeful spirit, and it also summoned more Orc warriors to help it battle against Hyun-sung. Our MC can't do anything but watch this madness. The shaman also buffed its minions, and our MC just let out a sigh. Although these guys were buff, Hyun-sung has already mastered their attack patterns. He just continued to slash his way through this horde of orcs. The Orc Shaman was also able to use fire and lightning spells. But as time goes by, this mini-boss stopped attacking. He ran out of mana. Hyun-sung killed the remaining orc warriors, and the only one left was the shaman. And he was also easily killed by Hyun-sung. Aside from the levels, the loot from this dungeon was also loaded. Even if Hyun-sung didn't have that much health left, he opened the next door for the named boss. But he was pissed from what he saw. It's just a tunnel going to the next level like a basement. The user management room was also a virtual reality area within IDEA. So the time in here was also slower than in the real world. These guys who monitor Hyun-sung have been doing this for almost 25 hours in game hours. The team leader also reported Hyun-sung to the higher-ups, but they told him to just let Hyun-sung do whatever he wants. The one who included the god class in the game was this lady. She's Minura. The god rank class descendant of Thananos was the strongest rank class in the game. She only created it for the storyline, not knowing someone will really get this. And now, her creation has started to create havoc inside the game. These lackeys reported that Hyun-sung was currently clearing the hidden dungeon. He was also expected to reach level 33 today. Most people take at least a week to reach this, but Hyun-sung only took a day. At level 30, he will get another skill to help him progress in the game. But after that, the real struggle will occur. Leveling up from 30-60 gives newbies a really hard time. So far, Hyun-sung has been lucky with all the drops and pulls he made, but the team leader can't do anything about it. A skill called Free of Mind was also activated. He forgot that he can use this skill to remove his stress. Meanwhile, at the Para Mountain, these groups of players were battling the Cyclops. This is also a place where even the highest ranked players can't last. Only the strongest players can hunt here, like these guys with a perfect coordination. This mage used her skill gravity meter. Then there was a huge explosion. This blonde girl decided to go in and save their mage. She was successful in getting her and found that the Cyclops was stunned for 5 seconds. She then ordered all of her teammates to focus all of their attacks on the monster. All the Cyclops could do was to scream in pain. And after a while, this group was successful in defeating the Cyclops Lord, Aptolican. Huge amounts of gold and treasures were also dropped. Their leader thanked everyone for all their efforts. All of them were too humble and expressed their appreciation to each other's roles. But then this guy butted in that they could have cleared this one faster if Hyuna was there with them. Turns out, these are the people within Rin's guild. This mage also brought up the topic about Rin's brother joining the guild. This is the Heroes Guild, and there are only 7 guild members including Hyuna. Their guild leader and the mage got legendary rank class, while the tank, SDI and Hyuna were heroic ranks. The other 2 were in unique rank classes. This guild only accepts applications from the best of the best. and their minimum requirement is that the player should be at least unique ranked. Aside from Hyuna's brother, Rin told them that her little sister also got a unique rank and she was hoping to let her join the guild. Knowing Rin's strictness, all the guild members agreed that if her sister reached level 100 they would allow her to join. In idea, it is also a common practice to create an alt. This will also allow players to level up their main while the other one collects materials for crafting. And recently, Rin has been using her alt to help her sister level up faster. After their little chat, Rin has decided to start distributing the items among them. This is the best part when raiding a dungeon. After that, they all decided to log out. And back to our MC, he was still busy killing the orcs. But this time, he reached the real boss room. Series of warnings appeared, but he still decided to go anyway. And there lies the mighty boss of the secret dungeon. This one was really huge compared to the first ones and it was sleeping. Hyun-sung thought that he should start attacking it and move to phase 2 immediately. But the monster heard Hyun-sung's weapon and woke up. His roar was strong enough to make Hyun-sung tremble. This is the power of the named boss. Our MC couldn't hold his excitement on killing this monster, so he jumped straight into the boss. But then, his vision started to become blurry. He tried keeping awake, but he couldn't keep his eyes open. And yup, the narcolepsy skill has been activated. Hyun-sung was forced to sleep. His character fell asleep while he was in battle, and the skill somnambulism was activated. Upon seeing this notification, people in the HQ all celebrated. The narcolepsy skill was activated at a very crucial time. Some of them thought that Hyun-sung would not be able to defeat the boss now. But this guy reminded them that the somnambulism skill will let the character be controlled by AI equal to the player's abilities. This man realized this. So Hyun-sung will still defeat the boss. But this team leader knows something good was about to happen. After 20 minutes of battling Karak, the AI controlling Hyun-sung's character defeated it. The AI's mechanics were even better than Hyun-sung's, so this one is a piece of cake. Then the moment the team leader was waiting for came. After defeating the boss, Hyun-sung's character went back to sleep. This guy was happy because the loot that the boss dropped will disappear soon, and our MC will not be able to get any of it. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung was still disappointed. He already knew that the skill would activate, but not in such an important moment. Hyun-sung then received a call from this person named Yeon. This guy was his best friend from middle school, and he told Hyun-sung that he has been doing well lately. He also has his own company now. Yeon revealed that his company is capitalizing on making videos about idea. With the amount of players playing the game and the demand for tips and info, lots of people were hiring video editors for Medub. Hyun-sung also told him that he had quit his job and he plans to make money with idea. Yeon immediately figured something out and asked Hyun-sung about his class. Our MC told him that he got a God rank. This made Yeon drink another shot of soju. He was also shocked upon hearing that Hyun-sung has already leveled up to 30 even if he's just been playing for half a day. With this, Yeon asked Hyun-sung if he would want to create videos with him. He also told Hyun-sung the potential earnings for uploading a video in Medub. Hyun-sung didn't even hesitate to accept the offer. Hyun-sung also demanded Yeon that they will split the earnings in half, but his best friend doesn't want that. It should be more favorable to Hyun-sung because he's the one providing the videos. Hyun-sung still insisted and Yeon pretended to agree. Back when they were still young, Yeon didn't have any friends and he was always bullied. Then Hyun-sung approached him and became his friend. With this, Yeon plans to give all of the revenue to Hyun-sung. What a good guy. After their reunion, Hyun-sung went home and immediately inserted a flash drive into his capsule. Then all of his battles started showing up and he copied the one with the secret dungeon. Hyun-sung also found some features he can use on recording some clips. That night, Yeon received Hyun-sung's email including his idea video. He opened the video and he found that Hyun-sung was wearing a mask. He then reviewed all of the clips, and they were all incredible. Most of them don't even need to be edited. Then Yeon skipped up to the boss fight. This is where he noticed something different. The play style Hyun-sung was using completely changed. This one was more precise and didn't give the opponent a chance to defend. Upon entering phase 2 of the boss, black lightning started to hit Karak, and then Hyun-sung used the Reaper's Chain skill, and with one final blow, The secret dungeon boss was defeated. All Yuan could think was hell of a fight. The next day, Hyun-sung saw that he was flooded by messages from Yuan. Yuan told Hyun-sung that he was up all night because of the video. This guy thought that the video was that bad, but Yuan said that it was the best video he had ever seen. He informed Hyun-sung that he doesn't have to worry about anything. This editor also plans to study more so he could bring out the best from the clips Hyun-sung sent him. Back with Hyun-sung, he was being asked by his sister about his rank, but he didn't want to tell his sister yet. She assumed that he should be at least a unique rank to be this happy. Hyuna was also shocked when she found out that her brother was already level 30. She still can't believe that he gained that much level in just one day. Hyun-sung also logged in again and he was bombarded with notifications. He was excited to see the items he got from the boss fight. He tried looking a little harder but he couldn't find anything. Hyun-sung was asleep for 40 hours and his stats have increased again, but then he saw the red notifications. This guy figured out what happened. He was not able to get any items or loot. And now, those are gone forever. But this guy moved on. He found out that he can now use Iris Failed product if he distributes his stats well. He also saw that he has obtained another skill. This is Thanano's Nocturne. Every time Hyun-sung attacks someone, they will gain a nightmare stack. And this skill will deal 300% damage every stack his enemies get. Hyun-sung was so happy that it was an attack skill, but his expressions quickly changed when he remembered that a skill book should have been dropped from the boss fight. With this, Hyun-sung ran out of the village. He hunted lots of orcs hoping to drop a secret map again, but he found out that the passage was also gone. This guy has really lost it. The guards who were planning to get back their money decided not to do it anymore. But then, Hyun-sung was still thankful he didn't die from fighting the boss. He also decided to use this item. Hyun-sung tried equipping it with his sword and it fused immediately. This item has buffed up his weapon. With all of this, our MC thought that he should start hunting again. He found a new town suitable for leveling up, and that is the town of Rehab. Hyun-sung used a teleportation scroll. Upon arriving in this town, Hyun-sung immediately noticed the gloomy faces of the people here. Some of them were begging for teleportation scrolls just to leave this place. He also thought that instead of begging, these people should just hunt monsters already. Not long after, he found out that he needs 2 more members to enter a dungeon. This is the struggle of solo players. He was back in town. Our MC was now one of the people who shouts looking for something while crying. At the town of Rehab, the alt character of Rin was also here. She is also looking for someone who can team up with because all the dungeons in Rehab require 3 people. Then he heard someone looking for teammates. It is Hyun-sung and he looks like a child who was lost in the middle of a grocery store. Rin thought that maybe he's also using an alt because of his equipment. Hyun-sung hasn't changed his beginner clothes yet. Then Rin approached him and told Hyun-sung that she was also looking for a party. Rin introduced herself to Hyun-sung and he did the same. She also told him about her sister who will join them in their hunt as well. This girl also took the opportunity to ask Hyun-sung if he could be with them for a while. Hunting in Rehab really needs a lot of time when leveling up. Hyun-sung told her about his level, but Rin doesn't have an idea his level was that low. Rin also wondered if this man could keep up with their hunting speed. Her sister was a speed-based dual-blade wielder, so they can really hunt in a fast-paced. After that, Rin received a message from her sister and they will now meet up since Rin found another team member. Hyun-sung told her that he should buy a new sword first, so Rin pointed out the direction of the blacksmith. Hyun-sung thanked her and happily rushed towards the blacksmith. Rin waited Hyun-sung and he was finally back. Hyun-sung was really satisfied with his new sword and its damage will be enough to slay level 120 monsters. Iris Failed product also buffed the sword. These 2 arrived at the cafe where Rin's sister was waiting. Hyun-sung thought that she's too young. Maybe younger than Hyuna. Our MC introduced himself. And this girl's name is Yoon. The 3 continued to talk about their plans in the dungeon. Yoon told Hyun-sung that they were low level but their skills will be more than enough. Hyun-sung told her not to worry as he was also low leveled. He also thought that with her confidence, they should really be pretty strong. After that, Rin sent Hyun-sung the party invitation. This guy was only level 35. They never thought his level was this low and thought that they would just carry Hyunsung. But Rin remembered Hyunsung's reaction speed when he was running towards the blacksmith. And it was pretty fast and can be compared to level 80 seconds. She then thought that maybe this man should at least have a legendary rank class to have those kinds of stats. Hyunsung was still nervous because these two might cancel their party. But then Rin told him that it's fine and they will continue their party with him. Hyunsung also told them that he will be filming along the way. He's creating content for Medub. After that, Hyunsung stood up and asked them to go and start the hunt, but Yoon told him that they have not yet discussed their strategies. This man has no idea that this is a thing because he usually just recklessly kills his enemies. The three arrived at the Lycan's cave. Then Yoon told Hyunsung to lead the way. She was trying to test Hyunsung's strength. Hyunsung figured that this was the case, so he happily said yes. He also wants to show them his skills. These two really underestimate him, and their hunt in the dungeon begins. Notifications saying that the dungeon was not cleared for a long time, so the monsters were all stronger. But they will also give more experience. Hyunsung also started filming and equipped his mask. These two were confused, and he said that this is just his persona for the video. Then a monster appeared. This is like a humanoid werewolf. The monster attacks and Hyunsung lunges in the same way. Rin and Yoon were surprised and terrified at the same time. They thought that Hyunsung will easily die at this rate, but Hyunsung cleanly slashed his enemy. This shocked this two blonde B. Hyunsung was overwhelming his opponent, and when this monster already had a stack of nightmares with him, Hyunsung used his nocturne skill. Black lightning appeared and attacked the monster, and with that, Hyunsung has killed the werewolf. These two still can't believe what they saw. Hyunsung has performed something Rin can't do even if she uses her main character. Yoon asked her older sister if something like that was possible. Rin was in awe. She thought that she should definitely recruit Hyunsung to their guild. Hyunsung was also happy because he finally showed his abilities to them. He then rushed to the next Lycans and still led the way. Yoon thought that Hyunsung was moving faster than her even though she's a speed-type player. Hyunsung met the Lycans head-on and slashed his way through them. After dealing damage and stacking nightmare debuffs on them, Hyunsung used his nocturne skill again. Yoon caught up with Hyunsung, but the battle was almost over. Hyunsung did one last slash and the heads of the Lycans fell on the ground. Yoon has now confirmed the difference of their strengths. Rin was also struggling to keep up with them. As soon as Rin caught up, Hyunsung proceeded to run and go to the next point. These two have no other choice but to follow his lead. The next batch of victims appeared in front of Hyunsung. Since his skills were still on cooldown, he will use them to experiment on his attacks. Our MC tried to use different patterns of attacks while still having fun. He also saw Yoon finally having her own battle. Hyunsung thought that dual blades were so cool and he would want to try those later. This man was really having fun inside idea. I will personally have fun as well if I get an overpowered class. The leader of the hero guild arrived, but it was already over. Hyunsung did the same thing again. He started running as soon as Rin caught up. They now think that Hyunsung was angry. At the hero guild's base, Sunny, their mage, was bored because all of her guild mates were out. But she got excited when she saw someone coming in. It's Hyuna. Sunny quickly welcomes her back. These two started chatting. Hyuna told her about her brother finally quitting his job to play Idea. She was also excited to let his brother join the guild. But Hyunsung needs to level up first. She told Sunny that her brother was able to level up until 30 with just one day. Sunny was amazed, but she thought that that was impossible unless someone has insane skills. Since Rin was playing with her alt, they thought they could ask her about this thing. Upon calling Rin, they heard that she was really struggling. Rin told that she'll just call them back later. Rin was busy, so these two decided to just go hunt together. These two blonde bitches were still running. They really thought Hyunsung was angry because they underestimated him. Rin's plan on recruiting Hyunsung was probably off the table. Then, Hyunsung found 11 Lycans. This guy wants to kill them all by himself. Our MC started with throwing his dagger. Then he followed it by using his magic bullets. Those who were hit by bullets were ignored by Hyunsung, and he proceeded to attack the remaining ones. He just needs to even graze them and put a nightmare stack on them. Then, He used his Nocturne skill. While all the Lycans were still stunned, Hyun-sung did a full swing attack, and he has killed 11 Lycans again. But this guy was pissed because he has been killing lots of them but only leveled up once. Hyun-sung saw Rin and Yoon and thought that he had gone overboard. He asked them if they should rest first before continuing. These two felt relieved and they lay down on the ground. They didn't care if they looked ugly or not. While they were resting, Hyun-sung was still moving around and practicing with his sword. These two felt guilty and decided not to look at Hyun-sung. This guy was trying different kinds of things. It even decreased his HP because of the amount of strain his body has been getting. Even if they still look like some zombies, these two told Hyun-sung that they were done resting. This guy was really being misunderstood. Hyun-sung slowed his pacing down so that these two could keep up, but while they were running, he still tried to practice swinging his sword. These two really thought that Hyun-sung was punishing them. After running for some time, Hyun-sung's party has finally met an elite monster. Hyun-sung told them that he will handle the elite and leave the rest to them. Their fatigue was maxed out even if they were just running the whole time. But they just can't let Hyun-sung do the work, so they prepared themselves. Hyun-sung started his attacks. He stabbed the elite monster, then used his magic bullets. He also threw his dagger again, but the monster was able to deflect it. But this is just a distraction. Hyun-sung was able to land a hit after that. This pissed the elite Lycan more, but with the amount of stacks this one got, the Nocturne skill killed it. Since he's done, Hyun-sung used his time to observe Yoon and Rin's fighting skills. These two were really strong. After killing the remaining Lycans, these two were really exhausted. They would really want to take a proper break this time. Hyun-sung sat down and chose to rest as well. But then Hyun-sung's favorite notification popped out. The narcolepsy skill activated. His vision started to be blurry again. It blacked out and the somnambulism skill was activated. Again, the skill has its way of activating in such a crucial time. The two also noticed that Hyun-sung started to sleep. Rin thought that this was just normal after hunting non-stop, but they were startled when Hyun-sung stood up. The somnambulism skill will be activated and will complete Hyun-sung's quest. They only rested for 30 seconds and now, Hyun-sung was running again. I feel bad for these two now. Rin and Yoon were still struggling to keep up with Hyun-sung. They were met with items lying on the ground. So these two decided to just pick them up for Hyun-sung, but they still needed to hurry. Rin and Yoon were dead beat for hunting in for 25 hours. They really want to have a rest now. Yoon was still leveling up, so it means that Hyun-sung was still killing monsters as they speak. Then Yoon saw something and pointed it out to her sister. Hyun-sung was in front of the boss room. This speed was really impossible. Usually, parties took 2-3 real-time days before arriving at the end, but it only took them 1 day. As they approached Hyun-sung, they felt something was off. This guy just opened the boss room. The two of them tried stopping Hyun-sung, but they were too late. They need to clear this boss room now before they can log out. The real Hyun-sung still has no idea what is happening now. He thought that since his character was sleeping, Rin and Yoon would just abandon him. He proceeds on researching for a place to hunt alone. He'll leave Rihan and choose another hunting spot. Yiwon also called him. He asked Hyun-sung if he was just doing alright. He told Hyun-sung that he noticed something when playing back the video he sent him. Hyun-sung's play style suddenly changed when he was battling the boss Carrick. Hyun-sung then revealed that he has a skill that makes an AI take over his place when battling. So their skills were really different. Yiwon thought that this was too awesome. He said that Hyun-sung was just like Jekyll and Hyde. Yiwon also sent the edited video to Hyun-sung to ask for his approval. Our MC received the email and played the video. He can't believe that this was his character. While watching the video, Hyun-sung thought that he should get some reference from it. Yiwon also changed the color of his mask when the AI took over. Hyun-sung learned more tactics just by watching his own video. Back to their party. This is the boss monster. This is a lot bigger and stronger than the mobs outside. It also attacked quickly, but Hyun-sung was able to block it. This monster was just too strong. It sent Hyun-sung flying. Rin and Yoon tried to prepare themselves, but they knew they were in danger. But 5 magic bullets hit the boss. This made the boss angry and rushed towards Hyun-sung's position. But he was able to dodge the attack and made a counter-attack of his own. This AI has been toying with this boss monster. This boss has already lots of nightmare stacks above him. And then Hyunsung used the Nocturne skill. This made the boss faint for 10 seconds. The AI didn't waste any second and attacked him. The nightmares were also activated, causing this boss to experience hallucinations and pain. Hyunsung was also able to attack him before the debuff wears off. After that, the Lycan woke up and started his counterattack. He's now weary about Hyunsung's Nocturne skill. 5 bullets hit the boss again, and this made him think that the Black Lightning will be next. But nothing appeared. The AI was now just doing basic attacks. The boss was now focused on defending himself from Hyunsung's sword. But then Hyunsung activated his Nocturne skill again. The boss was caught off guard and the skill landed a critical strike. Cerbis, the boss, fainted again and knelt down. He thought that he had completely lost against this guy. Then this boss let out a loud howl. Both Rin and Yoon knew the meaning of this. The second phase of the boss will now start. It's much stronger now. The eyes of Cerbis were full of rage because of the humiliating battle he got from Hyunsung. With his faster speed, he slashed Hyunsung, but it was dodged again. These two continued to observe Hyunsung and his superb controls. Out MC started his counterattack. He hit Cerbis using his sword like a lance. Every time this big bad wolf tries to launch an attack, Hyunsung will just create a distance between them to avoid Cerbis. Hyunsung used his magic bullets. This hit Cerbis and it made him anxious. Hyunsung used this to bluff this monster. It's still waiting and preparing for the Black Lightning to hit, but nothing happened. Cerbis thought that the skill was maybe on cooldown. Rin notices all what's happening in the battle. Hyunsung was messing with Cerbis' emotions. He constantly uses the threat that the Black Lightning has created in its mind. Cerbis tried to run and keep his distance from Hyunsung, thinking that it's faster than him. Then Hyunsung suddenly stopped. He used the Sabbath of the Dead skill. This skill was like a declaration that Cerbis will now die. It made him stunned and it lost its soul for 1 minute. All the damage it will receive for 1 minute will be doubled. Our MC used his Reaper's Chain and it pierced right through Cerbis' body. Then it was followed up by a Black Lightning. This poor werewolf didn't even have a chance. Cerbis was defeated, and it had concluded that the dungeon was now cleared. Hyunsung gained a lot of DP and experience. Their party also received a doubled amount of loot and all the best items had been dropped. Yoon also leveled up. A special notification also popped out. Hyunsung has reached level 50 and an exclusive quest was unlocked. Hyunsung slept again after his battle. These two just stared at Hyunsung's strange behavior. They concluded that they should just look after his items while he was asleep. They also thought about bringing Hyunsung to an inn, but they didn't go with this idea. This man was really in a deep sleep. Back at the Inferno's headquarters, the team leader found out that Hyunsung has reached level 53. He reached for his phone and started to type some numbers. This man reported to the higher-ups that Hyunsung's level because of the exclusive quest that was unlocked. The higher-ups told the team leader to start monitoring a certain Emperor NPC called Iron-Blooded Monarch. He also reported that Hyunsung was currently under the narcolepsy skill and he will wake up after 7 real-time hours. Hyunsung's exclusive quest made a huge castle spawn at Venia, a city within the Iron-Blooded Monarch's empire. The city of Venia was a city surrounded by water and it was inspired by Venice. It's one of the most beautiful cities inside Idea. The higher-ups were becoming wary because they knew that this NPC could try to send some survey corps and mess the quest. On the other hand, the team leader thinks that Hyunsung was the real problem here. Hyunsung needs to play as soon as his character is able to wake up, because if the Emperor manages to find the castle before him, it will cause a huge disaster. Currently, the mayor of Venia was this man, Dornum. The leader felt a little relieved because this mayor would just likely send some NPC troops to check the castle. But if the Emperor personally goes and checks the castle, he will surely wake this creature up. This is the snake wyvern Aquilor. This monster was sealed a long time ago by Thanano's disciple. If it wakes up now, even the highest leveled players in Idea will not be able to defeat this thing. This gave the team leader chills just by thinking about the worst case scenario. Then he remembered something. Because Hyunsung has unlocked the quest, this mysterious woman should also receive it. This player's class was also related to Thanano's and it is a legendary rank. Their main quest description was not the same, but they both need to prevent Aquila from waking up. Right now, the leader was hoping and praying that these two will peacefully team up for their quest. Meanwhile, at the castle of the iron-blooded monarch, this man was trembling in front of the emperor. He's too scared to talk because he might be immediately killed if he says the wrong words. He reported that a suspicious structure has appeared in the east side of Venia, but the emperor has no interest in this thing. This man said that he will just report it to the mayor of Venia. After this, he was dismissed by the emperor. At the HQ, all of them were celebrating. This emperor was still wondering why all of his subordinates were too scared of him. When he was still in his prime, he showed no mercy towards his opponents, all for the glory of his empire and to bring victories to his people. But right now, he's just being feared by everyone. And this made him bored to death. He thought that he should try some entertainment like trying to sneak up and leave his throne. But this will put the whole empire in danger. The level 100 monsters also don't give him the thrill he wants. Then he thought of something really interesting. The emperor will hold a tournament of power. All travelers will be able to join this competition and the grand prize will be a wish. This emperor will grant any wish that the winner wishes. And with that, the empire's fighting competition was posted and all players in the Korean server will be able to join if they want to. This is a huge event created by one powerful NPC inside the game. Back to Hyunsung. He's just observing his fight against Karak and gets bored. Then he thought about doing something while his narcolepsy skill was activated. He searched the internet and decided to attend a kendo class. Workshops and gyms like this started to also train people to improve their idea skills. Hyunsung thought that this would really help him become stronger. After some time, our MC has registered himself to a gym and he will now find a kendo dojo. He went to this place and found this shabby dojo. This old man opened the door. Hyunsung quickly noticed the muscles of this old man. They were all really developed for fighting. He then introduced himself and said that he would like to learn martial arts. The old man commended Hyunsung for his good observation skills and invited him to go inside. Inside this dojo, it was filled with the perfect equipment, from blunt weapons up to those dangerous real ones. The ceiling was also high to allow them to freely swing the weapons. As soon as the old man noticed that Hyunsung was done looking around, he asked him to take off his clothes. The old man said that they should now start and check each other's abilities. Hyunsung then prepared and took a sword as his weapon. He tries to warm up and get familiar with his sword. The old man noticed his movements and skills. He knew right there that Hyunsung really has a talent for martial arts. When he was ready, Hyunsung immediately lunged forward to attack. This old man used his spear and attacked our MC while maintaining their distance. But it was just deflected by Hyunsung. The old man was clearly impressed. Beginners usually drop their weapon after an attack like that. Hyunsung has not backed down and still tried to land an attack. He was then hit on his knee and made his balance unstable. The old man used this opportunity to attack. Hyunsung managed to shift his weight and prevented his body from falling. At the same time, he used his sword and counterattacked. Hyunsung got up. His main problem was his stamina. They have just started, but he's out of breath already. The old man thought that finally, he found a student worthy of teaching. These two wrapped up their practice match and the old man started asking Hyunsung questions. Hyunsung told him about him playing idea and he wanted to improve his swordsmanship further. He also told the old man about his aggressive style. Our MC also wants to learn the AI's kind of play style. He also wants to learn to wield another weapon on his left hand. The old man showed Hyunsung a fighting stance with a dagger in his left hand. He also demonstrated the advantages and attack patterns Hyunsung could do with this dagger. In addition, he could use the dagger to attack from a distance by throwing it to his opponents. Hyunsung was really impressed and found this style suited to him. He then asked the old man to start their training today. Back to idea. Rin was catching her breath because she was relentlessly fighting the same wolves Hyunsung had murdered last time. But this time, she's using her main account. She was able to defeat them with ease but not as fast as Hyunsung. She's wondering if she'll ever meet Hyunsung again. She really wants to recruit him. Last time, These two were forced to become walking storages for Hyunsung's loot. They still waited for some hours, but Yoon had less patience than her older sister. She tried to force Hyunsung to wake up. Then a notification appeared. Hyunsung will be forced to log out because he's been sleeping for a long time. He will also be transported to the nearest city upon login. Then his character vanished. At the end, Yoon got all his items because they would likely meet again because of their levels. Rin really needs to find Hyunsung as fast as she can. She's also waiting for Hyunsung to upload his video on YouTube. But while waiting for this opportunity, Rin was determined to become stronger. She's the guild leader and she takes pride in her strength. She's also with these two and she's copying Hyunsung's fast clearing tactics. Sunny and Hyuna were struggling to keep up with her. They now wonder why their guild leader was acting like this. After resting from his training, Hyunsung's body was stiff. He then proceeds to use his computer and check some new developments on the game. He saw the news about the mysterious castle that has appeared in Venya. The mayor has also organized Serveri troops for it, and they were hiring more players to aid them. Hyunsung recognized Venya. He excluded this city because a lot of players were hunting in this spot. This bored him and just went back to the gym to exercise again. After his session with the old man, he was clearly beaten to a pulp, but our masochist MC was glad because his movements were now more precise. He really craves improvement. After that, he logged into the game. Hyunsung spawned in Rehab Village. As usual, his stats have increased again for sleeping such a long time. Then he noticed this man with his frog costume. This player buys and sells items. Hyunsung approached him as he had some items that he didn't need. This frog trader bought all of his items for 32,450 gold. The price was doubled compared to if he sells his items to the NPC shops. Hyunsung then checks all of the messages he got. Then he saw the most important one. It is his exclusive quest upon reaching level 50. Hyunsung got excited. He heard these exclusive quests from the high-ranked players, but this one is for God-ranked class. He opened the window and it showed the information he needed. The quest was about the only disciple Thananos ever had. Hyunsung needs to find the disciple and look for the assignments Thananos had given to it. The first clue was a mysterious castle that appeared in Venya. The disciple apparently sealed an ancient evil dragon in here to protect the secrets of his master. The other assignments were still locked. They will slowly appear when Hyunsung reaches the levels required for these quests. Every time Hyunsung finds a trace, he will be given a god relic and a god authority skill. But if someone finds the trace beside him, he will fail all the quests. Our MC remembered the news he read about Venya. If he fails one quest, he will be back to level 1. A high-risk, high-reward quest. He tries to protest, but he can't do anything about it. He thought that the rewards were not bad either. A god's relic and a god's authority skill will surely make his life even easier. Upon realizing this, Hyunsung's face turned into this. He ran and went to Venya right away. Hyunsung was teleported to Venya and he quickly noticed its difference from Rehab. This place was filled with high-ranked players and they also have good equipment. Meanwhile, our overpowered MC only wears all the beginner clothes. This makes him some kind of weirdo in this city. He decided to buy a simple armor to not catch more attention. And this is what he got. A freaking jacket. With all the gold he has been getting, this guy bought a common grade armor and still regrets buying it. After that, he quickly ran to go to the castle. It was quite far and to reach it using a horse, it will take 3 in-game days. So he needs to start running now or else the survey troops will get there before he does. At the mayor's private residence, Dornum was asking this guy if all the preparations were going smoothly. This guy responded yes. He's the guild leader of the superhuman guild, Reiner. This player knows how to please this NPC and he's doing well. He just bears to do this kind of shit because the rewards were huge enough. He doesn't care about his pride at all. He'll do everything to get Dornum's approval. The mayor of Venya also gave him this badge. This will give him absolute power to lead and order all the survey troops for their quest. This man was looking to have a lot of contributions for this quest because he plans to take over as Venya's mayor when Dornum becomes a noble. His superhuman guild was also known to be notorious scammers. This guy was planning something. At Venya's East Plaza, The line for the soldiers' application was piling up. This one was assigned for their applications. Players only need to register and they will receive the quest. The mayor of Venia hired players because they were much cheaper than using the Empire's power to clear this quest. This man was getting bored with his job recruiting players. But then someone caught his attention and started to blush. He saw this lady. In idea, players were only allowed to change 10% of their real features. He thought that this lady was surely also this beautiful in real life. He usually only asks for the player's level, but this time he also asked for her name. This lady was clearly irritated, but she still gave her name, which was Han Siwa. She's also a level 110 magician. This man tried to hit on her, but this only annoyed Siwa. She really needs to go to the castle. She thought she did well on enduring this one. Then the next player was asked to come forward. It's Hyunsung and he's wearing his mask. He then told the man his level. This man got irritated because Hyunsung responded using an informal speech. He thought about doing something bad to Hyunsung because he was not respected. Meanwhile, Hyunsung was back in the city because he just ran for 30 minutes without a map. He wasted a lot of time. The team leader was observing his journey all along. This man was quite irritated because Sia and Hyunsung didn't even meet even though they were clearly within reach. But at the same time, he's thankful because both of them have reached Venia to clear their quest. But there's one problem. Both of them have different quest descriptions, and if they meet at the wrong time, these two might even fight each other instead of becoming a team. The team leader tried to check their individual quests. Hyunsung's quest was to find traces of the disciple, and Siwa's quest was to block the resurrection of the Wyvern Aquilor. He prays once again that things will end up the way they should be. In front of Venia, the Survey Corps has started their journey to the castle. Hyunsung thought that 1,000 people were asked to join, but instead, they started the quest even if they only had hundreds. He's now wary about this because the Superhuman Guild was also involved. Our MC plans to ditch this once they reach the castle and do the quest by himself. This man was still eyeing him and it made Hyunsung uncomfortable. He remembered that he might have spoken to this man informally. This man thought that Hyunsung was looking down on him, so he planned to do something as soon as they had a break. Then he was contacted by Rainer. He was told that they will sneak away and go to the castle secretly while trying to delay their convoy. These guys plan to clear the quest all by themselves and get all the rewards. This man's name was Adol, and he still keeps on staring at Hyunsung. Hyunsung knew that Adol was planning badly, so he'll do something about it too. Before the sun sets, Rainer ordered them to rest for 3 real-time hours, and then they will proceed on their mission. This is equivalent to 15 in-game hours, and that's too long. This made other players to just log out and just be back when they're ready. While waiting, Hyunsung thought that this was the right time to lure Adol. Our MC went to the forest and Adol saw this. He secretly followed Hyunsung in the forest. He ran towards Hyunsung with his weapon and he was about to attack. Adol heard the sound of chains while running, but there's no chain in Hyunsung's hand. Right after this observation, chains hit Adol all over his body. Hyunsung was also confused about what's happening. He recognized the chains and they were Reaper's chains, but something about them was different. Adol took true damage and he was held defenseless for 10 seconds. After that, Adol died and he will not be able to log in for a day. Then Hyunsung heard someone. It's Siwa. She asked Hyunsung if he's alright while holding this huge Reaper weapon. Our MC still can't believe what just happened. He just stared at his beautiful face. Let me give you guys some time to do the same. Aha! Hyunsung thought that her class should also be related to Thananos. After all, she used a legendary skill exclusively for their class. Hyunsung was sure that this lady was at least legendary. Siwa told Hyunsung that they should go somewhere safe for now, but this offer was declined by Hyunsung. He said she doesn't need to help him. It's confirmed. Our MC was not a simp. He tried to keep his distance from Siwa because he still doesn't know if she's an ally or an enemy. This left Siwa confused. She wonders why she felt lost. This is the very first time she got rejected. At the Korean HQ, the team leader was fuming because this should be the perfect time to form an alliance. But he quickly understood Hyunsung's perspective. They both have different quests, so they're wary of each other. His instincts told him that something ominous was about to happen. At the Survey Corps camp, someone announced that they will now head out. Most of the players have not yet returned because they told them that it's still 3 hours in real life's time. The players already knew that the Superhuman Guild were like this, but it still annoyed them. Our MC also tried to observe some of the members of the Superhuman Guild. He wonders if Adal had already reported his death to his guild mates, and lo and behold, he did. He called Rainer in real life and told them about the player wearing a mask. He also added that there's another one who helped Hyunsung. Rainer quickly logged in and informed his guild about the player who killed Adal. Then they made some preparations and formed some groups. Rainer also saw the player with a mask and he tried not to be obvious about it. He now has his attention towards Hyunsung. This window is the quest description for Siwa. She's trying to find more clues. Her quest was too vague and this irritates her. But one thing's for sure, she needs to prevent the people from entering the castle. Siwa also noticed something. The guild leader was constantly checking Hyunsung. She thought that Hyunsung was now in deeper trouble because she killed Adal. Siwa concluded that she needs to protect Hyunsung now as she takes responsibility for her actions. This lady also became obsessed with making Hyunsung acknowledge her. After 35 hours of walking, the Survey Corps has decided to camp again. Hyunsung was also thinking about taking a rest for about 2 hours in real life, but he will deal with these bunch first. They have been observing him since they started their journey. Hyunsung went to the forest again to bait these punks, and as expected, they followed Hyunsung. Our MC noticed that these guys were struggling to keep up with him, so he intentionally slowed his pace and these guys finally caught up with him. Hyunsung heard that they were also in search of his ally. This guy forgot that Adal could easily inform his guild mates using the messaging apps in the real world. Then he was confronted by the Superhuman Guild. While they were asking about his ally, our MC was getting excited. He will use them as test subjects for his skills. Hyunsung attacked before they could even react. He grazed this man in front and he was affected by the nightmare skill. He proceeds to go and get the others. All of them got slashed. Hyunsung was trying out attacking them with the dagger, and he's starting to get used to this new style. Then this guy commanded his guild mates to attack Hyunsung all at the same time. Hyunsung knew that he's a stealth class and his weapons were imbued with poison. Hyunsung deflected his attack and shot some magic bullets, and with another slash, this one died. Hyunsung saw that he could also gain some DP from killing these punks. He now has a reason to hunt bad players from time to time. Their battle continues, and as usual, Hyunsung used his insane reaction speed to dodge all of their attacks. He also toyed with them. Hyunsung was also able to use the dagger to attack this range class magician. All of them were clearly no match for Hyunsung. They were just like his test subjects. This man was also able to cut an incoming arrow in half using his dagger. Before killing the remaining ones, he smiled and said goodbye. Another set of DPs were added to him. With this, the battle was done. Hyunsung got some DP and items from these players. He also stopped his recording session. This guy got free content for his channel. While picking up the items, he got an important one. One of the thugs dropped a map of Venia and it marked the location of the castle. Hyunsung saw another map lying on the ground as well and thought that he really got lucky this time. He quickly gave up the quest he got from joining the Survey Corps because he can now head there all by himself. Hyunsung finally logged out. Meanwhile, Han Siwa watched Hyunsung's battle. She found out that he's powerful enough to handle these punks. She remembered the time she saved him and concluded that he intentionally lured Adal into the forest. Siwa also saw him getting the map. And now, she wonders what Hyunsung's real intention was. Just like Hyunsung, she decided to log out as well. After a while, our MC was back and he's on his way towards the castle. He uses his skills to quickly clear his path and defeat random monsters along the way. He's glad because he's now in the right direction. Then he heard a voice that said wow. He turned around and found nothing, so he went back to his way. It is Han Siwa. She stalks Hyunsung and was really amazed by his skills. The monsters that Hyunsung just killed were not weak. but it only took him a few seconds to eliminate them. This lady knew that Hyunsung's class should be at least legendary. All of our MC's actions amazes Siwa. She even thought about hiring Hyunsung to join her guild if she decided to create one. Oh no. Someone is in deep trouble. Our MC has really got this lady's attention now. Even with this kind of funny dodges, Hyunsung still looks cool in her perspective. Meanwhile, the group that Hyunsung killed has reported the incident to Rainer. This man will not let this go. He will bring a separate group with only fast guys to give them more chances of arriving first. Rainer will make sure that Hyunsung and his ally will pay for messing up with his guild. But for now, this guy took a rest. Hyunsung has been running all day and night. He's been doing this for 1.5 days. Along his way, he saw some loot drops. This means that someone was already ahead of him. Hyunsung stopped and analyzed his situation. These guys were at least as fast as him and they were about 5 to 10 people. But he really could not be bothered as he's confident that he can still handle these guys. The karma points were also not accumulating because of his personal quest, so this means he could get more DP upon killing them. After a while, Hyunsung found their camp. There were 5 of them and they looked much stronger than the first ones. This guy looks like a wild monster that was about to pounce on his prey. These guys were getting sleepy. They kept themselves awake by talking about this masked guy. Then they heard a song from a distance and thought there's an ambush. This is Hyunsung's siren song. Their body also started to move on their own and now heading somewhere. Hyunsung appeared in front of them. As soon as they noticed his mask, they all got hit and took significant damage. The nightmare skill also was activated and they saw hallucinations. Hyunsung used his magic bullets after. This guy tried to force himself to attack Hyunsung, but it's too late. They all got stuck on their heads. Then they were hit by the black lightning and died on the spot. This is the only guy who survived the attack. But Hyunsung was already in front of him and slashed his head off. Hyunsung got a new title for killing a player who's 100 levels ahead of him. This gave all of his stats another 20 points each. This is the legendary title he got. Levels are just numbers. This gave our MC 20% buff on his attacks when battling players or monsters with levels above his. It also buffed his experience gain by 30%. After that, Hyunsung noticed that Rainer's group had also arrived. Rainer was pissed because he thought that his subordinates were still not here. As his greetings, Hyunsung fired his magic bullets, and all of them got hit. This triggered the notification for starting a fight against a fellow player. This preemptive attack will also prevent them from logging out of the game. Hyunsung toyed with his victims. As soon as the battle mode was removed, he attacked them again. This has pissed Rainer because they have no idea where this player is. This went on for 10 fucking minutes and it enraged this man more. Then, Hyunsung appeared in front of them. The party was about to attack him. But when you guys see these black orbs above their heads, you already know what's coming. Thanano's Nocturne was activated and these guys were hit by the black lightning. These victims died that easily. With this, Hyunsung can now freely do his quest. His only obstacle with this mission was Siwa. He's still not sure if she's an ally or not. Hyunsung decided to just worry about things later and he logged out. Meanwhile, Hyuna was not looking great as she ate with her brother. She explained that this was because of their guild master. Rin changed her style and now she hunts quicker than their usual pace. This girl has no idea that her guild master was influenced by Hyunsung. Hyunsung was just glad that his sister was enjoying idea because her guild mate seemed nice. Her brother noticed that Hyuna's guild only consists of a few players. She then discussed that each guild's mission was different from others, and they were still able to do their duties because of that. She also added that her guild was different from others because all of them clearly just want to have fun and play the game. And after all of these sales talk, Hyuna asked her brother if he's interested in joining her guild. Hyunsung declined the offer. He told her that his level was still low, so it will not be great to have him join now. This guy really cares about her sister's reputation. And since he has nothing left to do, Hyunsung decided to go and do some exercise. But before heading out, he remembered the clips he recorded, and his fight against the first party was the only useful one, especially it has this cool clip where he split an arrow in half. Hyun-sung then sent this clip to Yeelan. At the gym, Hyun-sung was busy running on a treadmill. Then he saw a news being broadcasted about Idea. They were talking about the Superhuman Guild and their attempt to fool the people around Venya. Apparently, Rainer and his guild were nowhere to be found. And of course, we all know that it was because of Hyun-sung. He killed these guys and now they can't log in. This news has really got the people mad. The Superhuman Guild is now in trouble for manipulating and controlling an event. Hyun-sung remembered Seowa and thought that he's still concerned about her. He thought that no matter what happens, he needs to arrive first to the castle. On the other hand, Yeelan was already watching the clips that Hyun-sung had sent him. He noticed that Hyun-sung's movements now were all more refined and thought that his best friend had already adapted the AI's movements. His employees were also watching the clips and they couldn't help but to be amazed by Hyun-sung's skills. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung was also busy training in the dojo. The old man was starting to be scared by this man's growth. His stamina has also increased by a lot. He thought that Hyun-sung was a monster. The old man decided to get more serious in their sparring, but as they exchange attacks, he feels he is being overpowered by Hyun-sung. This old man decided to stop their session for today. He noticed Hyun-sung's hand. It was already bleeding, but this man still thought that it's fun. What a masochist. After the old man has bandaged his cuts, Hyun-sung told him that he'll be back tomorrow. This old man used Hyun-sung's cut as his alibi to avoid their training. He told him to go and get some rest first. Our MC thought that this is the right time to turn them into calluses so he'll come back again tomorrow. I think this old man regrets his decision to take Hyun-sung as his student. After that, Hyun-sung was having some barbecue with his sister and their caretaker. He also asked them for a YouTube channel. He told them that Yeelan was starting his channel and he needs help on naming it. Hyun-sung informed them about its theme of having two identities. The character has two different styles. Then this Ajuma suggested the name Asura. She told Hyun-sung about the character named Asura that was half male and half female. There's also a god named Asura and he has 3 faces. The siblings liked the suggestion and Hyun-sung has decided to use this as his nickname. After their meal, he quickly logged into the game because he has a lot of things to do today. Hyun-sung decided to start his pace slow and do some stretching first. He also checked the map while doing this, but he was stopped by someone. It was Han Seowa and she's telling Hyun-sung that he can't go any further. Right now, this lady's words weigh much heavier. She's determined. While Hyun-sung was busy killing Rainer's subordinates, Seowa was already watching him. She's also present when Hyun-sung killed Rainer. Turns out, she logged in earlier than Hyun-sung, and she has been waiting for him since. She went to a tree and decided to camp there until Hyun-sung arrived. This girl has been too patient waiting for her crush. It has been 2.5 days and this is what she looks like now. As soon as Hyun-sung appeared, she approached him without even thinking. She shouted at Hyun-sung. Seowa was still irritated and this made Hyun-sung slightly scared. But he thought that this lady was not with Rainer's team. These two were thinking about the same thing. They can't just reveal their mission to each other easily. The team leader was still observing them and he got really frustrated. Hyun-sung initiated and asked Seowa what she's talking about him not going to the castle. She decided to come clean and be honest. She answered that she's in the middle of a quest and she was tasked to prevent people from entering the castle. Seowa didn't reveal her mission totally. Still, it is not a lie. Hyun-sung decided to gamble as he also has a mission like her. Our MC told her about the Wyvern Aquilor. This made Seowa react like this. Hyun-sung knew this was not enough so he added the god of death, Thananos. Hyun-sung told her that since they both have the skill Reaper's Chain, their mission might be related. Seowa was also caught off guard with this information. She never thought that someone could have Reaper's Chain as well. She wondered if Hyun-sung had copy skill, but this lady gambled and asked if she could trust Hyun-sung. Our MC told her that he's also a legendary rank and it's also related to Thananos. Seowa knew that Thananos was the strongest god in Idea and maybe it's also possible to have 2 legendary class under him. Hyun-sung is still trying to gain her trust and he showed her his map. He already memorized this because he thought that this woman would try to steal it from him. He also offered it to Siwa. He's now waiting if all of this worked out. Siwa revealed that she was observing him the whole time. Right from killing another group up to killing Reiner, she's now decided. She's gonna trust Hyunsung. She then apologized for following him. These two finally talked about the correlation of their quest. Siwa has completely revealed her quest. She told Hyunsung that she needs to block the Wyvern's resurrection. She whines to Hyunsung because her quest was too vague. Hyunsung's quest description was the opposite. It's detailed, but this gave Hyunsung an idea that her quest was different from his, and now he wonders why. Han Siwa continued to whine about the god of death. She was also given skills that were too much to handle. This kind of whining has made Hyunsung relate to her, and he concluded that she's telling the truth. These two were really both fed up. Hyunsung started to open up as well and ranted to Siwa. With this, they concluded that they really have a lot in common. Hyunsung also felt relieved because Han Siwa was not an enemy. She's just naive. But our MC still decided to not tell her everything, especially their rank. This makes her a direct subordinate of Hyunsung. While she was still complaining, Hyunsung remembered to introduce himself. They have been busy with their rants and forgot to ask for each other's names. Siwa asked Hyunsung about his mask, and he told her that it's just his persona. Even with his mask on, Hyunsung looked cool in Siwa's perspective. But then he removed his mask. Han Siwa was bewildered. She thought that Hyunsung was really handsome. And he has great skills as well. This lady was in it deep. It's always the quiet ones. After that, these two decided to make a run going to the castle. Siwa still can't get enough of Hyunsung. She still admires him as they run. She knew that Hyunsung would make it big as a YouTuber. Hyunsung was also amazed because this is the first time someone managed to keep up with his speed. Being too competitive, Hyunsung was determined to not lose, but he's clearly struggling. Meanwhile, Siwa was just thinking about an excuse so she could send him a friend request. She mustered her courage and boldly told Hyunsung that they should add each other. She told him that it was just for this mission and it meant nothing more. Hyunsung found her weird for saying lots of things, so he's the one who sent a request. And with that, Siwa was successful on her mission. This is the view of the mysterious castle. These guys have been running for 25 hours, but instead of being tired, Hyunsung was excited. Siwa was moved with Hyunsung's determination and strength. She wants to become stronger. They arrived at the front of the castle, but there's a shield protecting it. Right when they were about to enter, Siwa was blocked. She's told that she can't enter the castle while the test is ongoing. Hyunsung also got some messages, but they were not the same as Siwa. He's the only one who could enter the castle, and he needs to pass a test. If he fails, the Wyvern will resurrect. Hyunsung told her about the requirements. Siwa thought that this castle appeared because of Hyunsung. She then encouraged Hyunsung to just go and do his best while she protects the castle. Hyunsung agreed and just suddenly went off. The pressure outside the castle changed. She's pissed because Hyunsung didn't even say goodbye. Siwa activated her skill. Zone Declaration. Ominous aura filled the surroundings. She positioned herself at the center of the castle's entrance. Siwa activated her Saintess skill, and her looks changed. She looks more suitable to be Thanano's disciple now. This lady was too dangerous to mess up with. She's like a female version of Hyunsung and worthy to be a Reaper wielder Saintess. Siwa used another skill called Reaper Summon. This is some soul leveling kind of shit. This lady just summoned these shadowy fighters. She commanded them to defend and kill everyone who tried to enter the castle. Siwa still felt the goosebumps from using this skill. She's still not used to its aura. She just hopes that Hyunsung could pass the test. Meanwhile, our MC was in front of the Wyvern. It's over 100 meters in height. Hyunsung felt some tremblings. A notification popped out. Hyunsung discovered the sealed Wyvern Aquilere. This achievement gave Hyunsung +5 on all of his stats. Then a desk and a chair appeared in front of him. This is the first part of the test. Every time Hyunsung will get a wrong answer, the difficulty of the next test will increase. It's really a test, and this is the first question. Thanano's full name. Our MC has this smile on his face while taking the test. But this bastard threw his pen and decided to not answer anything. This guy doesn't know anything about his god. It lasted 10 minutes before it ended, and it reminded Hyun-sung about the consequences of his actions. This man was too busy leveling up and didn't pay any attention to the descriptions of his quests. But instead of being scared, this man was excited because he's gonna face the highest difficulty of the test. This is not a punishment for him. It's a damn reward. The time was up and he got all the questions wrong. His mission was to not die while facing the wyvern's doppelganger for 1 hour. The statue became alive and it emitted too much pressure. The wyvern quickly attacked. Luckily, Hyun-sung was able to dodge it. If not, he's surely dead. The scream of this wyvern made Hyun-sung's body tremble. This is the disaster that the whole game would have to face if Hyun-sung fails this quest. Hyun-sung also had difficulty moving, so he removed all of his equipment. He also used all of his remaining points on increasing his agility. Hyun-sung consumed some health potions. This is the first time we've seen this guy having some difficulty. The wyvern spread its wings and started to fly. The force its wings created were enough to make the boulders fly towards Hyun-sung. After all of this, only 5 minutes have passed. Hyun-sung tried to hide behind the rocks to try and observe the wyvern first, but it started to charge its power. Hyun-sung used his siren's song and it disrupted the wyvern. It only delayed the inevitable. Hyun-sung also revealed his position. The wyvern let out a fire breath. Hyun-sung just barely survived that attack. To top it off, this is just a doppelganger. The real wyvern would be way stronger than this copy. But this idea pissed our MC. He will now start his counterattack. He used magic bullets and daggers, but it didn't penetrate this wyvern's scales. But he still noticed that nightmare stacks still worked out. Hyun-sung started to equip his weapons again. This is badass. MC turned his recording first and will now start his raid. He started off using Thanano's Nocturne and it dealt a critical strike to the wyvern. Even if the attack was effective, its effects were cut in half because this monster's level was too high. Hyun-sung thought that he's screwed. At the Korean HQ, these guys were also watching Hyun-sung's battle. They were all scared because even if they organized all of the strongest players in the Korean server, they doubted they could defeat the real wyvern. The team leader was also at the edge of his seat because Hyun-sung chose to battle the most difficult version of the test. Back at Hyun-sung, he continued to attack and he's slowly dealing some damage. This guy also figured out the wyvern's weakness. It's weak to melee attacks. Hyun-sung slashed its underbelly and then used the Nocturne skill again. This is not enough to defeat this monster. While the wyvern was still affected by the nightmare skill, Hyun-sung jumped towards it. This is his trump card, attacking the reverse scale. It's the weakness of all the dragons. After bombarding it with his slashes, he used the black lightning again. Hyun-sung only has 10 minutes remaining. The wyvern was trying to charge another fire breath again, but it was interrupted by the siren's seduction. This delayed the attack and gave Hyun-sung enough time to dodge. He also used this to attack the wyvern and it made its stamina below 10%. This triggered another phase. The wyvern will now be awakened after 1 minute. It will be immune to all abnormalities after that. Hyun-sung knew that this was his only chance to defeat this enemy. He quickly used the skill Sabbath of the Dead. This skill will make the victim asleep and take double damage from the hits it will receive. But the wyvern was too powerful. It resisted the sleep effect and casted another fire breath. Hyun-sung didn't dodge the attack, but instead, he faced it head-on. The wyvern was pierced with chains. It counterattacked with another fire breath. Hyun-sung was still in mid-air. He couldn't dodge this attack. He then used his Berserker skill. This skill will ignore all of the damage he'll receive for 10 seconds and will increase his attack power by 50%. Our MC has risked everything with this attack because if this fails, the skill will make him faint for a few seconds. Hyun-sung used another Thanano's Nocturne, and notifications of him leveling up started to appear. This guy has defeated the wyvern. He didn't just try to survive within the 10 minutes. He exceeded his mission. Even after winning, he thought that he's so close of getting fucked. Hyun-sung still can't believe that he managed to pull this impossible mission off. With this achievement, his stats were all increased by 30 points each. He also received 2000 DP for defeating the wyvern. These were the new titles our MC got. His main mission was also cleared. This guy didn't forget to collect all of his loot drops. Then this guy appeared in front of him. He greeted Hyun-sung as his god. This is Thanano's disciple. But it was only a recorded hologram. The disciple said that if Hyun-sung just dodged the wyvern's attack, a different version of this mission's ending would have been triggered. But he expected and knew that if it's Thanano's descendant, Hyun-sung will also have a fucked-up personality. This is just a hologram, so Hyun-sung would only listen to what he will say even though he's pissed. After messing around, the disciple will now give Hyun-sung his reward. But he needs to choose between the god's relic or the god's authority. Turns out, he can't have both now. Hyun-sung chose the authority and he was given two options. Whichever authority will not be chosen, he can still have it in the future. The first one is this skill, Thanano's Call. It consumes 1000 DP to activate, but this skill will kill all beings within 100-meter radius. This is just some mass murder shit. Hyun-sung knew that this was just too powerful, but then he saw the second one and chose this instead. Back at the Korean HQ, the team leader was shocked because Hyun-sung got a legendary item and a legendary skill from the loot drops. On top of that, he also received a new overpowered skill that will really snowball his way to the top. The team leader decided to report this again to the higher-ups. The skill that our MC chose was this one, Thanano's Lucid Dreaming. This skill has two effects, a passive and an active one. The passive effect lets Hyun-sung obtain double DP and it will also lessen the cooldown of the DP store in half. The active skill was that it will consume one level permanently, but this will give Hyun-sung absolute power for 1 minute. He can use any of his skills without any cooldown. This made Hyun-sung happy, because he will now be able to get 2 legendary skills in just 1 month using the DP store. After choosing an authority, the disciple said his goodbye, but they will meet again when Hyun-sung reaches level 100. He also told Hyun-sung that the castle will disappear after a minute, so he should hurry getting out. This pissed Hyun-sung even more and he'll make sure he gets to punch this disciple next time. Hyun-sung was able to escape right before the castle disappeared. He was greeted by Siwa and she asked him if he failed. Hyun-sung answered no and Siwa immediately knew that the castle was made by the disciple. She has also encountered that man before. She's also glad because her quest was also completed. She checked the reward she got, and as usual, they're not that great. Siwa asked Hyun-sung if he got some good skills or items from defeating the wyvern. He clearly forgot about these and checked his inventory. Our MC was clearly happy with the things he got. First is these heroic grade boots. This gives him a 10% increase in both movement and attack speed. It also gives him a new skill called Mirage, which creates a clone of himself. The next one was a Belt of Dreams. This will save him from 5 unavoidable attacks per day. It's too useful in crucial moments. Hyun-sung also got Killian's ring, but he still can't use this item yet. As for the legendary item, he got the Worm's Heart. If he consumes this, it will give him plus 500 stats on power and intelligence. It will also double his intelligence points permanently. A dragon language skill book was also dropped. If Hyun-sung used this, he would acquire the dragon language skill. Our MC used the book and learned the dragon language. When using this skill, all skill cooldowns will also be ignored, but it will consume double mana consumption. Siwon noticed that Hyun-sung was happy, so she knew that he got some great ones. These two also decided to part ways now. Their mission was successful and they were both grateful to each other. Hyun-sung was the first one to head out. Han Siwa got this skill called Wake Up Song. This gives her the ability to wake up an ally that will hear her song. She thought that this was just too much of a skill, but this one was too compatible with Hyun-sung's narcolepsy skill. If only she knew about it. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung was back at an inn and he was about to consume the Worm's Heart. He also used his other equipment. Right now, this is the stats of our overpowered MC. He's also now level 74, and got a lot of ability points to spend. He used 25 of these points to increase his reaction speed and the rest were put to strength. After a long and tiring day, he decided to log out. Hyun-sung met up with Yiwon after that. This guy was not able to get some sleep because of the clips Hyun-sung has been sending him. Yiwon also asked him about the name of his channel, and Hyun-sung told him that he would like to use the name Asura. Yi-Hun quickly knew the reason behind it and he found it really fitting for Hyun-sung's character. These two continued to chat about the videos and whatnot. Yi-Hun also learned that Hyun-sung was already farming around the Veni region. He asked about Hyun-sung's level now. This guy told him that he's currently at level 74. His best friend can't believe the way he progresses in the game. Meanwhile, Rainer was pissed because of what happened. He knew that he can't use his character now because he's a wanted man in Venia. His guild's image was also messed up by Hyun-sung. He logged in again and this time, he will use his other character that has a unique rank class. Hyun-sung also logged in back to the game. He gained additional stats for sleeping 31 hours. He remembered that at level 60, players get another skill and he checked his. He got Thanano's collection. This lets him collect the souls of the boss monsters he defeats. Hyun-sung didn't really understand the purpose of this skill, but he thought that someday it will be useful. Our MC decided to take it easy and start getting some simple quests. He has been grinding non-stop since he started playing this game. He thought it's not a bad idea to chill for a while and enjoy the view of the game. Hyun-sung got this quest. He just needs to collect some shark's fin. After accepting the quest, he met this man again, the frog man who bought his equipment last time. They greeted each other and introduced themselves. The frog man's name was Amir and he asked Hyun-sung if he would like to join their party. Amir's party was also heading out of the underwater cave. He told Hyun-sung the benefits he could be getting if he joins their party. Amir will buy all the items Hyun-sung wants to sell while they are hunting. This will give Hyun-sung enough space to just keep farming and killing monsters. Hyun-sung liked the idea and accepted the offer. Our MC joined the party and he's the lowest leveled one. All of them exceeded level 100. After that, Amir introduced Hyun-sung to the other members, and they welcomed him quite nicely. There's an archer, a healer and a mage, but deep within their sweet smiles, they were already eyeing Hyun-sung's equipments. These three have a separate group chat for them and they are planning to steal from Amir and Hyun-sung. This guy has no idea what's happening and decided to start their hunt. While they were on their hunt, Amir was always so close on getting hit by these monsters. Hyun-sung was there to rescue him every time. The archer was also not bad. His skills were great. Whenever Hyun-sung also receives some damage, the healer is attentive and heals him quickly. As for the mage, her magic was also enough to kill one monster instantly. These three noticed Hyun-sung's skill and they thought they would have a hard time executing their plan. Hyun-sung found that this kind of pacing was fun. He intentionally holds his strength and blends in nicely. Amir also purchased the items from their hunt and Hyun-sung got 547,000 gold. After that, the party rested for a while. They also continued to hunt for more monsters and Hyun-sung noticed that the monsters were getting stronger. Our MC got his quest item and his bonus gold for the items he sold to Amir. Amir suggested that they should take a break again and this started to piss Hyun-sung. These three were also gossiping to each other all the time and Hyun-sung noticed that they were planning something. Whenever the backlines were in trouble, Amir used his aggro skill. He throws a coin towards the monster and then he will be targeted. So far, their teamwork was working out pretty well. But then the archer suggested they keep on hunting and they should head towards that direction. He said that he saw some monsters in here. He thought that he could fool everyone because of his high reaction speed. Little did he know that Hyun-sung's stats were much higher than his. At this moment, our MC knew that they were into something. Their actions also started to get sloppy and obvious. But Amir was just too kind and chose to trust these punks. The archer led them into this secret dungeon, and then it opened. Amir was too amazed that there really is something in here. While they were walking, these three had some smug faces. I mean four. Hyun-sung included. At the end of the tunnel, the party saw another door. The archer said that he'll buy some arrows from Amir because he already has run out of them. Hyun-sung thought that there's something wrong. He was expecting them to attack before they reached the monsters. Our MC was getting bored waiting for their trap. Before facing the boss of this dungeon, Amir gathered them again and told them to be more careful. After that, they opened the door and it's the den of the blade-toothed Laquishan. This is the boss of this dungeon, a four-armed shark. As usual, Hyun-sung got excited. He also glanced at his teammates before attacking. In a swift motion, Hyun-sung managed to land an attack. Amer followed it up with his aggro skill. Hyun-sung used this opportunity to get behind the monster and attack one of its eyes. This is a chance to attack it all together. The archer and the mage used their skills. Hyun-sung thought that this would also be the perfect time to try his new skill, Mirage. He was beaten by the monster, but his body slowly turned into black dust. Hyun-sung was already behind the monster and did a series of slashes. But this boss was tough and managed to counterattack. These three suddenly tried to help Hyun-sung, but this is what they have been waiting for. Some of their attacks also landed on Hyun-sung. With this, the boss managed to bite Hyun-sung for real this time. He managed to hit its neck, but he was also deeply wounded. Hyun-sung consumed a health potion right after. These three can't believe that he managed to survive that. Hyun-sung noticed that their attacks were too precise. These guys were veterans. The archer commanded the mage to attack with lightning bolt again, and she needs to aim properly at Hyun-sung. She made it look like a mistake, but Hyun-sung dodged it and it hit the monster. The healer also let out another attack, but it was also dodged by Hyun-sung. They were starting to get confused. Amer gave them a thumbs up because of their attacks. Eventually, the boss was defeated, and these two thanked the veterans for their hard work. Our MC was really grateful for their pathetic skills. After that, the party exited the dungeon and Amer started to give them their fair share of the loot drops. They only got 4 item drops and Amer decided to give all the items to each of them. These guys picked items without even asking Hyun-sung if that's okay with him. In the end, Hyun-sung got the skill book. It's a rare skill that lets the user summon sharks made out of water like Kasama from Naruto. Hyun-sung was satisfied with this skill because he can spam this using the dragon language. Amer thanked Hyun-sung for his contributions and they added each other as friends. Our MC now has 2 friends in his list. The veterans also went on their way. Their attitudes completely changed. Hyun-sung also said his goodbyes to Amer and went on his way as well. Amer was happy because he met such an amazing man. He then equipped his legendary backpack. This man will head to Venia again. Meanwhile, these veterans were waiting for this moment. They planned to attack Amer when he's alone, but then they heard a voice behind their back. Before they could turn their heads around, they were killed by Hyun-sung. He also got the items these ones got from the dungeon. Hyun-sung also found out that he can reduce karma points by using his DP points. This is just too convenient. After a day of not being able to play, these three were back and they were now anxious. They thought they were now safe and were planning to have other victims. But they heard the same voice again. And poof, they were dead again. Our MC was starting to enjoy killing players for fun. Look at this face. Meanwhile, his YouTube channel was already ready. It only has 1 subscriber and no videos yet. Yiwon was kinda nervous because he's now uploading the first video. After that, Hyun-sung logged out. Then he hears Hyuna's voice and she's calling him. Hyuna was watching Asura's video. She told him that this player's skills were just too insane. This is the clip where Asura managed to split an arrow in half. Hyun-sung accidentally said thanks to Hyuna for praising this player's skills. He then created an alibi that he's thanking Hyuna because of his friend. It's for Yiwon's channel. Hyuna was just too fascinated and asked if Hyun-sung could help her contact Asura. This guy knows he's in trouble. Hyuna wanted his brother to ask Asura if he could join their guild. She then revealed to Hyun-sung the qualifications they uphold in the Hero Guild. The first thing is that applicants should be at least unique. She also showed enthusiasm while telling her brother about her guild. This is enough to make our MC think about joining them someday. Hyun-sung agreed that he'll try to make Asura join the Hero Guild, but he told her that he can't promise anything. After that, Hyun-sung carried Hyuna to assist her getting back to her capsule. He then noticed that his sister had gained weight. Hyuna was obviously irritated with her brother's observation. She told him that he should not do that to other girls. She then teased her brother from not having any romantic relationships, and this comment was spot on. Hyun-sung then received a call from Yiwon telling him that he had already uploaded the video. He also told Hyun-sung that he should check the top searches on the internet. These were the most searched topics right now. His video already has about 30 million views. This is just insane. Hyun-sung's channel also got 1.6 million subscribers. This part of this manhwa inspired me to do my best on reaching my goal of becoming a great manhwa recap channel. Back to the recap. Yoon was busy battling this weird-looking Venusaur. She managed to land a hit on its nape. This weird-looking Venusaur was called Sapling Bear, and it was stunned for 5 seconds. Yoon finished her attack with a swift slash all over its body, and she was able to defeat it. While picking up the loot drops, Yoon remembered Hyun-sung. She still has his items from their raid last time. She then went back to the city. Yoon was still waiting for Hyun-sung at the Rehab village. She heard a lot of players talking about this player named Asura. She also saw Asura being featured at the home page of ID itself. Yoon thought that this guy was definitely Hyun-sung. While she's watching his video, she can't help herself but to be amazed because Hyun-sung's movements now were more refined. She quickly went to Venya after this. At the Hero Guild's house, Rin was also watching the video of Asura. While Rin was too focused on checking where Asura was, Hyun entered her room. She told Rin that this man's video has already reached 70 million views. She also told her that her brother was acquainted with Asura. Hearing this, Rin got excited and made a request to Hyuna. She wanted Hyuna to relay a message to Asura. She really wants Asura to join their guild. Rin also wanted to return Asura's items from their last raid. Hyuna was shocked when she heard that her guild leader had already been on a raid with Asura. After a while, Hyun-sung came back home and he was greeted by Hyuna. She asked her brother if he had already talked with Asura. Hyun also told him that apparently, Asura has some items to claim from their guild master. This is where Hyun-sung knew that Rin was maybe using her ult that time. Our MC knew that this would complicate things. If he'll end up meeting Rin again, she'll surely remember his face and then Hyuna will know about his secret. Hyun-sung made an alibi that Asura was a very shy person. He doubts that he'll have time meeting them personally. Meanwhile at the Karen Empire, this man informed the Emperor that the preparations for the tournament had already progressed smoothly. It will be ready in a month. The Emperor was clearly excited about this tournament. He told them that it should end up that way he wanted. Players will be separated into 4 different categories and will be ranked according to their strength. At the east part of Venya, these players were scared from what they were seeing. A horde of monsters have started to make their way towards the city, and none of the players could stop them. They were all just killed. These monsters' goal was to follow a certain command, and that is to kill Thanano's descendant. While all of this chaos was happening, the root of the problem was busy checking his stats. He'll soon reach level 100 if he hunts by himself. He remembered that the disciple might have prepared another test for him, so he needs to gain some basic knowledge about Thananos. He then went to the Pantheon to learn more about this god. While he's on his way, he noticed that the guards didn't even check his credentials. All of the priests inside were also trying their best to avoid him. Other players also noticed that the NPCs were avoiding Hyun-sung, so they just did the same. Our MC was starting to get annoyed because he didn't even know the reason. Then he saw this old man. Hyun-sung knew that this old man's position was definitely higher than the snob priests. Hyun-sung was just about to approach him, but this old man bowed to him. The old man also apologized for failing to escort Hyun-sung. Turns out, this old man was a bishop of this temple, and he kept on trembling as he spoke with Hyun-sung. The people around them started to wonder who Hyun-sung might be. Hyun-sung was invited by the bishop inside the Pantheon. He introduced himself to Hyun-sung and told him that he's the one in charge of this temple. This bishop was still shaking, so Hyun-sung told him to calm down, and the door behind them was destroyed. Hyun-sung thought that this was a kind of attack. He saw a man wearing a priest's uniform. This weird guy was crying and uttered the word God. After that, he bowed his head so hard that it hit and cracked the ground. Tears and blood started pouring down as this man praised Hyun-sung. He introduced himself as Libius, and he's Hyun-sung's servant. Our MC found him weird and wanted to escape this place. Hyun-sung also found out that Libius was an NPC related to his Thananos. This servant told his master that he'll get a new skill if Hyun-sung will go to the altar. This man was quickly persuaded as soon as he heard the words new skill. This is Thanano's altar. Libius told Hyunsung some information about this place. Our MC replied using an informal speech. Then this happened. Libius was not expecting his master to treat him as equal. He wants to be treated as a servant. He told Hyunsung that's the only way to ascend. Hyunsung agreed because he doesn't want to keep this scene from happening. He then asked Libius to tell him everything he knows about Thananos. Libius summoned a chair and some tea for his master. He told Hyunsung that Thananos was the strongest among the gods. Hyunsung told him that he already knew that. And the room was filled with awkward silence. Apparently, this guy knew nothing about Thananos except from that information. Hyunsung thought that he clearly wasted his time here. Right when he was about to leave, he saw Libius holding a bag. Libius told him that he'll follow Hyunsung because that's what servants do. This task was from the disciple itself. He also told Libius about the dark energy that will come from the east, so he should accompany Hyunsung. Our MC knew that this guy will probably be necessary for the next part of his mission. Then Libius told Hyunsung that the dark energy coming from the east just happened yesterday. Monsters will also be flooding the city in just a few days, so it's useless if Hyunsung will not accept his assistance. Hyunsung clearly doesn't know anything about the monsters heading towards the city. Libius informed him that it was because of Hyunsung clearing the Wyvern mission last time. He then checked his status window to see any information about this. Hyunsung saw a notice from Idea. Monsters were really coming to attack the city. Idea also posted an emergency quest. This is to protect the city of Venia. Hyunsung got excited again after seeing this. He plans to join this quest. After that, Hyunsung had a party with Libius. He was shocked to see that Libius was already level 560. This NPC was clearly stronger than most of the players in Idea. Hyunsung was happy because he'll receive support and buffs from this high-level nuthead. These two were excited to head to the east part of the city. An overpowered MC with an over-leveled NPC. This will surely be a bloodbath. Meanwhile, someone seems to be in a hurry and types too fast. This person was Minura, the development team leader of Idea. She was tired because she was working all day for the monster wave that was summoned because Hyunsung killed the Wyvern. This guy has been causing her too much trouble because of our MC's rapid progress. She now worries that Hyunsung might finish the first chapter of the game in a flash. Besides from the overpowered skills that Hyunsung got, he's also with Libius now. She thought that Hyunsung would be able to reach level 100 if he participated in the siege for the monster wave. When players reach level 100, they will be unlocking two skills. A passive skill and an ultimate skill. But for Hyunsung's case, both skills will be an active skill. She thought that no other players could beat Hyunsung once he gets these two skills. Even while eating her noodles, she worries about Hyunsung's rapid level growth. She thought that Hyunsung was really a mad person. She then used the AI of Idea and asked what level would Hyunsung be after the monster siege. The AI answered that he'll be around level 101 if Hyunsung managed to kill all the monsters. He will also get all the rarest drops from the boss monsters that he'll be killing. After that, Minura decided to just focus on the tournament that an NPC has held. This girl gave up upon seeing something about it. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Venia, Yoon was still looking for Hyunsung. She then went back to the city again. This city is full of people right now. She saw the emergency quest of defending the city against the monster wave. Level 100-150 players could also participate. Yoon thought that Hyunsung would probably participate because he likes fighting. She got excited just by thinking about it. After that, she dashed her way out of the city. She thought that Hyunsung would fight the monsters before other players could participate. Hyunsung was indeed trying to fight the monsters head-on. He's still with Libius. The monsters could sense his energy because of Thananos' power and they will head to Hyunsung's location. He then told Libius to try and spread the energy around the area. This will confuse the monsters and divide them. These were the monsters heading to Venia. All of them were high-leveled monsters and some were boss creatures. This orc noticed the energy was being split and being spread throughout the area. As expected, the monsters were confused. Then the energy suddenly disappeared. The monsters then decided to spread out and look for Hyunsung. Our MC was just observing them. Everything was going according to his plan. Each boss monster has about 1,000 subordinates with them, and in total, there were about 5,000 monsters. Hyunsung wanted to decrease these numbers before they reached Venia. This guy could easily solo this quest now that Libius can give him buffs, but he decided not to. He thought he should not be greedy this time, but this guy still wants to get the #1 spot in contributions. He plans to kill only the bosses and elite mobs. After a while, Hyunsung hit the record button and it was show time. We can clearly see the excitement on Libius' face right here. This Moonwater Ebalk will be the first target of our MC. It can sense and smell the energy of Hyunsung, but upon following the scent, all it got was Hyunsung's jacket. Then suddenly, Hyunsung appeared beside him and fired magic bullets. Hyunsung spammed this skill towards the elite mobs around the boss. Because of the increase in his magic power, these bullets were enough to kill them in one shot. The boss got desperate and casted its skill. It howled and all the wolves around him received a buff. Hyunsung wants to defeat them completely, so he also asked for Libius buff. His overall skills and attacks will be increased by 50% for 1 hour. These two dash towards each other, but Hyunsung just proceeds on killing its subordinates. At this moment, the boss realized something. This is not a fight. It is just a mere monster hunting for this guy. Hyunsung wanted to minimize the damage he's dealing, so he decided to just use his sword against these guys. He stabbed the wolf boss, and then used Thanano's Nocturne. This monster growled in pain as it felt the black lightning around its body. Before dying, it saw Hyunsung. He was indeed a hunter. With that, the boss was defeated and Hyunsung gained 30 levels up. He also got the best loot drops from this encounter because this was related on the Wyvern quest last time. Our MC then used his new skill, Thanano's Necromancy. This is like the power of soul leveling's MC. This skill consumes the boss soul and in return, it will be resurrected. The monster will have a 50% buff in its stats and this will last for 10 minutes. This Moonwater Ebalk was now under Hyunsung's command. This guy thought that a dog is a must when hunting. After that, this black char snake will be the next target. It's not as strong as the ogres, but its poison was a huge problem. Hyunsung immediately dashed because he wanted to fight this while his buffs were still active. In a swift moment, the wolf bit the snake's body. The snake made its move and bit the wolf as well. This is where Hyunsung executed a series of stabs on the snake's body. The wolf also managed to pin it down. Another series of slashes were being executed. And with that, this mighty black snake was defeated. Like last time, Hyunsung leveled up and got the best loot drops. He didn't waste time and proceeded onto his next target. It's this ogre champion Akap. But as they were approaching the ogre, another boss monster appeared. And it's this giant orc, Purak. Hyunsung was thinking about using his lucid dreaming skill, but it will just be a waste as it will completely win this battle. He's just struggling to figure out how he could penetrate the defense of this ogre and sustain the damage from this orc. Hyunsung commanded Libius and his wolf to fight the giant orc. And as for him, he will fight the ogre. The ogre was already hit by the magic bullets, but the attack was ineffective. Hyunsung then used his mirage skill. The ogre clearly started to struggle on hitting its attacks. A series of openings appeared and Hyunsung managed to grab each one. He managed to land hits to this ogre. The ogre champion used his skill. Its strength and reaction speed was increased to 30%. But as a drawback, magic spells will now be effective against it. Hyunsung then used his shark torpedo. This summoned a number of water sharks around him. He used this to attack the ogre, and because of its improved reaction speed, it was able to block them. But this was just a mere diversion. Hyunsung managed to land a hit on its left eye. This attack dealt a critical damage and it made the ogre blind for 10 seconds. The nightmare skill was also activated, but this ogre didn't back down and it managed to hit Hyunsung. Luckily, he got this belt of dreams which negates unavoidable attacks. Hyunsung also found himself being surrounded by these monsters. He checked the status of Libius and the wolf, but he found out that the wolf was already defeated. Our MC knew that the situation was not ideal. He then summoned his chains and killed most of the monsters. Those who survived the chains were then attacked by the black lightning. With this, all that's left was the two boss monsters. Hyunsung then fought the giant orc. He used his shark torpedo skill against it. He was struggling because the ogre was also attacking him. He analyzed the situation. Hyun-sung could only spam 2 skills. Magic bullets, and the shark torpedo has no cooldown because of the dragon language skill. Besides that, he has no other skills left. Another set of reinforcements came and he was again surrounded. Hyun-sung wants to record an overwhelming victory for his YouTube channel. He then used his lucid dreaming skill. For 1 minute, all of his skills cool down and casting time will be nullified. But as a drawback, his defense for 10 days will be 0. Hyun-sung also used his berserk skill. This guy was really planning to get rid of them all. The monsters can't keep up with Hyun-sung's movements now. They were all defeated in an instant. A barrage of shark torpedoes was also set towards the boss monsters. A few slashed and then followed up with the black lightning. Magic bullets were also sent flying. Then Hyun-sung turned his attention to the ogre champion. This poor guy received a huge number of shark torpedoes and magic bullets. A slash on its neck also sealed the deal. Hyun-sung has finally defeated this tough ogre. With a grin in his face, our MC used the necromancy skill again. The mighty ogre champion was now under his command. This made the giant orc more annoyed. It made its way towards Hyun-sung and used its skill. This is a shackle that will make its opponents immovable. The Belt of Dreams will also not be triggered. Hyun-sung had no other way to dodge this attack and it created a huge hole. Libius then came back. The champion ogre attacked the orc. This made it clear that Hyun-sung was still alive. Turns out, our MC used the berserk skill again. As you all know, this skill negates all the damage he receives. The orc was still in disbelief, but Hyun-sung was already on his way to slay this monster. After that, all of the boss monsters were all defeated. Hyun-sung immediately collected the loot from this hunt. His lucid dreaming skill also ended. His defense is at 0 for the next 10 days. A horde of monsters were still coming at him. He knew that this time, he's really at a disadvantage, so he tried running away. But then, the monsters chasing him were hit by a yellow lightning. Hyun-sung was clearly confused. He doesn't have a skill like this. He thought another boss had spawned. Libius also told his master that this means trouble. Someone called Hyun-sung. It is a familiar voice. It is Yoon. Libius told his master that Yoon was the god of heaven's paladin, and it is indeed. This is Yoon's unique rank. Hyun-sung gave Libius a mad stare. Yoon was a friend of his and he doesn't need to be cautious around her. Yoon thought that Libius was a weird NPC and she told Hyun-sung that she had been looking for him to give him his items. She then revealed that she watched Asura's video and knew that the background from his fights were from Venya. While they're still talking, another set of monsters came. These 2 overpowered players quickly slayed these mobs. After the fight, these 3 were back in the city. Hyun-sung and Yoon agreed to go to the cafe, but Libius also wants to come. He was then asked by Hyun-sung to go to the Pantheon and find more clues about the second trace. But this was intended to make him go away. Being an obedient servant, Libius quickly went away. These 2 went to the cafe after. Yoon was overthinking. She was afraid she'll look like a stalker in front of Hyun-sung. She then made the first move and showed Hyun-sung the items he got last time. Our MC was glad that it was another skill book and a sword. The sword was called Sinclair. It has a debuff that makes its damage 50% less, but it greatly increases other aspects. It also ignores defense. Hyun-sung thought that he could easily negate the debuff by applying Iris Failed product. The skill book was an instant teleportation skill. It has a cooldown of 1 minute. The only downside was that the user will be transported to a random place each time. Nevertheless, our MC was satisfied. He also remembered that since he already got his items, he will not need to meet up with Rin and his sister anymore. He also asked Yoon to keep his nickname a secret. Yoon quickly agreed and was delighted. After getting his items, Hyun-sung was about to go. But Yoon still hasn't sent him a friend request. Yoon then simply asked for the friend request. And with that, Hyun-sung gained another friend inside the game. Our MC went back to the inn after a long day. He was also eager to check the items he got from the hunt he conducted. These were the items he got. Most of them were like materials for crafting. The most notable one was this skill book. He used it and got this skill, Sweet Dreams. This skill will make him fall asleep for 10 minutes and each minute will recover his health. This skill was really compatible with his narcolepsy skill because the AI will always take over once he's asleep. Another OP skill for ROPMC. Hyunsun was also satisfied with his contribution for the emergency quest. Since he killed the boss monsters and elite mobs, he will surely get top 1. This dagger was also dropped from the hunt. It consumes mana but it has the ability to come back to Hyunsung whenever thrown. Meanwhile, at the office of his best friend, all of the staff were being bombarded with calls inquiring about Asura. Even top guilds from Inferno were asking for some details about this mysterious genius. Yiwen also thought that he now needed to hire more people to meet all the work they were receiving. After that, he received a call from an important person. He quickly answered it. It was from a popular streamer named Devil. This guy was interested in Asura. He asked Yiwen if Asura was already in a guild. Yiwen answered it with a no. The Devil then took the opportunity and asked Yiwen if he could advertise his guild to Asura. Devil also told him important information that would really interest Asura. This was about the Empire's fighting competition. Knowing Hyunsung, he will surely participate in this event. Yiwen then dialed Hyunsung's phone number and gave him a call. He told him about the competition. This is where Hyunsung also revealed that he was already level 94. Yiwen then asked him not to level up anymore. The competition will be divided into different classes based on their levels, and some pro players will participate on levels 100 and below. Hearing this, Hyunsung was glad. He will get a chance to fight pro players. Hyunsung will also send Yiwen another set of videos. The first one was his raid against these monsters, and the other one was his hunt on Venia. This information shocked Yiwen and his staff. He revealed that he has already killed the boss monsters and this situation happened because of him. This development will surely get more attention than his last videos. Hyunsung sent the videos immediately. After this, our MC and his sister went out and watched a movie. It's been a while since they got a chance to relax. He's also happy seeing his sister cheerful. Hyuna, on the other hand, prepared a surprise for her brother. This is Hyunsung's expression upon seeing the surprise. His sister can now stand up on her own. She was clearly capable of using her legs now. Hyunsung was clearly shocked, but it was then turned into confusion. Hyuna then revealed that she has been paying for her rehabilitation for a while now. It's been 3 months since she started. Hyunsung didn't really want to burden her younger sister on paying bills. That's why he reacted like this. He also found out that in 2 weeks, Hyuna will be able to be completely healed. Knowing this, Hyunsung asked her sister a favor. He told his sister that he wants her to go and study in a university. This guy wants his sister to have a normal life. He knew Hyuna would meet amazing friends and live her life now. Hyuna really wanted to go to a university, but in one condition. She wants to go with Hyunsung. These siblings were really something else. Meanwhile, at the eastern wall of Venia, the monsters have reached the city. That night, they started to attack the villagers and the players inside the city. Some players were struggling fighting these mobs. Some of them were quick and formed a group, but they were still overwhelmed. The sunrise came and they thought that they were now safe. But as they relaxed for a bit, a terrifying sight was shown to them. Monsters that were taller than the walls started to make a peek. After this, the whole city was in chaos. Players and guards were no match with this force. Back to our MC, he was being woken up by Hyuna. She then showed him something on the television. It was a video of Asura. Hyuna said that it was just uploaded 2 hours ago and now it was being broadcasted in TV. This fangirl has no clue that Asura was his brother. The host for this show also showed their admiration towards Asura, except for this guy, the rank 450 fire mage in the Korean server. He told them that this was just normal. He suggested that Asura must be level 150 and above. This guy was clearly not recognizing Asura's skills. It made this host annoyed and told him that he could not relate with this amount of power because he only has a rare rank. The other host cut their argument and shifted to another topic. It was about the invasion in the eastern part of Venia. Hyunsung didn't expect the damage of the monsters to the city. He then went to his room after hearing this. This idol was hoping that Asura would go to Venia and help the city. and while their show was still on air, they received information. She then reported that Asura was seen on the eastern part of Venia just now. Hyuna got excited as well from this development. At the eastern wall of Venia, these guys were at their limits from protecting the city. They felt an ominous aura again. It has just been 1 hour since the last wave and now, another one was coming. Some of the NPCs shouted for hope. They can't let their city be destroyed. They faced the monsters again. Then lightning hit the monsters and defeated them. These attacks were from Yoon. She plans to hold this wave until Hyunsung arrives. She casted her powerful skill, Heaven's Punishment. This summoned thousands of swords raining down on the monsters. This girl really has improved her skills. Seeing her fight, this inspired the other players and NPCs and made their way to fight as well. But as things got dragged out, Yoon started to struggle against this horde of monsters. She got surrounded. She closed her eyes. She thought that this is the first time she'll experience death in a game. But when she opened her eyes, all the monsters were defeated. She then saw this man. Her savior. It's Hyunsung. But this time, he was wearing a white mask. Our MC used his Sweet Dreams skill. His character will fall asleep for 10 minutes and the AI will take over. This is like watching himself in an autopilot. This AI has also improved its movements and attacks as Hyunsung got stronger. All the people in the city were now watching the great Asura. Even if monsters repeatedly went to attack him, none of them ever succeeded. This is the power of AI, gentlemen. Hyunsung even wants to fight this AI who was controlling his character. While the fight was going on, Yoon was completely captivated by Hyunsung. She also accepted the role of being a cameraman for Hyunsung for his videos. But she thought that she can't let Hyunsung fight alone. She then started to move and fight as well. While the AI was still fighting, Hyunsung was concerned about accidentally reaching level 100. He now wishes to not level up. He really wants to fight the pro players, but the AI can't be controlled anymore. His character continued killing monsters. The AI even used the necromancy skill on this orc and used it to kill more monsters. Lower-leveled monsters were in no match against this orc. The players who were watching also started to help Hyunsung. His character continues to level up. He's now at level 96, and after killing some more, Hyunsung was already level 99. Our MC was now in panic. He really wants to participate in the competition. Not to mention that the second trace will also be triggered when he's level 100. But then this notification appeared. Sweet Dreams skill was done. The first thing Hyunsung did was to pick up all the loot he got. This guy really was something else. He also received a direct message from Yoon. She thanked him for saving her. After that, Hyunsung left the area. The people were all thankful to him. They will now defend Asura against the harsh comments about him. This man gained some fanboys. Meanwhile, our MC has also changed his clothes to hide his identity. He then thought that since there's still no announcement about the siege, the quest was still not done. But he can't kill any monsters now or else he'll level up. Right when he was about to log out, Libius came back. Hyunsung was getting used to this NPC's enthusiasm. This NPC was also able to find him wherever he went. He then thought of something interesting. Hyunsung messaged Yoon and asked her something. He also gave Libius some orders. After this, the narcolepsy skill activated. Hyunsung will now be forced to sleep. Libius witnessed his master falling asleep and he was really glad to see something miraculous. He then bowed this hard again. The people around the city found him weird and crazy. Back to his real life. Hyunsung saw Hyuna watching something. His sister was watching a video about Asura. After that, Hyunsung accompanied his sister to the hospital. They were there to check her rehabilitation status. He also gave Hyuna some updates regarding Asura. He said that Asura doesn't really want to join a guild right now and he already met Yoon for his items. Then they went to the office of Hyuna's doctor, Lee Mina. Lee Mina and Hyunsung had a conversation. She apologized for keeping Hyuna's secret. Hyunsung really didn't mind this at all. He was just glad that his sister started to recover well. Lee Mina told him that Hyuna was lucky to have him as her brother. Some families give up on hope and this affected some patients. But for Hyuna's case, she was determined to recover. And this was because of her brother. After their conversation, Lee Mina received a call. It was about her capsule that arrived just now. This doctor will now also try to play idea. Something about her looks reminded me about Siwa. She really got interested in idea because of her patience. Meanwhile, at the Heroes Guild house, all the members were present except for Hyun and Yoon. This meeting was about the monster siege on Venia. Yoon contacted her sister, Rin, about this matter. This was personally requested by Asura, so she took this seriously. All of the members in the Heroes Guild already knew Asura. He's really quite famous right now, but this guy was a little hesitant. All the unofficial rankers he knew were all crazy, so he's still not convinced. Then Rin revealed that she already met Asura when she was on her alt account. This gave the other guild members a sense of relief, but she told them that Asura was not really inclined to join their guild. They then remembered something that happened to them a long time ago. The Hero Guild met a woman who was too powerful. This woman told them that if one of them managed to defeat her, she'd join them. But they failed. Some of them were still irritated with this memory. Rin then diverted the topic on Hyuna's brother. All of them really like Hyuna, but they were still hesitant on letting her brother into the guild easily. But the main point was Hyuna's brother knew Asura. They thought that it could give them some advantage in Asura's favor. As they were still talking, someone arrived. This man entered the room. His name was Eden. He's the guild leader of Korea's strongest guild, Mythology Guild. He's also the official ranked one in the server. He came to the meeting to personally address Venia's situation. He explained that they planned to help Venia as per Asura's request, but most of his guild members were already over level 150. Only a few members were around level 140. And to support them well, they will use some buffs. Eden will deploy buffers around the area to support the ones who could participate in the siege. This will be a long-ranged support tactic. But Rin told them there's a better plan, and it was from Asura. This genius player plans to use the Pantheon against the monsters. Some members knew that if Pantheon participated, they would surely win this one. But the problem was convincing NPCs to go to a fight, and this is where Libius came in. At the Pantheon, he's now talking to the bishop. This guy used his influence to threaten this old man and made him submit on his request. A truly worthy servant of Thananos. And after some time, the bishop agreed to protect the city against the monsters. Mission accomplished for this crazy guy. Back at the meeting of the Heroes Guild, they were still talking about their plans on saving Venia. After some conclusions, all of the members headed to Venia to prepare. Rin and Eden were left alone. These guys talked about Asura. Eden already knew that Rin had met Asura. He told Rin that they should now hurry on recruiting Asura. The Black Guild was also making their move. Hearing this, Rin's facial expression changed. The Black Guild was Korean servers' top 2 guild. They were also known as Black Association. Black Guild was composed of 5 different sub-guilds. And if they will face Mythology Guild on full power, the top one will lose. This was because of the overwhelming wealth these sub-guilds have. Eden told Rin that they have already threatened other guilds because they want Asura on their side. If Asura joins their side, the balance will clearly shift. Rin knew that Asura will join the competition, and she thought that the Black Guild would use this opportunity to recruit him. This is where Eden suggested that Rin and her guild should also participate in the competition. This will also make their guild official. A free advertisement indeed. Eden also revealed that the woman who defeated all of them will also participate. Hearing this, Rin will surely participate as well. With that, all the matters have been settled. Rin and Eden will now head to Venia as well. This girl was also excited to meet Hyunsun again. Meanwhile, the team leader in Idea's HQ looked like this. He's been under stress because of the amount of work he needed to do. The other agents reported that Hyunsung has already got a new set of skills and items from the monster hunt. The team leader asked for a list of these items and skills. This guy also knew that Hyunsung was already level 99 and he will be participating in the competition. As he browsed the list, he received a call from Minura. She told the team leader confidential information. The chairman's daughter will be participating in the competition. Meanwhile, back at Hyunsung, he woke up in a strange place. Apparently, Libius brought him into the Pantheon. He also received the quest notification that the monster siege was successful. Hyun-sung received a unique skill box and a unique item box. The contents of these will be random. He quickly equipped the items he received from the quests. Our MC thought that he needed to make Libius busy again so he could be alone again. He then asked Libius to guard the Pantheon while he was gone. Hyun-sung took his alone time as he wandered the streets of Armin. But then, a spell from Thanano's disciple was casted and it transported Libius back to where Hyun-sung was. Hyun-sung was clearly not happy with what he was seeing. Libius was summoned while he was taking a bath. This NPC was bat naked and he's in the middle of the streets. At the Beldorm Kingdom, these people were also having their meeting. This guy was the #1 in terms of combat in the Black Association Guild, Jung-gu. There's also this lady who was the chief of intelligence of the Black Guild, H-Waring. The guild leader of the largest mage guild was also present. This is Pelia, the Black Dealer Guild Master, Henry. And lastly, the guild leader of the largest mercenary guild, Zerbal. These guys were all talking about the upcoming competition and they all got their eyes on Asura. They will each have their representative compete in the competition. And whoever defeats Asura, he or she will have the rights to recruit him. These guys were also planning on using the competition to spread their influence and promote the Black Association. Meanwhile, in this snowy mountain, someone was running too fast amidst the snow. This player was Siwa. She wonders how much Hyun-sung has improved since the last time they met. She was also disappointed because Hyun-sung has not contacted her at all after he added her as a friend. Back at the Heroes Guild base, Rin was conducting another meeting. They failed to meet up with Asura and Venya. But these fangirls were still happy as they got the chance to watch Asura from the recorded videos. Some of the guild members were concerned that they would dominate the competition if they joined. But Rin said this will not be the case. Other guilds will also be sending their best representatives to fight in this competition. Rin also told them that this meeting was to determine who among their guild members will participate in the competition. She also revealed that the woman who defeated them was also participating. This quickly changed the mood inside the room. Hyuna told them that she will not be participating because her main role was a healer. This gal will also pass as her skills were not designed for 1v1 purposes. With that, Rin knew that the remaining guild members would all participate. Meanwhile at Inferno's HQ, all the agents went home. They needed to rest because tomorrow, the competition will commence. Only the team leader was left. This guy can't help himself but to worry. He worries about the chairman's daughter revealing her identity. He also looked after Hyun-sung's plans. He knew that no one can match Hyun-sung's power. Not even the pro gamers. He knows that this match between Hyun-sung and the pro gamers will surely be a big hit. The team leader was also spying at Hyun-sung because today is the day the DP store resets. All he can do is watch as this overpowered character acquires more powerful skills and items. At the Imperial capital, the streets were clearly alive. Lots of people have gathered. Our MC was lining up to register himself in the competition. He didn't expect that a lot of level 100 players would also participate in this competition. He's also irritated because Libius was just around the corner waiting for his commands. While waiting, Hyun-sung decided to use the DP store. He now has 8,941 points to spend. This guy didn't even hesitate and used the DP store. He swiped his finger from common skill up to the legendary ones. A series of notifications popped out in front of him. Hyun-sung scanned and read each of the skills that he got. This guy thought of something interesting upon looking at his new skills. After a while, Hyun-sung was ready for the competition. But participants still need to pass some tests for them to participate. This will weed out the weak ones and cut their numbers significantly. The first exam will disable all the passive skills of the players. All they need to do is to defeat the monster in front of them or survive for 10 minutes. Before Hyun-sung began, he started to record. Then his opponent started to materialize. This guy will be battling a version of himself. His wish last time was fulfilled. Out of his excitement, Hyun-sung dashed towards his opponent. These two clashed their swords and exchanged blows. But clearly, Hyun-sung overpowered this fake one. But as expected, this fake was a tough opponent. Hyun-sung then decided to use his other weapon, the dagger, and in a swift attack, he got the fake one. That concluded his entry for the exam. He cleared this one in just 38 seconds. Hyunsung has set a new record. The system then asked Hyunsung about the name he will use in the competition. This guy was just too badass. After that, he was transported back to the stadium. These people were all in disbelief as the records were being shown in front of them. They saw that Asura got first on the ranking system. Hyunsung then tried looking at it. He saw that his record was far too quickly than other participants. While other people were praising Asura, this one was annoyed. He's the pro gamer who got second place on the ranking board. Asura was ahead of him by 2 minutes. This guy really wants to teach Asura a lesson. He intends to humiliate Asura in the qualifying rounds. After some time, the competition has officially started. These hosts have also greeted the people who attended this event. They started to analyze the records of the players who participated on level 100 to 200 and those in levels 200 to 300. But they were sad because they didn't see Asura's name in those ranking boards. A video of Asura was even being played inside the stadium as they talked about him. They then moved on and talked about the participants on the levels 100 and below. This is where they were excited because some pro players were participating. The spotlight was then diverted to this host who was about to interview this player. This guy was named Ark, and he's a pro gamer. The host asked him a few questions, but the most notable one was when he mentioned Asura's name. This pro gamer recognized Asura as the best player in Idea. But the people watching were disappointed because they thought Asura didn't participate. After Ark, another pro gamer was being interviewed. And this time, it's Lucifer. This guy was being bashed because of his rowdy answers. The host even had a hard time getting answers from him. In the end, Lucifer displayed his not-so-great manners and left the interview. Then the hosts went back and talked about their expectations towards these pro gamers. They also introduced the exam for the qualifying rounds. It will be a time attack dungeon clear. Each participant will enter a dungeon and they will be facing 3 bosses. But to add some difficulty, players can't use their skills. So this will be purely based on power and their controls. The ones who will clear the dungeons fast, they will be the ones who will move to the next round. Apparently, our MC was watching the broadcast from his waiting room, and Hyunsung was not happy being called an amateur by Lucifer. This guy was about to crush these pro gamers. After a while, the exam started. Ark was the first one to take it. He displayed his skills and he didn't even receive a hit once. His progress was being displayed for the people to watch. Some of them recognize his insane skills and keen eyes. Meanwhile, Lucifer has also started his exam. This guy was way ahead of Ark. The same boss that Ark was facing was already below 50% in health. This boosted the ego of Lucifer even more. He also received an exclusive invitation from the Black Association. Lucifer then decided to wrap this match up and clear the dungeon. He then dashed towards the boss. But the stadium was interrupted by a notification that someone has already cleared the first stage. All the people watching were confused. Someone cleared it in just 4 minutes and 31 seconds. The host then excitedly revealed the player behind this unreal record. It was Asura. This shocked almost all the players in Idea. They didn't expect that Asura's level was below 100. This created a huge hype in Idea's server. They can't believe that this guy who dominated the monster siege was only at level 99. The crowd went cray-cray. The excitement towards this competition was now through the roof. Not long after, Asura's dungeon clear was being broadcasted in the stadium. He's now against this serpent. But our MC displayed his swift movements and clean attacks. He was able to hit all the vital parts of the snake. The snake's body was not an easy target. Normal attacks wouldn't even damage it. But Asura was just slicing through its body like it's butter. The hosts also noticed that Asura's movements were all precise and calculated. He's not wasting time making flashy attacks. And soon after, the boss snake was defeated. The third phase then quickly started. Asura dashed towards the vampire boss and bombarded it with slashes. The vampire didn't have enough time to react. It was defeated easily by Asura. His records were then displayed again. Hyunsung has cleared all the dungeons in just 1 hour and 27 minutes. The crowd went wild again. They even bragged that if there will be a world competition for this, Asiura will still win. Siwa was also watching Hyunsung. She confirmed that his skills greatly improved. She's now excited about winning this competition and plans to tease Hyunsung about it. But Siwa was wondering why Hyunsung was using the nickname Asiura. Rin was also watching his dungeon clear exam. She wonders how Hyunsung was able to do moves like that. But then she remembered how this guy constantly practiced weird moves when they were together. Rin then made up her mind. She needs to do her best even though she already knows that her nemesis will win this competition. The preliminary rounds have been concluded and this was the final rankings displayed. Asiura was the first, followed by Han Siwa. The next ones were all from the Hero Guild. This made Siwa sad because she can't tease Hyunsung now. Rin was also disappointed as she can't recruit someone who ranked higher than her. Lucifer was clearly frustrated. This so-called pro gamer was owned by the unofficial rankers. After that, Hyunsung logged off. This guy was being restless from all the things he's been doing. But he now recognized Siwa and Rin as they ranked second and third. He then saw her sister glued watching the competition. Our MC made an alibi that he was already disqualified from the competition to not raise suspicions. Hyunsung congratulated her sister because all of her guildmates were ranked in the top 10, especially Rin. This is where Hyuna told her brother that she also knew Siwa. She's the one who defeated all of the Heroes Guild last time. Their nemesis. Hyuna continued to boast to make her brother want to join more in Heroes Guild. She also told her brother that there were still a lot of people who were much stronger but didn't participate in the competition. This gal then changed the topic towards Asiura. She's sure that Asiura will win this competition. After talking with her brother, Hyuna got up and told Hyunsung that she will sleep now. Hyunsung also rested after that. He needs to get his strength for tomorrow's matches. One day later, the competition was open again. This is the most awaited part. Even ordinary people were all watching this broadcast. From their homes up to the clubs, the hosts were also back at it again. They were talking about the pro players who lost to those unofficial rankers of Korea. These players who got on top were being led by none other than Asiura. His video was being shown again inside the stadium. After that, they revealed the format of the final round. Each player will fight each other all the way up to the grand finals. Finally, they announced that they will now start the competition. The Emperor was also present. He wants to witness the strength of the players himself. The first watch was with Asiura and a pro gamer Izel. This guy was already nervous. He was confused about what he saw. It's Asiura wearing his white mask. The people in the stadium were also caught off guard. They call this form Night Asiura. This guy now wonders how he should deal with Asiura. In Hyunsung's perspective, he wants to hide his real form up to the grand finals. He wants to test the AI's capabilities. Before the match started, Asiura had made this position. He then activated his skill, Sweet Dreams. Izel started to fire his bullets towards Asiura, but the Night Asiura displayed his skills. He easily dodged the bullets with his movements. Izel knew that he was at a disadvantage and threw his weapons. Hyunsung recognized the decision-making of the pro gamers. They quickly adapt to the situation. Izel summoned his mana shield, but Night Asiura was still dashing towards him. Asiura's attack penetrated Izel's shield, and it got him. Izel tried counter-attacking with his bullets but they were still blocked by RMC. This was followed by a series of slashes. Izel has no chance to retaliate at all, and with that, the match ended. Night Asiura won. Lucifer was watching inside his waiting room. He was clearly annoyed. He wants to crush Asiura this badly. Then someone sent him a message. It's one of the Black Guild's chief, Zerbal. Zerbal told Lucifer that if he'll lose like Izel, their contract is off. Even his career was now at stake. The people in the Black Association were now teasing Pelia. His representative was already defeated by Asiura. They were now excited on how the other players in their guild will perform. These guild leaders also recognized Asiura's skills. They knew that Asiura had the potential to become the most powerful player in Idea. But Zerbal was still confident that Lucifer could beat Asiura. His reputation was still at stake here. After some more conversation, they decided to wait and observe the outcome first. Lucifer's matches also ended in a flash. He's indeed powerful. He won his matches in an overwhelming manner. The host then concluded that the first part has been concluded. The screen also showed the MVP of these matches, and it was Asura. The hosts were then informed that there will be a 10-minute break before they continue the matches. There will be an interview first with Asura. The host then started asking questions to our MC. This guy was clearly tense, but he has no other choice but to accept the interview. He then shared his thoughts after fighting a pro player. He said that pro players were on a whole different level. They could quickly adapt and adjust their tactics in battle. He also added that he doesn't plan to hold back. This is just right, as he respects the other players as well. Asura also responded to another question. He told them that he doesn't think that Ark was the best among the pro players in the tournament. After this statement, Hyunsung went away. The crowd were still in awe of his bold statement. He was also disappointed about his response. Hyunsung knew that he got carried away. He now plans to just do his best in the next rounds. He then changed the color of his mask. This form was called Hunter Asura, as his movements were more rogue and rough. Hyunsung's next match concluded quickly. He dominated his opponent again. After the match, he quickly went back to his room to avoid any interviews again. As he rested, he saw the third match of the tournament. It was with this pro player, Ark, and his opponent was none other than Rin's sister, Yoon. The host praised Yoon's skill as well as her beauty. This match will be worthwhile. Both of them were determined to win this, as the winner will fight Hyunsung next round. They immediately clashed. The cameras can't really follow their movements. Both of these players were skilled. Yoon started to up her game, but her attempt was blocked by Ark. Ark then revealed his secret weapon. His hand was then covered with ice, and he was about to land a hit on Yoon. Yoon knew that she can't dodge this a close-ranged attack. She then decided to forfeit. This girl accepted her defeat. She's now more determined to learn and get stronger. After the match, the crowd went wild again. Both of them have displayed exceptional skills. Hyunsung was also amazed by Ark's knuckle weapons. He also wants to try using these. Meanwhile, these two were just watching the matches at the stadium. They were glad because they saw Rin's sister, Yoon. Hyuna told her friend that her brother also participated, but he was already eliminated. This mage then suggested that something was off. Hyuna's brother was known to be more powerful than Kaiser, so it's impossible to get eliminated right away. Hyuna thought about it and then agreed. These two just concluded that maybe Hyuna's brother was keeping a low profile and intentionally dropped his place in the competition. With this, another round has been concluded. The host couldn't believe what they were seeing. Out of the top 16 players who qualified, 6 players were all from the Heroes Guild. People knew that these guys were even more powerful than Lucifer. This is the strength of the unofficial rankers of Korea. Rin and her guild mates made their way to the stadium. These guys were all glad, as all of them qualified for the final rounds. Even this guy, Vern, who was affiliated in their guild, made it. He then pointed out someone to Rin. Everyone knew that the one they were seeing was the woman who beat them all. Rin knew that in order to recruit her, she needed to win against this woman. Meanwhile, Siwa didn't even feel their presence. She was busy thinking about Hyunsung. This made the Hero Guild more eager to prove their strength. This gave Rin more reasons to win against Siwa. The crowd also went cray-cray whenever Siwa battles. Her beauty and skills were more than enough to captivate their hearts. Her next opponent was Vern. This guy was also excited to get his revenge. Siwa felt annoyed as she hates being spied on. Both of them exchanged some remarks. Vern knew that if he can't beat Siwa, Rin will still be her next opponent. All of them in the Hero Guild want to get their revenge. After a while, Vern started his move against Siwa. Vern's attack was easily deflected by Siwa, even though the force from his huge sword was powerful enough to send someone flying. He then tried landing another attack again, but Siwa's scythe made a counterattack, and this sent Vern backwards. Vern knew that he can't defeat her with just normal attacks. He used his ultimate skill. His body turned into dark particles and it surrounded Siwa. After that, Vern appeared in front of her, ready to land an attack, but it didn't hit Siwa. She was already behind him, and with a swift attack, Vern received a critical hit. He still tried to struggle and deflect some attacks, but it's no use. Chains have started to surround him. With him unable to move, Siwa set her Pharrells. Vern was defeated. He didn't even have a chance against Siwa. The people watching this match can't believe what they saw. The Emperor was clearly impressed by how the players were battling each other. But amongst the players, he has set his eyes on Asura. He then ordered someone to find something about Asura as he's curious about this guy. That same time, his top spies went and tried looking for more information about Asura. They first infiltrated the inn where Asura was always staying. But before this guy could even enter, he heard a voice behind his back. It's Libius. This NPC was just smirking against the spy. The spy was shocked as he didn't feel Libius' presence. This spy knew that this can't be happening. So he made his move against Libius. He appeared behind Libius' back. But suddenly, he can't move his body. Libius turned around and talked to this spy. This NPC already knew that he's with the Emperor. Libius then casted a spell on this spy. He then sent a message to the Emperor saying that he needs to be more careful not to offend them. Libius' master was someone they shouldn't mess up with. After that, all of the spies went on their way. Libius also wrote a letter to his higher-ups reporting this matter. His higher-ups quickly responded using this talking paper. They ordered Libius to avoid war at all costs. But this NPC has already sent a warning towards the Emperor. All they need to do now is to wait for the Emperor's reaction. If things go south, an inevitable war could occur. The higher-ups then told Libius to just serve his master well. This NPC was really dedicated to protecting Hyunsung. He's willing to take down anyone even if it's the Emperor. That night, the spy had already relayed the message of Libius to the Emperor. After hearing this, the Emperor laughed, and it was loud enough to break the glass in some vases inside his room. This also broke the spell that Libius had casted. The Emperor learned that they serve the god of death and sleep. This made him more interested in Asura. He then remembered something when he was still young. The only one he can't even defeat was someone from the Pantheon. This was the only man that ever defeated him. The Apostle of Death and Sleep. The Emperor has been wanting to fight this man again. He thought that if the Pantheon was protecting Asura, he's someone important. He then reached on this orb and asked someone to contact the Pope of the Pantheon. The day after, Libius has this face whenever he greets Hyunsung. He bragged that he did something that his master could be proud of. He then told Hyunsung that last night, the Emperor had sent someone to spy on him. Hyunsung told Libius about the tournament that the Emperor held and he was participating. At this moment, Libius knew he's in trouble. He didn't know about this tournament. He even threatened the Emperor. He just made an alibi about this, saying that he peacefully sent the spy back. Libius immediately contacted the Pope about this. The Pope was annoyed as he was already contacted by the Emperor. He said that Libius should clean his own sheet now. This NPC messed up. He's thinking about taking the Emperor down just to make this problem go away. Meanwhile, Hyunsung was talking with Yeon. He was informed that he could now withdraw his money from YouTube. He then checked the balance of his account, and he saw this. He has 2 million in his bank account. Hyunsung was already happy with this amount because all he did was to play idea. But then he noticed something. He even dropped his phone upon confirming it. This guy earned $2 million in just 2 weeks. He thought that it's 2 million won. Back into the tournament. The Emperor was keen on watching the next match because it will be Asura who's gonna fight. He was also with this lady who he personally called to watch this tournament with him. This is Uriah, the Archmage of the continent. She was kinda whining because of the skills these participants have. This lady was really powerful, but then the Emperor said that she needs to wait until Asura's match. Uriah was also interested in seeing the man who was being protected by the Pantheon. After a few more minutes, the match will now begin. Uriah saw the Emperor's face. It was full of excitement. The Emperor said that she'll understand what he's feeling once she sees Asura. And this time, our MC looks like a magician. He also has a new color of mask which is blue. Uriah told the Emperor that she was particularly strict on magicians. Especially she was the greatest magician in the whole continent. The Emperor then revealed that Asura was originally a swordsman. This is not the weapon he's been using throughout the matches. This development made the Emperor more interested. Ark and Asura also met in the center of the ring. Hyun-sung was kinda happy with what he had come up with. A blue mask for his new style of fighting. With that, the hosts have finally started the match. Asura was not bluffing. He could really use magic. Fireballs started to chase Ark. This form was then called Mage Asura by the spectators. Ark didn't expect this and he was caught off guard. A huge explosion was then seen at the ring. The crowd were all cheering because of Asura's magic power. This guy hasn't even reached level 100. Hyun-sung was satisfied because of the skills he got from the DP store. They were all compatible with the current skills he has. And if he'll add the dragon language skill, it will be more powerful. But then Ark seems to be unscathed. He's now making his way towards Asura. Asura knew that Ark was different from his earlier opponents, so he'll not hold his strength against him. He then casted another spell. Ark was struggling to keep up. Asura has been casting spells like he has unlimited mana. After a while, Asura got some clean hits. The fireballs started to take their toll on Ark's body. But Ark was still not giving up, and instead of closing his distance to Asura, he did the opposite. He knew that he'd be in a much more dangerous situation if he tried to battle Asura head-on. Ark's HP was now below 30%. He didn't expect to win in the first place, but he just wants to land one attack at least. With his remaining strength, he jumped up to dodge the fireballs from Asura. He then thought that Asura was out of mana, so as soon as he landed, he was ready to dash in. This guy was eager to take this chance. But then flames started to appear and it surrounded him. He was trapped in the magic spell of Asura. A 6-star magic, Black Ember. This skill works like a landmine, and the destructive power of this spell was definitely out of the charts. With this, Ark fell down, and the whole stadium went crazy again. Ark was considered as the strongest pro player, but he was defeated by Asura. The Emperor asked Uriah if Asura's casting spells were possible. This lady then answered that it is possible if Asura has the Chantless and Dragon language skill. Both of these monsters were clearly amazed by Asura's skill. They both want to make Asura as their apprentice. There's really no limit for this man's power. After the match, Hyun-sung met Ark and told him that he did well. Ark then praises Asura and tells him that he'll follow Asura wherever guild he'll join. This guy has earned another fanboy. As for the remaining matches, Hero Guild dominated the tournament. The main event arrived soon enough. It was Rin versus Han Siwa. Hyun-sung was also looking forward to this match. He's excited to find out the strength of these two beaches. Rin was the first one to make her move. Siwa also responded with her counterattack. After gaining some distance between them, Siwa used her chains. Rin knew that these chains were different from the ones Vern got. These look more like the chains of Asura. She knew that it's impossible to block these with her sword, so she did this. Rin let the chains hit her body. Siwa became confused and made a huge slash towards Rin. The people thought that the match was already over, but as the dust settled, Rin appeared and dashed towards Siwa. Both of these ladies exchanged powerful attacks, and none of them seemed to be backing down. But then, Rin got hit by this black blade. This was Siwa's skill, Sleeping Demon Scythe. This scythe will make the enemy asleep for 5 seconds. And Rin fell for it. Hyun-sung thought that if Rin had more distance, Siwa wouldn't have the chance to use this skill. He knew that this match was pretty much over, so he decided to prepare. But then Libius appeared beside him. He seems to be protecting Hyun-sung. A crack in space also appeared. It was Uriah. This lady came to visit Hyun-sung. She then boldly told Hyun-sung that she will make him her apprentice. Our MC was clearly shocked. He doesn't even know this lady. She then proceeds on apologizing for her abrupt entrance. A notification then appeared as Hyun-sung was talking with Uriah. He got an achievement just by surviving in front of Uriah's presence for 5 seconds. She further introduced herself to Hyun-sung, saying that she's known as the Disaster. She also boasted about being the strongest mage in the continent. Hyun-sung knew that she's really powerful. Libius, who was already overleveled, can't seem to hold his ground in front of her. After some more introductions, Uriah decided to leave Hyun-sung alone. After that, these two were relieved. Libius really barely survives this encounter. After that, Hyun-sung decided to research more about Uriah. He then found out that people were really dying just by feeling her presence. Hyun-sung doesn't know what to do now. He was just asked by the strongest mage to be her apprentice. Uriah, on the other hand, went back to the emperor. The emperor then teased her about approaching Hyun-sung in a rude manner. The final match for the players below level 100 finally arrived. This match was between Asura and Lucifer. Our MC was wearing his blue mask this time. This annoyed Lucifer. He thought that he's being belittled by Asura. This guy blew the horn with all his might, and it signified that the match will now start. Lucifer quickly ran towards Asura. He intends to close the distance between them. He's confident that he could withstand the power of 1 to 2 star spells. But then, Asura flicked his fingers, and Lucifer saw some black flame. He was hit by this new spell of Asura. Being hit by Asura's attacks also meant one thing. Lucifer already had some nightmare stacks above him. Asura then used his nocturne skill, and black lightning hit Lucifer's body. This shocked the whole Block Association Guild. Before passing out, Lucifer also experienced nightmares. He then fell down. Asura thought that Lucifer was indeed weaker than Ark. The stadium went cray-cray again. This guy took on a pro player in less than a minute. After that, the ceremony for the awards was held. These guys were the ones who won in their level category. Han Siwa was among the winners. Then someone announced that Uriah will be the one who will give the awards. And a black portal appeared. As soon as this lady appeared, this man ran for his life. The emperor was now worrying because Uriah might do something foolish. She started by greeting Asura. Our MC was about to respond, but a notification popped out. It's his narcolepsy skill. And as usual, this made Asura fall asleep. Uriah has no clue about what's happening. Asura fell down, and it left the whole stadium in silence. They thought that Uriah's voice killed Asura. This lady was now in panic. All she did was talk with Asura. After some time, Hyun-sung woke up, but he's now inside the imperial palace. Libius then appeared and greeted his master. Hyun-sung made sure that the emperor and Uriah didn't misunderstand what happened that time. A servant then made his way to inform Asura that he'll be escorted once he's awake. This is an order from the emperor itself, so it can't be delayed anymore. Hyun-sung thought that he should not wear his mask as an act of respect towards the emperor. Libius, on the other hand, was prepared to protect Hyun-sung if something bad happened. This annoyed Hyun-sung, as he knew that he should avoid offending the emperor. He asked Libius to just go while he talked with the emperor. Hyun-sung then entered the emperor's room. Our MC was greeted by the emperor and told Hyun-sung that he doesn't need any formalities. Uriah was also beside the emperor. She was still being bullied by the emperor because of her sudden and careless actions. With the two bickering at each other, Hyun-sung doesn't know how to respond. After that, the emperor formally congratulated Hyun-sung for winning the competition. He also told Hyun-sung that before he gives him his reward, there's something more important that he needs to ask him. The emperor told Hyun-sung again that Uriah was serious about making him her apprentice. He also expressed his desire to make Hyun-sung his apprentice as well. Our MC was then speechless. Last season, we left Hyun-sung with these two powerful NPCs who wanted to be his masters. Both Uriah and the emperor have expressed their interest towards Hyun-sung's potential. Our MC then started to think about what will happen to him if he becomes somebody's apprentice. He thought about being controlled and being trapped, and these ideas made Hyun-sung easily give up the offer. Hyun-sung spoke and apologized to these two NPCs. They knew Hyun-sung was about to decline, and they asked why. The emperor was confused. He thought that if he would offer anyone this kind of opportunity, they wouldn't think about declining. This is where Hyun-sung told them the reason. He told them that he's a wanderer. He enjoys freedom and adventures, and he can't have this life if he will become an apprentice. After this speech, all of them were silent. Our MC thought that his speech was effective. After all, this speech was from the manhwa he had read. He really prepared himself for this response. But then he heard something. These two have started laughing, and Hyun-sung has no idea what it is about. He was starting to get embarrassed. He thought everything was going to be fine. The emperor then told Hyun-sung about the skill book. Since they have this thing in them, Hyun-sung doesn't need to stay in his kingdom to learn his teachings. Uriah was still laughing on the side. Hyun-sung got embarrassed even more. He didn't think that this method was possible. The emperor explained the skill book even further. They could still do the long process, but this would take too much time. The emperor also explained that even if they have the skill book, they will not give Hyun-sung everything they learn. The master will only give the basics, and it is up to their apprentice to improve the knowledge they got. Uriah stopped laughing and assured Hyun-sung that they will not take his freedom after being their apprentice. They added that Hyun-sung will have the right to improve the skill that they have spent their whole life creating and make it his own. The emperor also added that a disciple was someone who he can pass his skills on. There will also be some times that Hyun-sung will be summoned by his master, but it will not hinder him from his adventures. After all that, the emperor started the process of making Hyun-sung his disciple. This is a pledge that even his title as an emperor was staked. If ever this promise will be broken, he will also lose his title. Uriah also did the same thing. And now, both of them asked Hyun-sung again about their offer. And of course, Hyun-sung accepted it right away. With this, he got new titles as the Iron-Blooded Emperor's disciple and Uriah's disciple. Each title gave him 1,000 reputation points, and it increased all of his stats 100 points. Hyun-sung also got this title, the Disciple of Two Heavens. Aside from the stats increase, Hyun-sung also got some buffs along with the titles. He got this passive skill that made all the swordsman's skill require 50% less mana and 50% increase in attack power. He also got this skill that made all his magic skills require 50% less mana and 50% magic power increase. His learning time for skills will also be cut in half. Another plus 10 stats was also given to him. Hyun-sung got some tears flowing down his face because he's so happy. The emperor has also given him this book. Our MC accepted it right away because he knew that this was a legendary rank item. This is Charon's swordsmanship skill book. This will let Hyun-sung learn the emperor's swordsmanship skill. Hyun-sung immediately used the book. This is the contents of the skill. As a passive effect, Hyun-sung will have the ability to cause an abnormality called bleeding. And it can stack just like the nightmare skill. It also has an active skill called stab. This is an attack that can penetrate someone's defense, and it only has a 10-second cooldown. A slicing effect also comes with it. After that, the emperor also gave Hyun-sung a chance to choose any item that he wanted as long as it was a unique grade item or below. The emperor asked Uriah to bring Hyun-sung to the storeroom where all of the precious items of his empire were stored. She opened a portal and both of them went to it. The emperor then said that the priest can now stop from hiding. Turns out, Libius was just hiding and waiting for his chance to assassinate the emperor. But then these two started to talk about something. Meanwhile, Uriah and Hyun-sung were headed to the storeroom. While they were on their way, Uriah gave Hyun-sung these two books. The first book was called Introduction to Gravity 1-star to 9-star, and it is a legendary item. It allows the user to learn gravity magic, and it increases the user's intelligence stat by 100. The other book was called the Gravity Meter Skill Book, and it was also a legendary item. This will let Hyun-sung learn the gravity meter skill. Our MC used the books immediately, and this was the first picture that came up in his head. And this guy was already dreaming. Uriah didn't stop there. She gave Hyun-sung a stack of skill books that she personally wrote. After that, she hurriedly ran towards the storeroom to give Hyun-sung some items. Hyun-sung thought that Uriah was really excited because she got herself a disciple. This overpowered mage continued her generosity. Our MC got a handful of items and relics. He got this greedy smile inside him. He was also enjoying being spoiled. Uriah also got the same smile. They were really a perfect match. She then led Hyun-sung inside a room where all the unique grade items and above were stored. Uriah told Hyun-sung that he should hurry and choose something quick because they will get in trouble if they stay here long. She also gave Hyun-sung the permission to look for anything that he liked. Our MC started looking around, but then his sword suddenly came out. His relic that was attached to his sword started acting out. It's Iris failed product. This item was the first time he used the DP store. Hyun-sung thought that maybe another Iris failed product was inside the room. And then he saw this thing that was hovering around. It's Iris failed product number 3. And just like the first one, It also improves the item's stats that it was attached to. Hyun-sung told Uriah that this was the item he wanted. Then a new quest appeared. It tasked Hyun-sung to find all the failed products, but the rewards were still hidden. After that, these two left the room. Hyun-sung also left the palace. The Emperor and Uriah were still talking about his talent, and they were glad that Hyun-sung accepted their offers. The Emperor then brought up that he knew about the Iris failed product that Uriah gave to him. Uriah then made an alibi that she didn't know about that item and teased the Emperor of being stingy. The iron-blooded Emperor was kind of impressed because out of all the items in that room, Hyun-sung chose Iris failed product number 3. Meanwhile, at the Empire's first granary city, Hanam, Hyun-sung went in here to hunt for more powerful monsters. He started to choose what items he will use for this hunt. He saw this Ellie's stick. It is a unique grade item that was intended for magic skills, but he can still use it as it requires level 200 to be equipped. He also saw this Killian's ring, and it has the same requirement of level 200 like the previous one. Upon bringing these two items out, a notification appeared that Hyun-sung confused these two items. Hyun-sung started thinking about it for a second, but then he decided to YOLO out. He fused these two items and it was successful. Our MC received this new item called Ella and Killian's staff, and it was a heroic grade. This staff basically fused the effects of the two items into one. It boosts the user's magic power by 500%, and the casting time for magic spells were reduced. It also allows the spell Evi's Curse to be used once a day. With all the bonus effects this item gives, Hyun-sung thought that this should be at least a legendary grade. Hyun-sung then decided to try and test his new items and skills. This guy used the gravity meter skill out in this open field. A huge magic circle appeared that almost covered the entire field. And then the NPCs and other players saw something above their heads. It is a huge meteor falling into their town. After a few seconds, a huge explosion occurred. The meteor fell down near the town and it grazed some part of it. The people were panicking. Some of them were screaming for help and needed some healers. A notification popped out that the city wall of Hanam City was destroyed, and it increased the karma points of Hyun-sung. But at the same time, he leveled up. Hyun-sung has finally reached level 100 and above, and he was given a new skill. Our MC got 2 additional skills called Thenano's Alarm Clock and Thenano's Postmonition. The second trace for his main quest was also now available. Meanwhile, our MC froze on where he was standing. He still can't believe what just happened. The range of the gravity meter skill was already something, but its destructive power was greater. And while he was still trying to get the situation, his DP points were being deducted because he got so many karma points right now. Because he exchanged his karma points for DP points, no one knows that he's the one who summoned the meteor. People around him thought that this was caused by Uriah because she's the only one who could summon a meteor. Hyun-sung then felt relieved, but he earned his lesson. He will not be blindly testing his skills without reading their description. After that, Hyun-sung moved to another location and he decided to check out the new skills he got. The first skill was the Thenano's Alarm Clock, and it is a God grade skill. Its passive effect was that Hyun-sung can now set a time for him to wake up whenever his narcolepsy skill triggers. Its active skill is that it will consume 10,000 DP points and all the creatures within 100 meters around him will die. We can see that Hyun-sung really liked this new overpowered skill because of his smile. The other skill was this Thenano's Postmonition. It is an active skill that has a 2-hour cooldown. Whenever Hyun-sung uses this skill, it has a chance to trigger 3 dreams. A buff that will increase his gold and item rate, a buff that will increase his experience gain, and a buff that will double his attack damage. Even though this skill has a random chance, all of its effects were beneficial to Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung then thought that these skills were all tailored for him to level up fast. He remembered his main quest. As for the second trace, it said that he needs to defeat a demon king in a kingdom called Philaus. The king was so obsessed with becoming an immortal that he turned himself into a demon. Unlike the first one, this quest has no time limit. Hyun-sung just needs to clear this before reaching level 150. Hyun-sung then started making his plan on how to clear this quest. Since it has a level capped of 150, He thought that he could just focus on leveling up, then just clear it when he was already near level 150. With that, Hyunsung raised both of his hands. The surroundings started to shake. This guy just summoned a bunch of meters again. He plans to speed run his way to level 150. He also started consuming a lot of mana potions to spam this skill. Meanwhile, this leader from the Block Guild was still furious about what happened on the tournament. His representative, Lucifer, has also left him hanging after losing in the tournament. This guy then tasked his secretary to find Lucifer's whereabouts, and he also told him to find Asura. Meanwhile, at the Temple of Thananos, this guy just greeted a visitor. This new character was the Pope of Thananos. The visitor was none other than the Saintess of Thananos, Han Siwa. The Pope was the one who asked Siwa to come to their temple because he has a task for her. Siwa needs to go to the Karin Empire. This is the same empire of the iron-blooded monarch. The Pope was expecting something from the Emperor. It was an item that will be important to Hyunsung when the time comes. With that, Siwa has officially received a new quest. This quest was an A-rank quest and it has no time limit. After that, the Saintess left the temple. The Pope was then left alone again, but he's glad that the temple will take care of that item for their god. Meanwhile, Hyunsung has continued his mission to level up fast. It only has been 7 days after the Empire competition, but he was already level 148. This guy has really been grinding for levels. With him being ready for the quest, he decided that it was also time to learn the Emperor's swordsmanship skill. Hyunsung changed his weapon from the staff to his sword. It's like a class change. And then they headed into the castle. But before they could enter the castle of the Demon King, he was greeted by a familiar voice. It's the Apostle. Hyunsung got annoyed just by seeing his face. But he was there to warn him about the quest. This quest will be much harder than the Wyvern's clone. That's the reason why Libius was with him right now. Some backstory about this kingdom. The previous king was known to be modest and strong, but the problem was his son. He was repulsive and jealous of his father's achievements. He eventually killed his father and took the throne. And with him ruling, it was the start of the downfall of their kingdom. That time, the Karin Empire was actively expanding its territory. And with the Philaus kingdom being their neighbor country, they refused to be subjugated. But the outcome was obvious. With the iron-blooded monarch leading the Karin Empire, Philaus kingdom lost. But as the soldiers went into the castle, they saw the Demon King's soul fragment. The desperate king used it and made a deal with the demon. He wished for his kingdom to never fall, and that's the story of this kingdom. The emperor eventually gave up because every time he killed this king, he just got revived over and over again. That's the main reason why no one has ever dared to come and seize this kingdom. The king was an immortal and it can control demon magic. The apostle then said that this was the reason why Libius was with Hyunsung for this mission. Hyunsung got the gist of the situation. This was really difficult compared to the Wyvern's clone. The apostle warned Hyunsung once again because he knew that our MC really enjoys these kinds of battles. After a few more remarks, the apostle was gone. But instead of being scared, Hyunsung got excited because he will have a chance to get a new video out of this. With that, Hyunsung has finally started this quest. He then got a sub-story along with his main quest. This made all the experience points and item drops increased by 1.5 times. And not long after he entered the castle, these demonic soldiers started rushing towards him. Hyunsung blocked their attacks easily. He used his skill called Strike, and he brought out his dagger. With just one heat, the soldier flew to the wall. Hyunsung didn't expect this amount of power. He immediately recognized the Emperor's swordsmanship skill to be powerful. Then the party started. The soldiers started running away even though they could now surround Hyunsung. They were about to escape, but Hyunsung used his magic bullets. Those who got heat from the bullets were then affected by the black lightning. Hyunsung then used another skill called Psychokinesis of Floating Domain. His weapons started floating, and he used them against these soldiers from a distance. He also used a new skill called Slice. Hyunsung has been killing all of these soldiers left and right, but they seem to be infinite. Meanwhile, Libius continues to heal and support Hyunsung, restoring his mana and all. Our MC got annoyed and then changed his class again. He was back to Mage Asura. and this guy used the gravity meter once again. It's a bullseye. The meter fell down right in the middle of the castle. Libius was thrilled because of what's happening. The castle was now on fire. The castle was starting to crumble down. Then this commander reported that he will take care of this empire's representative, and the one he was reporting to was the Demon King. The Demon King smiled a bit because he has been waiting for an intruder for a long time. Back to these demonic soldiers. They were the ones who were now scared. They didn't know how they would defeat Hyunsung, and out of desperation, they were just charging at him. But Hyunsung continued to kill them one by one, with magic or by using his amazing swordsmanship. Our MC then noticed this room. It was heat by the meter, but it was still intact. And behind him was Libius, who was trying to lure more soldiers for his master. Hyunsung knew that he had no time to rest at all. And that's when this commander appeared. He introduced himself as the commander of Philao's kingdom, and his name was Myrndo. He told Hyunsung that he will not allow him to destroy or kill anyone anymore. But Hyunsung knew that he couldn't let this demon commander stop him, so he went and they clashed. The commander was being pushed back by Hyunsung's skill. He got desperate and used his ultimate skill. Before the commander's sword could even reach Hyunsung, our MC used another skill. It is his quick teleportation skill, and he appeared behind the commander. The commander noticed this way ahead, so he was already swinging his sword towards Hyunsung. Our MC didn't have enough time to dodge, so he blocked the attack. The commander continued attacking Hyunsung. Every single time, Hyunsung was able to dodge or block his attacks, until Hyunsung got an opportunity when the commander's sword got thrown out. Hyunsung immediately used his Heavenly Thrust skill and slashed the commander. He also used his Nocturne skill, and Black Lightning struck the commander. With that, the commander was defeated. But he still wishes that his king may survive. After watching this fight, the remaining soldiers started to run for their demonic lives. But they were already attacked by our MC. Hyunsung then used his telekinesis skill to collect all the item drops from these soldiers. Libius was still amazed at how Hyunsung annihilated all of his enemies. And then, these two finally entered the boss room. The pressure was already heavy. The Demon King was patiently waiting for them. Hyunsung already acknowledged the power of this demonic king. He asked Libius if he could really stop his immortality, and this disciple said that he can seal it. The Demon King then stood up. The height of this king was no joke. He stood 4 meters high. Hyunsung thought that this boss would be much quicker than the Wyvern's clone. Hyunsung used the effects of his Belt of Dreams. He needed to be more careful now against this boss. Meanwhile, Libius was busy sealing the immortality skill of this Demon King, and after some time, he finished his chant. Hyunsung quickly dashed towards the boss because he couldn't waste any chances he got. But then this happened. The Demonic King bowed in front of Hyunsung. Our MC was caught off guard. The Demonic King pleaded and begged Hyunsung to kill him. It also started crying. This disappointed Hyunsung so much. He found out that the Demon King had enough. He had been living for so long inside this dead castle, and now he wanted it to end. Hyunsung was still annoyed because he didn't get the chance to fight someone stronger than the Wyvern's clone. In the eyes of Libius, his master was so strong and powerful that his opponents were already cowering against him. Hyunsung knew that he had to do it, so he chose to grant the Demon King's request and raised his sword. But before his sword could even graze the Demon King, a series of notifications came out. It says that the legendary egg that he got a long time ago wanted to go out of his storage. Since Hyunsung was still confused, the egg decided to come out on its own. The egg was in a hurry. It even copied Hyunsung's telekinesis skill just to get out. The egg asked Hyunsung if it could absorb the Demon King's ferment, and upon absorbing it, the egg will inherit the Demon King's power. This egg asked Hyunsung again. Our MC tried asking it one more time about its intention, and the egg really wanted to do it. Hyunsung consulted Libius about it, and he said that the power of the Demon King has nothing to do with the quest. With that, Hyunsung thought that it was okay to let the egg absorb it. The egg was then given the permission to absorb the fragment and went in front of the Demon King. Since the Demon King had no intention of fighting, the egg peacefully did its job. The Demon King was also happy because his wish was granted. But after this, the egg started to hatch. Hyunsung was amazed by what he saw. The mysterious egg has finally hatched, and this baby with a demon outfit came out from it. Libius was captivated by the baby's cuteness, and so was Hyunsung. This baby was also able to talk right away. Hyunsung recognized this creature's rank. It was a legendary plus, which means it was more powerful than the gravity meteor and the Emperor's swordsmanship. Hearing this, the baby boasted about its charm as well. This was the pet information for this creature right here. It still doesn't have a name and it has a growth type rank. Its level and stats were still unknown, but it already has a lot of skills. This pet also has Thanano's power, so it was much more powerful than normal pets. Hyunsung noticed the growth type on its rank, meaning it can evolve up to the rank of a demigod. This pet also has the soul gluttony skill, and it can consume a boss soul once per in-game day. It also has the skill gluttony, in which it can absorb its enemy's skill, and this has a cooldown of 30 in-game days. An overpowered pet for an overpowered MC also has the skill copy ability, which allows it to copy abilities. Hyunsung was already amazed because this thing could even copy his dragon language skill or chant less. And on top of all that, this thing has the immortality skill. It will get resurrected immediately, and it has a cooldown of 10 seconds. After reading all the skills, the pet immediately hugged Hyunsung. It was so happy because its master was so cool. At the same time, the notification saying that Hyunsung has cleared his quest appeared. Our MC also reached level 150. The disciple of Thanano's also appeared to give Hyunsung's reward and clues for the next trace. But before he could do that, the disciple saw Hyunsung's new pet. The disciple was captivated as well from its cuteness. He even praised this little thing for absorbing the Demon King's fragment. After a while, the disciple presented Hyunsung's rewards, but our MC looked disappointed from what he saw. These were his choices for the rewards right now. An authority called Conductor of Death and God's Jade Mat, a god relic. Hyunsung was already annoyed because the disciple told him to pick quickly. These were the descriptions for the rewards, and please bear with me as I want you guys to get the gist of these skills. The Conductor of Death skill was an active skill that nullifies all the damage the user gets for 1 minute. It also boosts the user's attack power, but the catch was the user will not be able to use any magic skills. 5 boss souls or 5 levels will also be consumed upon using this skill. Hyunsung was impressed with this skill because it will really come in handy, even though he could only use it once a month. The disciple then interrupted Hyunsung on reading the descriptions because he needed to tell him his next quest. The disciple told Hyunsung that he needs to go to the Karin Empire. He should meet the Emperor and acquire 2 relics. The disciple also warned Hyunsung about the Emperor. He doesn't have any idea that Hyunsung has already met him and that same Emperor became RMC's master. Hyunsung confirmed this information from Libius. The disciple really has no idea. With this, our MC has decided to go back to the Karin Empire. Libius, on the other hand, thought that he was forgetting something important. Notifications saying that Hyunsung has cleared the story dungeon appeared. The castle will also be destroyed as soon as they leave the place. After a while, Hyunsung was already back in the Karin Empire. He found out that the relics he needed were already sent to the Pope of Thananos. This was the same quest that Han Siwao got last time. But instead of giving them to Hyunsung, she brought them to the temple. Libius bowed his head and apologized to his master. This was his idea in the first place. Hyunsung also found out that if he goes to the temple, it would take him 30 in-game days with him running at full speed. This annoyed Hyunsung because he can't also use any teleportation scroll to get there. The Emperor then offered him a flying boat that he could use to get there faster. Hyunsung was happy to accept the offer. And while he is traveling, he'll use this time to train. With that, the Emperor will inform Hyunsung when the flying boat is ready. A short epilogue from this chapter. The pet asked Hyunsung to give it a name. Hyunsung thought that the baby was a boy, and then he found out that she was a girl. Hyunsung tried consoling her feelings because, to be honest, she really looked like a boy. After that, Hyunsung named her Fanon, and she was so happy about it. Meanwhile, at the Hero Guildhouse, Rin was looking at the applications they got since the competition, and there were a lot. And while she was doing that, Yoon and Hyuna interrupted her. Hyuna has something to tell her. This thing was about Hyuna's brother. Turns out, he wanted to check and look around the guild first before he joined them formally. Yoon was startled upon hearing this. She already has thought this through. She thinks that Hyuna's brother was Hyunsung because last time, our MC told her that he knew someone from their guild. Yoon knew that her sister still had no idea about this. She thought that maybe Hyunsung was planning to tell his sister that he was Asura, and this girl has no idea that Asura was her older brother. Yoon then stated that she would like to meet Hyuna's brother as well. She also got Rin to meet Hyuna's brother. After that meeting, Hyuna came into her brother's room. She told her about it and that Hyunsung will be meeting Rin and Yoon tomorrow. Hyunsung really is planning to tell Hyuna about his identity in the game. Our MC gladly accepted and confirmed that he will meet them tomorrow. After that, Hyunsung has continued to grind and train for more. He had been using the gravity meter ever since, and right now, Hyunsung is already level 160. This process got a lot easier because Libius uses a wide-range provocation skill on the monsters around them. Hyunsung then told his disciple that he needed to go now. Libius got sad. He's still bearing the burden of his mistake about the relics last time. Libius also needs to hide himself while Hyunsung is still at the meeting. Our MC also told this to Thana. She promised that she'll be quiet along the way. Seeing this cute scene, Libius also tried his luck on clinging into his master, but all he got was this huge explosion. At this bakery cafe, Hyuna met with her brother. She told Hyunsung that Yoon and Rin will be late for a while because they have something to do first. At the same time, Hyunsung received a personal message from Yoon informing him about them meeting him. She gave Hyunsung time in case he has something to tell Hyuna first. But then, Hyuna noticed Thana. This pet's cuteness got into Hyuna. She was still holding her voice until Hyunsung told her that she could now speak. This baby introduced herself to Hyuna, and while they were waiting for Rin and Yoon, Hyunsung gave Thana a soul candy. Thana thanked her master and she happily ate the soul candy. And then, these two finally arrived. Hyuna saw them and greeted them both. Rin can't seem to believe what she saw. Hyuna's brother was Hyunsung. Hyuna was about to introduce them to each other. Hyunsung and Rin were just about to explain something to her. But then Hyunsung suddenly felt something. A meteor hit the cafe, and Hyunsung shielded them from the debris. Someone then shouted Asura's name. This startled all of them. It was Uriah, and she was just looking for her disciple. With this, Hyuna got confused. Uriah just introduced herself as her brother's teacher, and on top of that, she called her Asura. A quick recap from last episode. Hyunsung was having a meeting with his sister and these two ladies, but then someone came in and we found out that it was Uriah. She greeted Hyunsung and called him Asura. And now, Hyuna was confused. She quickly scanned the surroundings because she was looking for Asura. The crowd outside the cafe did the same. They were also confused because Uriah addressed this player as her disciple as well. They were wondering if that was even possible. And then, Hyunsung equipped his mask to hide his identity. But this was noticed by his sister. Uriah was asking her student why he didn't visit his master. Hyuna was still frozen and couldn't believe what she was seeing. These two sisters found out that their guildmate's brother was a disciple of two of the continent's five heavens. Our MC was quite uncomfortable because they have already attracted a lot of attention and asked his master if they could go somewhere else. He also introduced Hyuna and the two sisters to his master. She then decided that she would also take them with her. And just like that, they were all teleported. The owner of the cafe was left with tears in his eyes. But the disaster division branch was quick enough to give him compensation for his destroyed cafe. They were also shocked because this man came running towards them and seemed to be panicking. It was Libius. He was crying because he couldn't follow Hyunsung. He was left out. These guys were left staring at his pitiful face. Meanwhile, Hyunsung's pet was about to vomit because she was also transported with Uriah. They were all now at Uriah's lab inside the Empire's capital. Uriah didn't waste any second and gave her disciple a skill book. She started boasting in front of Hyunsung because she thought that she was more generous than the Emperor. This scene left these ladies dumbfounded. Our MC was happy because he got a legendary skill once again. This one was called meter riding. This was a skill created by Uriah and it allows the user to use the gravity meter as a mode of transportation. It consumes 50% of the maximum mana of the user. This skill also has a 30 in-game days cooldown. Uriah added that this skill was still a little sloppy, but it will really help Hyunsung go to places quickly. The Emperor was about to give him a flying wyvern, but she stopped it and gave this skill instead. Hyuna, Yoon, and Rin were having these facial expressions because Uriah and Hyunsung were having a casual conversation about dragons as if they were too common. After that, our MC decided to say his goodbyes to his master. He thanked her again for this generous gift. Uriah was happy to assist her disciple. She would even prepare him for another skill when he visited her again. These four all let out a sigh after exiting Uriah's place. Hyuna was also demanding her brother to explain everything to her. Our overpowered MC's status was nothing against his sister. They all went to the base of the Hero Guild. This was where Hyuna confirmed that her brother was really the same Asura that she idolized. Her brother was the disciple of two of the most powerful NPCs of this continent. She still can't believe all the information she found out. Hyunsung was busy apologizing to Rin and Yoon because of all the chaos today. Rin will now give him a personal tour around their guild. These four players now started walking around the guild's territory. Hyunsung noticed that all the NPCs in here respect them so much. These NPCs were also important because they were the first line of defense if something attacked their base. Hyunsung also found out that the #1 guild called Shinho was only a subsidiary of the Hero Guild. This meant that the #1 player in the Korean server was originally from the Hero Guild. He was the only one Rin could trust to manage the Shinho Guild, so she let him do it. Eden was also Rin's cousin. She also revealed that all the members of the Shinho Guild knew that they were under the Hero Guild. All the promising players from Shinho were then being recommended to transfer to them. This was the same reason why Hyuna ended up with them. They continued their tour until Hyunsung saw something. It was this passage with a green light around it. Rin told him that this was a dungeon that was owned by their guild. In every territory of a guild, there's a place like this inside the castle. A secret dungeon was always being secretly made. But not everyone could enter the dungeon casually. She told Hyunsung that inside this dungeon were monsters with levels 300 and above. They use this if they need to level up or train for something. Hyunsung was now thinking about the dungeon inside the Empire's palace. He will surely ask the Emperor if he could have access to that dungeon as well. Rin and Hyuna added that these kinds of dungeons give a lot of experience compared to the normal ones. Our MC was now determined that after he finished the main scenario, he will ask his masters about this so he could level up quickly. The next place for the tour was the castle wall. This was a main defense of their territory. The castle was also placed at the edge of a cliff to counter flying monsters. Hyunsung thought that this was like an impregnable fortress and was wondering if he could also have something like this in the future. They were about to move to the next location, but then all heard a loud noise outside. Something was breaking the barrier of this high-leveled fortress. The durability of the walls were also dropping low. Rin knew that there was an intruder and they needed to hurry. The other end of the castle wall was already shaking. Rin and her group came in and the NPCs reported that there was something weird below the castle wall. These four looked at the edge to check what's really happening, and they were speechless at what they saw. Hyuna was thinking about the identity of the intruder, and here he is. The intruder was none other than our MC's most loyal servant. Words left Hyunsung's mouth as he saw this high-leveled NPC breaking the defense of the most powerful guild in Korean server. He got furious and shouted to Libius to come up the castle wall. This one immediately followed his master and climbed as if there were no barriers at all. Libius ignored all the magic traps. But his master was already casting his Gravity Heavenly Trust skill, and Hyunsung smacked the shit out of Libius. But this NPC received it happily. He then started apologizing to Rin again. Libius was asking why his master was doing this, and it made Hyunsung furious even more. Rin was now wondering what level was this NPC because the damage Libius did was equivalent to the level 300 monsters attacking the castle for an hour. She was quite terrified because all Libius did was bang his head on the wall. Rin then told Hyunsung that the tour was done and they should go to the meeting room instead. After that, they were all now inside this room. Rin broke the silence and told everyone that she can't accept Hyunsung in their guild. This shocked Yoon and Hyuna. Rin took her time to explain why this was the case. Hyunsung was also confused because he was rejected. Meanwhile, at the Veldorn Kingdom, another meeting was being held, and this time, it was the leaders of the Block Guild. This one was still laughing at Zerbal because he overestimated himself too much. The other leaders were already talking about Zerbal being not fit to be a guild master of the Black Hunter. They were also thinking about getting that position from him. But only one out of the 4 leaders at prison here would be able to manage the Black Hunter Guild because the other ones lost a lot of money from the competition. This lady right here only sent one representative to the competition because she knew that no one would have a chance against Asura. This move saved her a lot of money. They also thought that this incident regarding Asura gave them all a better standing in their main guild. After that, they moved on to the next topic. They were concerned about the Shinhwa Guild because they already found out that they were under the Hero Guild. Some of them sent some people to infiltrate and they all ended up in Shinhwa. This lady thought that maybe their setup was more like a subsidiary guild like them. They also confirmed that both of the leaders of these 2 strong guilds were related to each other. One even added that Rin was a daughter of a conglomerate. The only problem they had was that they couldn't figure out which conglomerate family Rin was from because they were not familiar with her face. They will also delay all of their plans because of this. All of the other leaders agreed on this move. They don't want to attack something they know nothing about, but if they had the time, they could easily win this war because they have some pro gamers with them. Their only problem was Asura. This man was wondering if this player would join the Hero Guild. But since Asura was already a disciple of the Emperor and Uriah, Warren was sure that the Hero Guild would also not attempt to get Asura. This statement was backed up by these 2 leaders because they knew that Asura was already earning a huge amount of money and he could solo almost all of the boss monsters. Junju then added that maybe the Hero Guild would opt to have Asura as a partner or a subsidiary. But Warren was sure that Rin would not yield to something like this because she was also from a conglomerate family. She even told everyone that she will bet all of her money on this move. Back to the Hero Guild. Yoon was thinking that her sister was making a mistake. Libius was also furious because he thought that this place was not even enough for his master. Hyunsung thought that he was being rejected because of this NPC. Rin then apologized for giving the wrong idea. She thought that her guild was really not enough for Hyunsung's capabilities and not the other way around. The first point was that Hyunsung was already a disciple of Emperor Charon. He was also a disciple of Uriah, and this was exactly her point. Hyunsung was already above all the other players in idea, and this was well known throughout the world because of his YouTube account. She thought that it would give Hyunsung's masters a bad impression if he would let himself be under a guild. Yoon agreed as she remembered Uriah's actions. Rin was clear about her reasons. But then she requested for an alliance instead, and this idea caught our MC's attention. She suggested that Hyunsung should just have his 1-person guild, but she will still give him the permission to enter the Heroes Guild dungeon. She could also assist him in case Hyunsung needed some members for raids. Rin also added that she could give him all the information they got about the monsters and discounts for valuable items. Hyunsung knew that this was all beneficial to him, but he still asked what he would be giving in return to her guild. Rin revealed her main concern. She told Hyunsung that she wants to learn about the main scenario. If our MC would be doing this quest, she wanted to know the details and storyline. This was the only thing she needed. The information after Hyunsung completed the quests. She also revealed that this was the reason why she created the Hero Guild. They only hired unique ranked players so they could make an impact in the story. Rin also told Hyunsung that she will not rush him into making a decision right now. She just sent a friend request in case our MC was ready to give his answer. After the meeting, Hyunsung went to the Hanam Square. He was still thinking about the benefits he will get. He was only leaning on creating his own guild after going to the Church of Thananos. But before that, Hyunsung decided to use the DP store. He chose to get a legendary grade skill. This one was really lucky because he got a legendary plus. And he thought that this was just a bug. After some time, We saw this orc warrior in this forest being hit by an arrow. It turned his head around to check who attacked him, but an arrow landed on its forehead and had this grim expression. It was from our MC. He was killing these boss monsters again. Thana was cheering for her master. She thought that Hyun-sung using this bow and arrow was cool. She even helped her master to find more boss monsters in the area. The skill that Hyun-sung was using was called Ambrid's Arrow of Destruction. This was the newest legendary skill our MC got last time. This skill allows him to use 3 different arrows. The first one was the normal type, and it consumes 300 mana. It will deal 300% of the attack power of the user and has a cooldown of 10 seconds. Second type was called Ambrid's Binding Arrow, and this consumes 2000 mana. It has the same effects like the normal arrow, but this will bind the target for 1 minute. As for the last type, it was called Arrow of Destruction and consumes 10,000 mana. It lets the user heat the vital points of the target. This will deal 40% of the total health of the target plus the additional effect of the normal arrow. It can only be used once per day, and right now, our MC was about to test out this overpowered Arrow of Destruction. With this skill, he could easily see all the vital points of his target. In addition to all the effects, he could still infuse skills with this arrow. And right now, he chose the skill that could pierce right through his target. Hyun-sung finally fired his arrow, and this was just too fast, and it created a hole in this boss monster's body. If he could properly heat the vital point, an additional 3% damage would also be added. This guy was now trying to level up quickly because if he starts doing the 3rd trace quest, his narcolepsy skill will not be activated. All the boss orbs that he was getting were all being fed to Thana. Hyun-sung continued to hunt the monsters using his newest skill. He was getting excited because he wanted to show everyone something fun again. The next day, while having some breakfast, Hyuna was still annoyed because her brother hid that he was Asura. She asked him if there were still some things that he had not told her yet. Hyun-sung sat down and told her that his in-game character has a god class. He revealed that he was the descendant of a god named Thananos, and this god was one of the strongest gods in Idea. He was also the god of death and sleep. Hyuna thought that maybe her brother was still joking around, but since he had no other reason to lie, she slowly believed him. Hyun-sung also told her sister that they should move to a different house now. This guy had been earning a lot of money from YouTube and they can now afford a better place. Hyuna forgot about this, but she agreed as long as it will be better than this one. She also asked if she could do the interior design for the house, and her brother agreed. Hyuna also requested if she could watch the videos his brother was about to upload. And since Yeon always sends him a draft of the video first, he could grant her request. She was so happy because her appa was Asura. She even had him log into the game and volunteered that she would clean and do the dishes. Hyun-sung logged in and he immediately sent a message to Siwa. He asked her about the Church of Thananos, and all that Siwa told him was good luck. These two were now floating in the air. Hyun-sung asked Libius that when he summoned the gravity meter, this NPC should hold on to him tightly, and then he used his gravity meter skill. Our MC followed it up with his meter riding skill, and he was now on top of this meter. This skill was not easy to use because it still damages him even if he was the one who casted the skill. Even the system told Hyun-sung best of luck while he was adjusting the direction of this meter. They were still falling down to the ground, but then at the last second, Hyun-sung managed to control it properly and saved themselves. He was now slowly regretting using this skill because he could lose his life with just one mistake. Meanwhile, even if they were almost gonna die, this NPC took it like he was just riding a roller coaster. Our MC just used an effin' meter as his mode of transportation. In the meantime, at the main church of Thananos, these followers were busy worshipping their god. They all worshipped like Libius. They were banging their heads towards this huge statue of Thananos. This bishop, named Amorgica, was overseeing them and was proud because all of their members were faithful believers. But then he noticed something. It was a huge meteor and it was heading right towards their church. And instead of panicking, these guys started to praise their god even more. They all gathered in the center because they all felt a familiar energy coming from this meter. This bishop even got jealous because these believers could go and play around like that. And after a few more seconds, the meter landed. The impact made these guys scatter around the area. Libius was too ecstatic because he had expected that the most fun part was when they were about to land. His master had a different reaction. Libius then greeted these guys and they all turned their heads towards them. They immediately rushed towards Libius and they addressed him as their cardinal and teacher. Some of them were even sad because Libius got demoted to being only a priest and he had to leave this place. Hyunsun can't believe that a lot of people thought highly of his servant. Libius also told everyone to get lost as he will still assist their master. Hearing this statement, they were all shocked, and then Hyunsung and Libius noticed someone was already approaching them. It was this guy and he was running at full speed. Hyunsung thought that this guy could easily be ranked higher than the emperor in terms of strength. He bowed his head in front of Hyunsung and introduced himself as Pope Francis. He then asked Hyunsung to follow him as he will lead him inside the church. Pope Francis already knew that their master was coming for the relic. He also apologized to Hyunsung because Libius might have gave him too much stress. They then continued to walk towards the relics and this pope told Hyunsung that they already have started releasing the seals but they only managed to break the first stage. He thought that maybe the direct descendant of Thananos would be able to break the other ones. These relics were also the ones that their god used to torment and punish the evil gods of his era. Hyunsung was expecting that these relics would be like chains and scythe. Siwa had been using a powerful scythe for herself. He was already getting excited about getting these interesting items. And after that, the relics were already presented to him. These items were shining and had this golden light. Pope Francis told Hyunsung that these two items were the strongest relics of their god, but Hyunsung looked like he was not impressed. Meanwhile, at the Inferno server management office, our MC was still being monitored by these guys. The leader of the management team didn't expect that Hyunsung would acquire these relics this early. The other god class from the other server didn't even have their relics yet. He also thought that since Hyunsung already got these items, the disciple might give the quest that will lead to the main scenario now. He smiled because normally, the main scenario would only be revealed after 8 months. But Hyunsung had already done it. One of the relics that he got was this Thananos' fluffy pillow and it was a god rank. This was an exclusive item for Hyunsung. Just by having this item, our MC would have his HP and MP recovery doubled. And if used this item while sleeping, the amount of DP he was getting would also be doubled. The other one was Thananos' soft blanket. This was also exclusive to Hyunsung and this will help him sleep deeply. Having this relic would decrease the duration of negative status in half and if he used this while sleeping, the experience points will also be doubled. This blanket would also lessen the effect of the narcolepsy skill to 2 real-time hours. Hyunsung knew that these relics were really the perfect ones for his character, and while he was still thinking of ways to maximize these items, the disciple appeared in front of them. This guy was confused because he was not inside the imperial palace, but as he checked his surroundings, he knew that he was inside the Church of Thananos. He addressed Pope Francis and told him that he was just about to give Hyunsung a hard time releasing the seals, but it seemed that the first stage was already broken. This guy was not happy with the jokes of the disciple. He was already furious at him. The disciple immediately left because he got afraid and told Hyunsung that they will just meet on the next trace quest. Hyunsung asked the Pope if there was some grudge between him and the disciple because he was too annoyed at him. The Pope then revealed that this disciple stole the relics from the church and he ran away. And because they lost the relics, they were not able to use some of their teleportation scrolls. The church has also lost most of its powers because of this incident. Usually, their religion would be the one controlling the whole continent, but now, humans were not even paying some attention to it. Pope Francis also revealed that some of their believers were not even humans. He also tried and asked Hyunsung a favor. Our MC agreed to hear this request and it made this man smile like this. This request was about maintaining the power of the Church of Thananos. Pope Francis and other beast men from the other races were doing their best, but there had been an issue from one of the cardinal's towns. While they were gathering minerals, the ground caved in and they all felt the power of death. This aura was more potent than any other auras they felt, and they can't even enter this cave. The Pope added that this power was a different type of death aura from Thananos's. This one was more like a dark type and an evil type of death. He had already sent a lot of priests and bishops to check this matter. He even went there himself. The necromancers and lings that he sent all felt the same thing. This place was a root of darkness. They were also baffled when they discovered that only travelers who were between level 150 to level 200 could enter the cave. Pope Francis thought that this was too serious to just entrust this mission to the travelers. And since Hyun-sung could already fit in this requirement, he wonders if he could complete this quest for them. After knowing the situation, a quest popped up. This one was in a plus rank. It will also grant Hyun-sung some rewards even if he failed to complete this one. But the rewards for completing it were much nicer than the other way around. And as usual, our MC was all for these kinds of adventures, so he accepted it. He then gained favorability from the Pope of the main church. Pope Francis then called someone who could help Hyun-sung in this quest. She was also a cardinal of their religion. Hyun-sung immediately noticed the rabbit eyes. This one was named Carrot, and she paid her respects to Hyun-sung. Carrot immediately apologized on behalf of Libius because she thought that this servant had bothered their master too much. This one gave Libius a lightning speed kick. The impact was just too powerful. It sent Libius flying towards the wall of the church. She bowed her head to her master because of how she acted, but Hyun-sung was kinda happy with what she did. The Pope also revealed that Carrot hated this priest. Libius slowly rose from the rubbles and praised Carrot for being too energetic. After this, Hyun-sung said his goodbyes to the Pope as he will now head towards the Cave of Darkness. And Libius was already running away, but the Pope noticed him. He then asked Libius where he was about to go, and Libius told him that he will assist Hyun-sung on his quest, but the Pope held him in his place. He knew that this NPC would only bother Hyun-sung, and aside from that, he was about to give him a separate mission. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung and Carrot were happily walking away as Libius was crying because he was about to be abandoned by his master. He was left there alone as he cried his heart out. Libius stopped crying and asked the Pope about his real mission. Pope Francis revealed that it was about the enemies of their religion. They have already found the base of their enemies and he needed someone who could eliminate them. Libius was the only cardinal who specialized in combat, so this job was a perfect for him. Hearing this, his expression immediately changed. This one was really mad. He even started to show this dark aura around him while having this kind of smile. He intends to destroy everything. Libius also asked the Pope if he could accompany Hyun-sung again after completing his mission. Dragons inside this game usually cast magic on themselves to remove the burden on their body, and they were usually not affected by wind and gravity. That's why they could fly fast. And now, our MC was riding a dragon with Carrot towards his next mission. He thought that riding a dragon was better than riding a meteor, and he will ask the Emperor without telling it to Uriah. Not long after, Carrot already pointed out that they were already near their destination. At the top of this dark mountain was a dungeon filled with the energy of death. And as they approached closer, these notifications popped out. Hyun-sung obtained the first clue to the main scenario. This place was called the Holy Land of the Fallen. Our MC received a new mission called the Holy Land of the Fallen and the Ratting Dead. Hyun-sung needed to investigate this cave to check if there were other gods that could command death like Thananos. And he only has one in-game week as his time limit. Completing this quest will lead to the second clue of the main scenario. He then entered this cave with Carrot, and he thought that this was the most important mission that he received because discovering this mission will notify all the players in the game that the main scenario will be starting. Additionally, Hyun-sung will also receive a high-ranking class-related skill book and a high-ranking class-related item. Our MC knew that he needed to be more careful on doing this quest, so he requested Carrot to restrict the area around this dungeon and not allow anyone to enter. He also thought that he would notify Rin about this quest after he finished it. After all, Only Yoon could enter this dungeon, so no one could help him anyway. As they go deeper inside the cave, Carrot requests something from her master. She asked if Hyun-sung could drop the formalities when talking to her, as she would also like to have the same casual conversation Hyun-sung was having with Libius. Our MC thought that this was too easy and agreed to it. This made Carrot so happy. Hyun-sung then continued walking towards the dungeon. Notifications saying that he had already entered the cave popped out. Since he was the very first person to discover the main scenario, all of his stats were increased by 20. This guy was now ready to clear this dungeon. Multiple red notifications also appeared and warned Hyun-sung about the danger that lies inside this dungeon. The difficulty of this said dungeon was also much higher than the normal ones. Hyun-sung also saw that the boss monster inside this dungeon was monitoring his move, and since he knew about this, he thought that he would not be using his main skills because he didn't want the boss monster to learn his attack patterns. Hyun-sung then heard some footsteps and he immediately felt that these ones were strong. As soon as he saw this silhouette, he charged towards it. He used his heavenly trusts and approached this monster. His attack landed and it created this huge explosion. Fana felt dizzy with the impact, but Hyun-sung felt like he didn't even land a critical strike. This monster spoke and told Hyun-sung that he loathes him. This soldier addressed our MC as the one that possesses the pure death. Hyun-sung knew that he couldn't hide his skills now because these were not enough to kill a mere soldier. The ratting soldier then rushed towards Hyun-sung while screaming,
Hey there, everyone! It's been a while since our last recap. And before we dive into this one, I just want to give a big shout out to all the awesome folks who pitched in and sent over some moolah. Seriously, you guys rock. Your generosity hasn't gone unnoticed. I invited Truckun to bless you guys. Have a great one.
Last episode, we left Hyun-sung being confronted by this ratting soldier inside the dungeon. This one was now running towards him. Our MC was more than prepared for this attack. He quickly performed his skill called Sword of Wind. This skill allowed him to outmaneuver his opponent. Hyun-sung used this opportunity to do some chip damage towards the soldier. He also noticed that this monster has a lot of defense stat on it, but because his attacks were now too powerful, he was still able to do significant damage. Gray blood was coming out from this one. Our MC knew that he could combine these physical strikes with his other skills, and that was the magic bullets. These ones hit the target spot on. Hyun-sung also started to observe and think about how he could be more efficient attacking the monster. He can't just waste all of his stamina fighting a single monster. He was now wondering how he could deal critical damage while consuming the minimum amount of MP. After a few seconds, an idea came to his mind and he dashed towards the soldier. He also checked his inventory in the process. Our MC then equipped Ahambrid's Arrow of Destruction. This was his best bet because this item allows him to see all the vital points of his enemies. This way, he could deal more damage and reduce his MP consumed. As soon as he saw the vital points, Hyun-sung cancelled his skill. He then equipped his sword and dagger again. He was now ready to finish this fight. Meanwhile, this person continued to struggle, attempting to cry out to Hyun-sung. They yearned for a death of divine nature. Our MC was tired of this fight. He used another skill called Infinite Dagger and it summoned multiple clones of his weapon. He comboed this one with another skill called Moon Sword Falling Slash and it pierced right through the monster. The daggers also turned out to be explosive shurikens, so it created a huge explosion. But this amount of attacks were still not enough to eliminate this monster. It still dashed towards our MC. Luckily, Hyun-sung was also prepared. He was already charging for another skill. This time, he dealt some physical damage towards the monster. He used the Heavenly Thrust skill. With this, the rotting soldier was defeated. It also gave him more information about how to deal with these monsters. Somewhere along the dungeon, someone was observing our MC. This one figured out that normal soldiers wouldn't work against Hyun-sung. This was a person who was spying on him. It was another NPC inside the game. He also smiled as he thought that Hyun-sung was really clever. He hasn't used any of the powers of Thananos yet. This NPC then stood up and planned something to start things off. He started to make a speech in front of these hundreds of soldiers. He announced that the descendant of Thananos was inside the dungeon and he wanted everyone to greet him properly. All of the soldiers present in that room agreed and followed his order. This one thought that if they could kill our MC, his master would be happy. Meanwhile, at the Inferno server management office, these guys were still monitoring the progress of Hyunsung. They can't believe that a player could really achieve this feat all by himself. The team leader Jo Minwoo found out that Hyunsung was now currently at level 175. He was wondering if someone could really complete a main scenario just with this level. His lackey responded that it was not impossible as Hyunsung is a god rank player. But if they would compare this one to the other servers, he was way ahead from the other god rank players. Minwoo was still amazed on how our MC handled the fight against that tough opponent. He thought that maybe Hyunsung was aware that there's still a boss inside the dungeon, so he was reserving all of his skills and strength towards this one. Aside from that, we all know that Hyunsung has 3 kinds of playing styles. Minwoo now wonders if our MC could really maintain this momentum up until the end of the dungeon. This guy then checked the items that Hyunsung could get if ever he really completed this mission. Some of his lackeys were still doubting the strength of this one player who attempted to clear the main scenario of this game alone, but their team leader said that it was still not impossible. And since this quest was about the main scenario, this one opened up that Hyunsung could even receive a relic or an authority skill just by completing this one. This statement made their team leader froze for a bit. He remembered the time when our MC received a relic that was supposedly unlocked at level 400. Minwoo checked the details about this main scenario quest once again. Out of all the gods in this game, Thananos was the only one who has 3 relics instead of only 1. At the rate of how Hyunsung was playing the game, it was already predicted that he would acquire 2 out of 3 relics before reaching level 400. But the only problem that the team leader could think of was the fact that our MC was clearing all of these quests with just 1 try. Usually, a player would take 4 to 5 tries to complete these kinds of missions. Team leader Minwoo was now mumbling all sorts of scenarios once again. All of his lackeys noticed this. This one also requested another PC inside the server room so he could write an apology letter in case something unexpected happened. Our MC really messed this one up, and while they were still busy monitoring Hyunsung, this guy noticed something. The other guys inside the server room also saw what was happening. They quickly felt worried about what will happen next. Minwoo was still busy writing his apology letter, but the commotion distracted him. He asked everyone what was happening. Someone then told this guy that Hyunsung just discovered a secret passage inside the dungeon that can act as his safe zone. A few moments earlier, our MC was still busy defeating the soldiers that came in his way. These ones were now much easier to kill as he already knew their attack patterns and weaknesses. The soldiers also gave Hyunsung a good amount of experience points and it boosted his level. Our MC was already feeling tired after all of those battles. He wished he could rest for a bit, but the system kept on telling him that the Baron inside the dungeon was watching all of his moves. He was not letting Hyunsung rest. He then concluded that maybe this Baron was able to control all the soldiers inside this place. Hyunsung also noticed something. Fana was busy pulling this huge item. She wanted to give it to her master as a reward. Our MC then stopped her as she was really struggling. He suggested that she could just help her when he accidentally fell asleep. Fana felt a little sad about this, so our MC gave her a soul orb to eat. This quickly changed her mood and told her master that she would do everything to cheer him up. Fana kept on eating the boss orb, but she told her master that she didn't like the taste of this food. A rotting soldier's soul was really not tasty. Fana didn't really mind this as she could still find something that she could eat along the way. And while she was searching for something delicious, she noticed something. Hyunsung saw her fly towards somewhere and he followed her. Fana flew in front of this wall and tapped a brick. A secret door then appeared and it opened. This one celebrated as she was really amazed at what she discovered. Hyunsung and the Baron of this dungeon were flustered. Our MC's expression quickly changed as he figured something out. The system notified him that all the conditions have been met, so he could now enter this secret place. This one was called the Eroding Secret Hallway. This place was filled with divine power, and it prevented the Baron from observing Hyunsung. Our MC already figured this out and thought that this place was not corrupted yet. He also thought that maybe something that could link him to Thananos was inside this place. And while he was walking, he saw a room that was labeled as a lab. He entered this one and thought that the room was smaller than he thought. Hyunsung found a whole lot of research journals and history books regarding Thananos. He started getting all of it. This guy also saw a letter that was lying on the table. The letter stated that by the time someone found this item, all the soldiers inside the castle dungeon were already corrupted. It was also revealed that back then, these soldiers were followers of Thananos. They all thought that their god abandoned them. That's why they all revolted against him. The apostle that was leading them was then forced to cast a barrier that would seal everyone inside this castle. Hyunsung also found out that all the people who defied Thananos were cursed with a ratting death. This explained why this was part of his main scenario. The writer of the letter also left a present to the one who could discover this place. Hyunsung kept on looking for this present, and he got this smile as he found out what it was. Meanwhile, the Baron was still speechless. He didn't think that there's a secret passage inside the castle. He was now wondering why no one really found out about this secret. This NPC then asked the soldiers to do everything they can to figure something about this secret passage, but he was told that they can't as something was restricting them. It left them no other choice but to wait for the moment Hyunsung reveals himself once again. This NPC was still confident that they could still defeat this single player with their current force, and after a while, the NPC smiled as he already saw a development. He saw Hyunsung but immediately got confused as our MC was shown to be running away. The NPC was about to order all the soldiers to chase Hyunsung, but then he was disrupted by the intense trembling around him. This was then followed by a huge explosion. Turns out, our overpowered MC found a self-destructing bomb inside the secret passage and used it to destroy the castle. This guy just did a speed run. He knew that this method was really effective as he received a huge amount of XP. It boosted him up to level 180. Hyunsung noticed that the explosion was dying down and thought that he should reignite the flames. This crazy player then used his gravity meter and targeted the castle. He was not even satisfied casting one. Hyunsung casted a total of 3 packing meters towards the castle dungeon. Someone would expect that all the monsters inside this place were already defeated, but this was not the case. Someone survived, and this one used a barrier. It was the Baron of the castle. This NPC showed no surprise at these events, as the followers of Thananos were known to possess an eccentric and fanatical nature. He knew that something was not right the moment he saw Hyunsung running away. The sole regret he carried was the loss of all his subordinates in those assaults. He had invested significant effort in constructing such an army. His thoughts were then cut off once again as he saw something. Another meteor was heading on his way. This made the Baron even more furious towards our MC. He wanted to kill Hyunsung at all costs. After a few seconds, the meteor hit the castle once again, and while this chaos was happening, Hyunsung was just sipping a mana potion. He stood in front of the castle. This one also figured out that the boss monster of this dungeon was still alive because there's still no clear notification appearing yet. The Baron survived all of those attacks and appeared with this kind of look. This one screamed at Hyunsung and swore that he would definitely defeat him. That scream was not a normal one as it sent powerful sound waves towards Hyunsung. This guy didn't have enough time to react as he was caught off guard. Luckily, the Belt of Dreams saved him. It took one unavoidable damage. The Baron then continued his attacks. His casting time has no delays, but Hyunsung was not even intimidated. He even smiled as he planned to provoke the enemy more. This guy was really having fun. The Baron kept missing all of his attacks and it made him even more furious. He was out of control. Hyunsung found an opportunity and used his stealth skill to hide his presence. Our MC appeared behind this boss monster and used his arrow of destruction. It was also followed by the dark lightning. This guy also charged up a powerful strike. This attack pierced right through the enemy. This boss didn't even have the chance to win. The Baron then started falling onto the ground. But something was not right. A red notification appeared in front of Hyunsung. It notified him that the seal of the Baron's power got weaker and it unlocked his third phase. This one figured out that his meter attacks were just for the 2 phases of this boss. The Baron's appearance changed. He also warned our MC that he would kill him as soon as his invincibility was over. And after a few seconds, the Baron could now move again. He was already planning to use his blink skill to close his distance towards Hyunsung. But something stopped him. It was an arrow. The arrow was also imbued with a skill that turned his leg into a stone. It was petrification. The Baron was still thinking of some ways to survive this one, but 2 arrows landed again. He still tried to retaliate by casting some skills towards Hyunsung. But as the dust settled, it revealed that our MC was perfectly fine. Another arrow was being charged. And this one was filled with this dark aura. It was a bullseye. The attack landed on the vital point and it triggered Thenano's nightmare skill. This will inflict hallucinations and intense pain towards this boss monster. He experienced the sensation as if his body was being torn apart. Our MC then proceeded to follow up by utilizing the skill known as Sabbath of the Death. This one consumed 1000 DP and made the Baron fall asleep for 1 minute. All the damage within this time will also be doubled. As soon as this skill was casted, Hyunsung rushed towards the Baron and performed multiple attacks. He paused and addressed the Baron, informing him that he still had 1 more attack at his disposal. A packing meter was already on its way towards this boss monster. This scene was then followed by an explosion. Multiple notifications then confirmed that our overpowered MC cleared the main scenario. This achievement was also announced to all the players in this game. This guy just got a high-ranking class-related skill book and a god relic as his reward. The Pope will also give him additional reward for clearing the quest. While Hyunsung and the Baron were fighting, there was a meeting being held inside the Hero Guild. It seemed to be a serious one as almost all of the members were present. These guys were apparently looking for clues about the main scenario, and they still haven't got significant information. Their guild leader, Rin, was already thinking of giving this quest up, but this mage told them that they should just go and get some rest first. Their decision-making capability was now being hindered by the exhaustion of finding some clues. This guy also agreed with this suggestion, and while they have just agreed with this plan, another member came into the meeting. This guy told everyone that he just found some useful information about the main scenario. He was just about to tell this to everyone, but they were all interrupted by a notification. The system announced that Asura just cleared the main scenario 1. This development will also make some significant changes throughout the game. Rin was obviously confused as she was not expecting this news. The system also advised every player that they should refer to the home page of the game if they have any questions. This guy's announcement was a second too late. All the high-leveled players then thought that they were not able to find anything because they were all too high-leveled. But this revelation didn't stop this one to talk more about what he found. He revealed that it has something to do with the Church of Thenanos and the Pope who was residing there. Back to our MC. He quickly stopped recording as soon as he cleared the main scenario quest. He thought that this quest almost felt like it was just a prologue. The Baron was clearly just a minion of someone who was more powerful. Our MC knew that from now on, things will be more tough. But since he just cleared a main scenario quest, he was more excited checking the rewards he got. This was Hyunsung's face as soon as he saw the things he got. Our MC received a history of the Rotting Death Book. This will act as his priority pass towards the next scenario. This guy was kinda disappointed because he was expecting more value. He then checked the other rewards. One of the rewards he got was called Thenano's Breath. It was an active authority skill. This skill will allow the user to produce a fog around him and all the enemies inside this will receive a debuff. They will not be able to recover HP and MP. And the movements, attack power, and defense will also be lowered by 20%. Hyunsung's face brightened up as he knew that this skill was another overpowered one. Meanwhile, The god relic that he received now was called Thenano's Bed of Tranquility. This item reduces the cooldown of Thenano's Nocturne cooldown by half and it increases the damage by 200%. This could also be used as a transportation method, much like the Kintan Cloud of Goku. On top of that, it could also replenish our MC's HP and MP 3 times a day. Hyun-sung started to daydream as he thought about this scene. He could just lie down and spam the gravity meter all over. After checking all the rewards, this guy decided to exit the game. He was now wondering if the game would nerf his stats and skills because he was becoming way too overpowered. Somewhere inside a tower, we could see the disciple of Thenano's inside this room. This guy can't believe that the main scenario has already been cleared. He was also talking to someone using this dark orb. This one was now wondering where he could hide the other god relic that could help Hyun-sung grow even stronger. The disciple tapped the orb as he looked for some perfect places, and after a while, he thought that he could hide this relic inside the black dragon lair that was covered with black fog. The disciple was now wondering how Hyun-sung would react as soon as he figured this thing out. He was about to execute this plan, but something seemed to be missing. The disciple panicked because he just misplaced the final relic of Thenano's. Meanwhile, articles about Asura clearing the main scenario were flooding the internet. This created mixed reactions towards all the players. On top of that, it also affected the players from other servers as this event gave them significant clues about their own main scenario. Other players also started cheering for Asura because they knew that normal players could only participate in this quest once it reached the third main scenario quest. The culprit behind this chaos has this kind of expression. Hyun-sung got really tired because Hyuna and Yeon wouldn't leave him alone. These two bombarded our MC with a lot of questions on how he cleared the main scenario. Hyun-sung logged back in the game and he was greeted by Carrot. She asked her master if they will now head back to the main church as he completed the quest. Hyun-sung didn't accept this proposal. He told Carrot that he still needs to head towards the Empire's capital. Aside from this, he really didn't want to see Libius. After hearing this, Carrot mounted the dragon. This one will report to the main church first and then she will head back towards the Karin Empire. Hyun-sung also checked the map of this place. He was wondering where the Karin Empire's direction was. Our MC summoned his meter again and used this to ride towards the Empire. This guy was now more comfortable riding this thing. As soon as Hyun-sung left the place, the notification of the main scenario popped out. This meant that this quest was officially cleared. Later that night, at the harbor city of Fabidon, a group of shady individuals were having a meeting. These guys have this creepy aura around them. They were talking about the death of the Baron. Some of the individuals present were already expecting this development because their master predicted it. Some of them were also concerned about their plans being delayed. They didn't expect that the Church of Thananos would be this powerful again. All their thoughts and worries were advised to be casted out by this man. He explained that all they needed to do was follow the orders of their master. It was also revealed that the Holy Emperor was working with them unlike the Pope of Thananos. This member got furious as soon as he heard the name of the Pope. He claimed that they have been abandoned by the Church of Thananos. This one was now asking if there were some ways to break the seal that prevents them from using their powers. This NPC named Baron Peril then appeared and answered his question. The seal got loosened up because of the death of the previous Baron, but it was still not enough to break it. After a few more concerns, Baron Peril concluded the meeting. This one was then left alone. He thought that the other members were really too annoying to deal with. They have no idea that they can't just make their move. This area was still being governed by the continent's 5 heavens. Baron Peril also wanted to kill the members just to eliminate some hassles, but he was not allowed to do this. On top of that, he knew that the Church of Thananos was now at their strongest that they have been. This was also a kind of force they can't just deal with easily. This Baron figured that he should now be more careful. He was already planning to leave this place, but then he felt something unusual. An individual appeared and suddenly asked him some information about the rotting of the death. Baron Peril quickly recognized the robes of the mysterious man. They were from the Church of Thananos. The one who appeared was none other than our overpowered NPC, Libius. This guy was tasked to investigate this matter. Baron Peril thought about attacking Libius, but our boy already predicted it. Libius then casted this dark aura that surrounded the Baron. This guy was now thinking of dealing with this matter quickly so he could return back to his master's side. He asked Baron Peril to tell him all the information he knew about the rotting of the death. Libius casted a spell that would make this man answer every question he would ask, and the spell was proven to be effective. After a while, Baron Peril was still asleep. Libius threw this Baron to the river as he was done getting some answers from him. This NPC acted like this task was just a piece of cake. The Church of Thananos were really filled with overpowered characters. Libius smiled as he found out that there were 4 corrupted holy lands in this area. He planned to clear 1 or 2 places before reporting this to the Pope. The next day, Hyunsung arrived in the Karin Empire and he was now standing in front of the Emperor. This one quickly noticed the growth of his disciple and asked if there was something he could do for our MC. Hyunsung thanked the Emperor for his kind offer. He then showed the book about the history of the rotting death. This master quickly checked the contents of the book and promised that he will look into it further. He will also contact Hyunsung if he finds some information about it. Upon giving the book to the Emperor, the system notified our MC that he will also receive some reward. Hyunsung was clearly not expecting this one. The Emperor then approached our MC. He handed another skill book towards Hyunsung in exchange for the information he gave. This guy saw that it was another legendary skill book and a growth type as well. Hyunsung was really glad about receiving such a gift. This made the Emperor happy. The Emperor then opened up a topic about a competition for the disciples of the continent's 5 heavens. He told Hyunsung that he really didn't have to participate if he didn't want to. This was just a simple game to determine the power of their disciples. Our MC also found out that most of these disciples were also players like him. This piqued his interest and decided to join the competition. The Emperor then advised our MC to just wait inside the castle as the other disciples will be arriving soon. Hyunsung then spent his spare time checking the new skill book that his master gave to him. He thought that Emperor Charon was really fond of growth skills. The skill he got now was called the Emperor's Battlefield. This allows the user to increase his combat power, MP recovery and resistance to status conditions while his HP decreases. This also gives him Indomitable Will, which would revive the user once his HP reaches 0. This guy was glad as he received another powerful skill. On top of that, he could take a break on clearing the main scenario now. Fauna was also accompanying our MC at this moment, preoccupied with consuming the souls of defeated bosses. She then informed Hyunsung that she just felt a dragon's energy nearby. Hyunsung was then shocked as he saw a dragon's eye staring at him through his window. He then found out that this dragon was with Carrot. This bunny really came into the Empire's castle riding a wyvern. Our MC then invited Carrot inside his room. This cardinal informed him that she has some urgent information to report to. Carrot proceeds on giving the rewards of Hyunsung from clearing the quest from the Pope. Their meeting was then interrupted as Emperor Charon suddenly appeared beside them. Carrot quickly bowed and paid her respects towards the Emperor. Hyunsung also noticed that this cardinal was trembling in front of the Emperor. He thought that his master was really a powerful being. Emperor Charon then commanded Carrot to rise. He asked her why she came here. This one then reported that their church was now currently chasing a great enemy and she was mobilized to protect Hyunsung. The Emperor understood this and he asked Carrot what she needed from him. Carrot then explained that the number of the enemies were beyond their imagination. She also revealed that the great enemy has already captured the majority of the secret lands in the Middle Continent. These areas were all scattered and they were not able to locate them all. Her main intention was to get the approval of the Emperor so they could commence some investigations inside his territory. Emperor Charon already knew that the great enemy she was talking about were the ones with the rotting death. Carrot has also told the Emperor that they already managed to destroy one of their bases through the help of Hyunsung. And since this news made the Emperor proud of his disciple, He allowed the Church of Thananos to do their missions. He also assured Carrot that she didn't need to worry about Hyunsung as he was safe inside the castle. With this, Carrot went on her way back to the main church to report this news. She also thanked and apologized to the Emperor for this sudden favor. While Carrot and the dragon were flying away, Hyunsung made a comment about wyverns being cool. This caught the Emperor's attention. He thought that this was kind of expected as boys were really into dragons and wyverns. The Emperor then suddenly took his leave. Hyunsung thought that his master will now be investigating the matter about the rotting death. He also felt some kind of relief as he knew that things were moving in the right direction. Hyunsung then turned his attention towards the rewards he got from the Pope. The skill book was a class skill key. This meant that Hyunsung would get a random job-specific skill that he could only unlock through quests. This guy then proceeds on opening the chest. He saw a pair of earrings. These ones were called Kolano, Seeker of Death. This item raises all of his stats by 10% and it increases the effects of his skills against opponents. It also allows him to collect death energy that he could use to recover HP and MP. That item was really useful, but the attention of our MC was now in this skill book. The system asked Hyunsung if he would like to use the item. After a few seconds, our MC got a skill called Soul Harvest. This was a god rank skill. Hyunsung's face clearly brightened up upon seeing this notification. Meanwhile, Emperor Charon was busy doing something. Right now, he was in front of this huge fire dragon. He thought that this dragon was too big to become Hyunsung's mode of transportation. The dragon warned the Emperor. This was the first time someone dared to enter its lair. But this intimidation didn't work against this guy. Emperor Charon gave the warning back to this creature. This old man just used a conqueror's haki against this red dragon. This was also the first time this creature felt such pressure since it became an adult. It even thought that this amount of pressure was far greater than the elder dragons. The red dragon felt like it was in front of a giant powerful human. Emperor Charon let out a sigh as he reminisced about the days gone by. During that era, he would have swiftly severed this creature's neck without hesitation. He mused that he had grown more lenient as he aged. This old man then decided that he would just let this dragon live but wouldn't let the other wing be safe. And in an instant, the red dragon lost its left wing. The red dragon then remembered the legend that its elders told. Once upon a time, there was a human that defeated dozens of dragons in order to obtain their hearts. The one that was in that legend was now standing in front of it. Emperor Charon then left because he thought that he should look for some wyverns instead of dragons. This old man was still able to move at an insane speed. Meanwhile, at the easternmost end of the central continent where the Haemupis mountain was, a kingdom called Kukasium was residing. This one was known as the Kingdom of Blacksmiths. Kukasium was being led by the other continent's 5 heavens named Duracell. This guy was now preparing for their trip. The one who will be accompanying him was his disciple named Wall. This guy was the youngest among his disciples. These two started their journey towards the Karin Empire. They walked in this fiery mountain. Duracell stopped as he noticed someone came to greet them. The old man was then praised by this mysterious being. He was still able to detect this individual instantly. The one that came in to greet them was none other than the other continent's 5 heaven, Uriah. Wall quickly bowed his head and paid his respects towards her. Uriah, on the other hand, used this opportunity to observe this other disciple. She thought that this one looked clever enough. Duracell then started to tease this elf. He told her that Emperor Charon was really in a lot of trouble because Uriah was his apprentice. But even before this elf was sent here, Emperor Charon already warned Uriah about the antics of Duracell. He told her to always maintain her composure when she was talking with this dwarf. Uriah was then able to put up some wonderful remarks in exchange. This impressed Duracell as this proved that this elf really has grown a lot. Duracell then asked Uriah some things about their disciple. This one was expecting the disciple of the emperor and Uriah to be a magic swordsman. But Uriah was not able to confirm this one because Hyunsung's style was really different each time. And because she was not able to answer his question, Duracell used this to tease Uriah and implied that she was not a great master. Duracell continued to laugh and advised his own disciple to just focus on one field, unlike Uriah's disciple. These two then started to exchange remarks about their abilities, and after a while, these two reached their limits and were about to fight each other now. Wall was just left there helpless as he wished these two to stop. On the other side of the continent, two individuals were now resting for a bit. One of them was watching a video of Asura's battle. All he could think of were praises for this player. This man then didn't like hearing that kind of remark from his disciple. This one was named as Tungsten, and he was one of the continent's 5 heavens. He was getting annoyed because his disciple kept on watching Asura's videos instead of resting. His disciple was named as Titan. He was also a player and he had grown some admiration towards Asura. This one was also exciting because he could now fight against his idol. Tungsten then kept on stopping this guy from thinking that way. Meanwhile, at the Korean branch of Inferno, team leader Minwoo thought that something was bad. He was now watching Emperor Charon as this NPC bullied dragons and wyverns. This guy didn't expect this NPC to act like this. Emperor Charon was showing little interest towards the main scenario just because his disciple wanted a dragon as his mode of transportation. But he thought that this was just to be expected as the descendant of Thanatos could already twist the game. Minwoo was also thankful because the other NPCs were moving according to plan. Libius and the Pope were making their moves against their enemy. The team leader was also glad as the other classes related to Thanatos were still doing unrelated quests. The only players he was concerned about now were the Saint and Saintess of Thanatos. This saint's identity was still unknown, but things would shift to his focus if the church decided to include him on the missions about ratting death. Minwoo also advised his subordinates to keep an eye towards the events involving the rotting death. The main scenario too was quickly approaching and they can't afford an unexpected event to happen. But as he was giving this order, one of his men told him that the movement of the Saint Emperor of the Rotting Death was a little different. This made Minwoo more firm about his order. They need to observe every single one of the involved parties. Another report came in and now it was about our boy Libius. This non-player character was anticipated to be wandering about in search of members from the Ratting Death group. But right now, this overpowered NPC took the liberty of defeating the bases of their enemies. This scene made Minwoo have this kind of expression. Sooner or later, something will be twisted. Back to our MC, he was now heading towards the gym. This guy took into consideration the things that his friend told him about. His mere existence could really affect and twist the main scenario. He thought that he should be more careful now. And while he was walking outside, Hyun-sung heard something interesting. It was coming inside this computer shop. The people were talking about someone that was on a winning streak. Our MC decided to check it out as he thought that this someone could be a top ranker in idea. He then saw this game he used to play with Hyuna. It was also a battle simulator called Demolishing Storm. A mysterious individual was now inside the capsule and he just kept on winning against his opponents. And since our MC was a battle addict, he decided to try and fight this guy. The people around him were now wondering if this challenger could put up a good fight and break the streak of this mysterious guy. The match started and both of the players chose the same character. This turned out to be a mirror match. These two then quickly dashed towards each other. Both of the players executed the same kind of attacks. The battle concluded. Someone was now rushing towards the capsule and was thinking if his opponent was a pro gamer. But as this one came back, the other player was already gone. This was the face of the mysterious player. He came back to get some more coins, but Hyun-sung already left. This one was now disappointed because he lost against our MC. The people around him thought that this guy was a bit weird as he talked and murmured to himself. This mysterious man then left the arcade and proceeded to visit his master. And the one he was talking about was the same person who trains our MC. This old man was delighted as his former student came to visit him. It was then revealed that the name of this guy was Raymond Kim. Raymond left the country a few years back to take care of some business. Wanin then introduced Raymond to our MC who was also inside the dojo. These two greeted each other with a familiar tone and it confused their master. Raymond then revealed that he already met Hyun-sung downstairs as they fought some matches in the arcade. He also admitted that he was completely lost. As for our MC, he thought that the fighting style of Raymond was kinda familiar and he figured out that it was from his master. Raymond then used this opportunity to ask Hyun-sung for a match. But this time, they will be fighting in person. Our MC quickly accepted this match. These guys then headed to the sparring area. Two of the students of Master Wine were about to fight. Hyun-sung told Raymond that he will use this opportunity to learn a thing or two. This one then responded that this will not be as one-sided as their previous match. Both of their weapons then clashed. Their match took a while, and after the match ended, Raymond's hand was already like this. Wine proceeded to perform some first aid towards this guy. He knew that Raymond would now be coming every day after battling against Hyun-sung. This one also praised our MC because this was the first time seeing someone getting stronger and stronger with each round. Wine revealed to Raymond that he had experienced a similar reaction the first time he saw him. Both Raymond and Hyun-sung shared the trait of being battle enthusiasts. Raymond then proceeds on thinking that Hyun-sung might be a ranker inside idea. He compared our MC to the most well-known player right now. He thought that Hyun-sung might even be the real Asura. It was also revealed that Raymond was also considered as one of the strongest players in idea. This game was also the reason why he got so busy and skipped his training. The old man then scolded his student for being too occupied inside the game. Raymond revealed that he was part of a crazy religious order in the game and there's a lot of things that he was asked to do. This sounded like the Church of Thananos. This guy also told his master that he was an important figure inside that religion. He was also looking forward to meeting the descendants of their god. Meanwhile, the descendant of the god that he was talking about was now walking back home. Our MC was now in this state after his match against Raymond. He thought that their battle was really fun. The appearance of another strong student made him think that going to the dojo now won't be boring anymore. After that, Hyun-sung came back inside the game. A servant then informed our MC that while he was gone, one of the continent's 5 heavens arrived and it was tungsten. This information then confused this guy. Turns out, Emperor Charon was not present and they needed someone to greet their guests. Uriah also went away. Our MC assumed that he would be the one who would greet the guests. But that was not the case. The servant only came in to warn Hyun-sung that tungsten might come and find him. But this warning was a second too late as this old man appeared suddenly. He then greeted Hyun-sung. Our MC quickly introduced himself as Asura and paid his respects. The old man just stared at him, and while Tungsten was observing the disciple of Uriah and Charon, he felt the immense divine power that was coming from our MC. He thought that this guy was a monster. This gave him the idea why Charon and Uriah made this guy their disciple. Tungsten then proceeded to introduce his own disciple and Titan appeared. This guy introduced himself towards Asura as one of his huge fans. Titan even brought a pen and a notebook and asked for a signature of his idol. Their interaction was then cut off as they all felt some presence arriving inside the castle. Based on the commotion outside, Hyun-sung already knew that his master Uriah was involved. The castle of the emperor was in a whole lot of trouble. This powerful elf was still furious. Uriah was whining because she thought that Duracell was too slow, but this old man responded with some antics as well. Their argument was then interrupted as Tungsten showed himself. He told the other masters that this was not a nice example towards their disciples. Uriah saw Hyun-sung and she quickly went to greet him. This lady then started to brag and tease the old man. She claimed that his disciple has no chance of winning against Hyun-sung. As for this one's perspective, he quickly noticed the amount of divine power our MC has. He concluded that Asura was not an ordinary disciple. These guys were also greeted by another disciple named Muval. This one was the representative of Elgar, the other continent's 5 heavens. This disciple displayed a lot of confidence as his master sent him alone to participate in this competition. Muval greeted the other masters and told them that his master thought that there's no reason for him to come to this place. Uriah smiled as she claimed that this was the best case scenario. If Elgar came here, he he would have been in a fight against Charon. Hyunsun glanced at Muval and felt that this one was really strong. And since all of the disciples were now present, Tungsten was now looking for the Emperor. Our MC was now sweating a little bit because he has not seen his master since the issue about their mission. He thought that he may have caused this. Meanwhile, the Emperor was still at the land of the dragons and wyverns. He came to the top of a mountain and greeted someone he knew. The one who was talking to me right now was this old man named Alcasis. He is the Dragon Lord. Emperor Charon then told his friend that he came here because his disciple wanted a dragon or a wyvern. This guy was looking for the corrupted ones, but he failed to find one of them. Alcasis laughed hearing this reason. He then considered the disciple of his friend as his own disciple as well. This old man looked for something. He then showed the Emperor this golden egg. The Dragon Lord told Charon that this was an egg he received from the sky god in the past. And this will be a perfect gift as his disciple would get to raise this one himself.